Welcome to Top 100 Best-Selling Audiobooks, bringing the greatest books of all time to life, in full. Hello dear listener. If you're here, it's probably because you're as passionate about books and the knowledge and wisdom they bring as we are. So you might also want to own this book or any other from this podcast in physical form, either to add to your personal library or to gift it to a friend. That's why we've included a link in the description, where you can get it at a discount and with shipping to almost anywhere in the world. Also, if you make your purchase through these links, the editors of this podcast will receive a small commission, which helps support us in continuing to upload more and more audiobooks for free. Let's make the world a better place through books, together. Pigeon Publishing House presents The Castle. Author, Franz Kafka. Preface. In The Castle, Franz Kafka constructs a world that feels both familiar and impossible, a labyrinth of authority, mystery, and longing. The novel follows a man known only as K, a land surveyor who arrives in a snow-covered village governed by an unseen castle. He seeks access, clarity, and purpose, yet every door he knocks on leads only to another corridor of confusion. Kafka began writing The Castle in 1922, near the end of his life, and left it unfinished. But its incompleteness is part of its power. It mirrors the endless, futile search for meaning that defines human existence. The castle itself becomes a symbol of unreachable truth, whether divine, bureaucratic, or existential. Through K's journey, Kafka captures the loneliness of the individual confronting an indifferent world. His prose, at once simple and suffocating, lures us into a dreamlike fog where effort and absurdity coexist. Every conversation is circular, every rule unclear, and yet we cannot look away. The Castle is not a story to be solved, but an experience to be felt, one that leaves us questioning who holds power, who decides our fate, and whether understanding is ever truly possible. The Castle. Franz Kafka. 1. Arrival. It was late evening when K arrived. The village lay deep in snow. Nothing could be seen of Castle Hill. It was wrapped in mist and darkness, not a glimmer of light hinted at the presence of the great castle. K stood for a long while on the wooden bridge that led from the main road to the village, gazing up into the seeming emptiness. Then he went to look for somewhere to spend the night. They were still awake at the inn. The landlord did not have a room to rent but was willing, the late guest having very much surprised and confused him, to let K sleep on a palliasse in the lounge. K accepted. A few peasants still sat over their beer, but he did not feel like talking to people. He fetched the palliasse from the attic himself and lay down near the stove. It was warm, the peasants were quiet. He scanned them for a while with tired eyes, then he fell asleep. Shortly afterwards, however, he was woken up. A young man in town clothes with a face like an actor, eyes narrow, eyebrows powerful, stood beside him, accompanied by the landlord. The peasants were still there too, some had turned their chairs round in order to see and hear better. The young man apologized most courteously for having woken K, introduced himself as the son of the castle governor, and went on, "This village belongs to the castle. Anyone living or spending the night here is in a sense living or spending the night in the castle. No one may do that without a permit from the count. You, however, possess no such permit or at least have not produced it." K had risen to a seated position and smoothed his hair tidy. He looked up at the people and said, "What village have I strayed into?" "You mean there's a castle here?" "There certainly is," the young man said slowly, while here and their heads were shaken over K, Count Westwest's castle. And you need a permit to spend the night here? K asked as if seeking to convince himself that he had not perhaps dreamed the earlier statements. You need a permit, came the answer, and there was a certain rude mockery in the way the young man held out one arm and asked the landlord and the guests, or is a permit perhaps not required? Then I shall have to get a permit, K said with a yawn, pushing back the blanket as if to rise. And who will you get a permit from? The young man asked. From the Count, said K, there's nothing else for it. Now, at midnight, get a permit from the Count, the young man cried, stepping back a pace. Is that not possible? K asked composedly. Why did you wake me, then? But here the young man lost his temper. You've the manners of a tramp, he shouted, I demand respect for the Count's office. I woke you to say you must leave the Count's territory immediately. Enough of this farce, K said with remarkable gentleness, lying down again and pulling the blanket over him. You're going a little too far, young man, and I shall have more to say about your conduct in the morning. The landlord and the gentleman here are my witnesses, in so far as I need witnesses at all. For the rest, I would have you know that I am the land surveyor the Count sent for. My assistants will be following in the carriage tomorrow with the instruments. I was keen not to miss the walk through the snow, but unfortunately I wandered off the road a few times, which is why I was so late getting here. I knew for myself it was too late then to report to the castle, even before your lecture. That is also the reason why I was content to spend the night here, the night you have had the, to put it mildly, discourtesy to disturb. That is all I have to say. Good night, gentlemen. And K rolled over to face the stove. Land surveyor, he heard someone ask hesitantly behind him, then all was quiet. However, the young man soon pulled himself together and, in tones that were sufficiently muted to pass as consideration for K's sleep and loud enough to be audible to him, said to the landlord, I'll telephone and inquire. What, there was even a telephone in this village inn. They were very well equipped here. Specifically, this surprised K. In a general way he had expected it, of course. The telephone turned out to be almost above his head, in his drowsiness he had failed to notice it. If the young man now had to telephone, he could not with the best will in the world have avoided waking K up. The only question was whether K should let him telephone. He decided to allow it. That meant, of course, there was also no point in pretending to be asleep, so he rolled over onto his back again. He watched the peasants move cautiously together and confer. The arrival of a land surveyor was no small thing. The door to the kitchen had opened, the mighty figure of the landlady stood filling the frame, the landlord tiptoed over to tell her what was happening. And at this point the telephone conversation began. The steward was asleep, but an understeward, one of the understewards, a man called Fritz, was there. The young man, who gave his name as Schwarzer, told how he had found K, a man in his 30s, quite ragged-looking, lying peacefully asleep on a palliasse, with a tiny rucksack for a pillow, a heavy walking stick within reach. Well, he had looked suspicious, naturally, and since the landlord had clearly neglected his duty, it had been his, Schwarzer's, duty to get to the bottom of the matter. K, he said, had taken the rousing from sleep, the interrogation, and the obligatory threat of expulsion from the county with a very bad grace, though as things turned out perhaps justifiably, since he claimed to be a land surveyor appointed by the Count. It was of course at least technically necessary for this claim to be checked, and Schwarzer was therefore requesting Mr. Fritz to make inquiries in the main office as to whether a land surveyor of this kind really was expected and to telephone the answer through immediately. Then there was silence. Fritz was making inquiries at the other end, and here an answer was awaited. K stayed as he was, not even turning round, seemingly quite incurious, just looking. Schwarzer's account, a blend of malice and circumspection, gave him some idea of the almost diplomatic training, as it were, that even people as unimportant as Schwarzer could easily possess in the castle. Nor was there any lack of diligence there. The main office had a night shift, and evidently replied very promptly, because Fritz was already ringing back. This report seemed to be a very brief one, though, since Schwarzer immediately slammed the receiver down in a fury. "Didn't I say so?" he cried. "Land surveyor?" "Nothing of the sort, a common, lying vagrant, probably worse." For a moment K was sure all of them, Schwarzer, peasants, landlord, and landlady, were about to fall on him, and to escape at least the initial onslaught he was crawling right under the blanket when, as he slowly poked his head out again, the bell rang a second time, particularly shrilly, K thought. Although this was unlikely to concern K again, everyone fell silent and Schwarzer returned to the telephone. There he listened to a lengthy explanation, then said quietly, "A mistake, you say? This puts me in a most embarrassing position." The office manager phoned in person? Odd, very odd. Yes, but how am I going to explain that to the land surveyor? K began to take notice. So the castle had appointed him land surveyor. On the one hand, that was to his disadvantage, since it showed they knew all they needed to know about him at the castle, had weighed up the balance of forces, and were entering the fray with a smile. But on the other hand, it was also to his advantage, because it showed, he felt, that they underestimated him and that he was going to have more freedom than he might have hoped for at the outset. And if they thought that with this intellectually no doubt superior recognition of his land surveyorship they could keep him in a permanent state of fright, then they were wrong. It sent a little shiver down his spine, that was all. As Schwarzer tentatively approached, K waved him away. He declined to move into the landlord's room, as he was urged to do. He simply accepted a nightcap from the landlord and a wash basin with soap and towel from the landlady, and had no need even to ask for the lounge to be vacated because they were all pushing through the door with faces averted, possibly to avoid being recognized by him in the morning. The lamp was extinguished and he was finally left in peace. He slept well, only fleetingly disturbed by the occasional rat scurrying past, until morning. After breakfast, which like all K.'s board was, said the landlord, to be paid for by the castle, he wanted to go straight into the village. However, since the landlord, with whom in the light of his behavior the previous day, K had so far exchanged only the most essential remarks, persisted in hovering about him, mutely pleading, he took pity on the man and made him sit down beside him for a moment. "I've not met the Count before," said K. "He's said to pay well for good work, is that right? When you travel as far from wife and child as I've done, you want to have something to bring home. Sir need have no worries on that score, you hear no complaints about poor pay." "Well," said K., "I'm not a shy man and can speak my mind even to a count, but it's far better, of course, to deal with the gentleman in peace." The landlord sat on the edge of the window seat facing K, not daring to make himself more comfortable, and he spent the whole time looking at K, with large brown, fearful eyes. Initially he had thrust himself on K, and now it seemed he wanted nothing so much as to run away. Was he afraid of being questioned about the Count? Did he fear the untrustworthiness of the gentleman he took K to be? K needed to distract him. He glanced at the clock and said, "My assistants will be arriving soon, will you be able to put them up here?" "Certainly, sir," he said, "but won't they be staying with you in the castle?" Was he so ready and willing to turn away guests, and particularly to turn away Kay, whom he was urgently referring to the castle? "That's not certain yet," said Kay. "I first have to find out what sort of job they have for me. If I'm to be working down here, for instance, it will make more sense to live down here, too. I'm also afraid that life up in the castle would not agree with me. I'm keen to stay free." "You don't know the castle," the landlord said quietly. "Granted," said Kay, "one shouldn't jump to conclusions. I mean, all I know about the castle at the moment is that they know how to choose the right land surveyor. The place may have other merits." And he stood up to give the landlord, who was chewing his lips uneasily, his release. It was not going to be easy, gaining this man's trust. As Kay walked away, his attention was drawn to a picture on the wall, a dark portrait in a dark frame. He had noticed it before, from his bed, but at that distance, unable to make out details, he had thought the actual painting had been removed from the frame, leaving only a black backing sheet visible. However, it was in fact a painting, as now emerged, a half-length portrait of a man of perhaps 50. The head was sunk so low on the breast that very little could be seen of the man's eyes, the apparent cause of the sinking being the high, heavy forehead and the large hooked nose. The beard, forced in at the chin by the way the head was held, stood out farther down. The left hand lay splayed in the thick hair but was no longer capable of lifting the head. "Who is that?" Kay asked. "The Count?" Planted in front of the picture, Kay did not even look round at the landlord. "No," said the landlord, "the governor." "They've a handsome governor up at the castle, that's a fact," said Kay. "Pity his son turned out so badly." "No," said the landlord, pulling Kay down to him slightly and whispering in his ear, "Schwarzer was exaggerating yesterday. His father is only an under-governor, and one of the lowest at that." Just then, for a moment, the landlord looked to Kay like a child. "The rascal!" Kay said with a laugh, but the landlord did not join in the laughter, saying only, "Even his father is powerful." "Go on," said Kay, "you think everyone's powerful." "Me too, I suppose?" "You," he said shyly but in earnest, "I do not consider powerful." "In that case you're a very observant man," said Kay, "because powerful, between you and me, is something I really am not. And I probably, as a result, have no less respect for the powerful than you do, only I'm not as honest as you and won't always admit it." And to console the landlord and make him more kindly disposed towards him, Kay patted him on the cheek. At this, he did give a little smile. He was very much a youth with his soft, almost beardless face. How had he come by his fat elderly wife, now visible through a hatch in the next room, elbows held wide, bustling about in the kitchen? But Kay decided not to press him any further just now, not to spell the smile he had at last elicited, so he simply signaled to him to open the door for him and stepped out into the fine winter's morning. Now he could see the castle up above, sharply outlined in the clear air and made even sharper by the thin layer of snow that covered everything, duplicating every shape. There seemed in fact to be far less snow up on the hill than here in the village, where Kay found progress no less laborious than out on the main road the day before. Here the snow came up to the windows of the cottages and then immediately lay heavy again on their low roofs, but up on the hill everything rose freely and airily skyward, at least so it appeared from below. On the whole, seen from this distance, the castle matched Kay's expectations. It was neither an old-style knight's stronghold, nor a modern palace, but an extended complex consisting of a few two-storied but a great many lower buildings set close together. Had you not known it was a castle, you might have taken it for a small town. Kay saw only one tower, there was no telling whether it belonged to a residential building or to a church. Flocks of crows wheeled around it. His eyes fixed on the castle, Kay walked on, nothing else concerned him. As he came closer, however, the castle disappointed him. It really was just a wretched-looking small town, a collection of rustic hovels, its only distinction being that, possibly, everything was built of stone, though the paint had peeled off long since and the stone looked as if it was crumbling away. Kay had a fleeting memory of his own hometown. It was scarcely inferior to this so-called castle. If Kay had been interested only in sightseeing, it would have been a waste of all the traveling. He would have done better to revisit his old home, where he had not been for so long. And he drew a mental comparison between the church tower of his hometown and the tower above him. The tower at home, neatly, unhesitatingly tapering straight upward, ending below in a red-tiled expanse of roof, an earthly building. What other kind can we build? Yet with a loftier goal than the squat jumble of houses and making a clearer statement than the drab working day. The tower up above, it was the only one visible, the tower of a dwelling, as could now be seen, possibly the main body of the castle, was a uniform, circular structure, part cloaked in ivy, with small windows that gleamed in the sun. There was a crazy quality about this, and a balcony-like rim with battlements that jutted uncertainly, unevenly, brittlely, as if drawn by the timid or slapdash hand of a child, up into the blue sky. It was as if some blooming inmate, who by rights should have remained locked away in the farthest room in the house, had burst through the roof and raised himself high in order to be seen by the world. Once again Kay stood still, as if standing still sharpened his judgment. But he was interrupted. Round the back of the village church, beside which he had come to a halt, it was only a chapel, actually, enlarged like a barn to accommodate the congregation, was the school. A long low building, oddly blending characteristics of the temporary and of the very old, it lay beyond a fenced garden that was now an expanse of snow. The children were just emerging with the schoolmaster. They surrounded the schoolmaster in a dense mass, all eyes fixed on him, chattering incessantly from all sides. Kay understood nothing of their rapid speech. The schoolmaster, a young, short, narrow-shouldered man who, without appearing ridiculous, nevertheless held himself very straight, had already spotted Kay from a distance. True, apart from his own group, Kay was the only person about. Kay, as the stranger, gave his greeting first, particularly to so commanding a little man. "Good morning, sir," he said. At a stroke the children stopped their chatter. The abrupt silence was no doubt pleasing to the schoolmaster as a prelude to his words. "You're here to view the castle?" he asked, more gently than Kay had expected, yet in a tone that suggested disapproval of what Kay was doing. "Yes," said Kay, "I'm a stranger here, I only arrived last night." "You don't like the castle?" the schoolmaster asked quickly. "What's that?" Kay asked back, somewhat startled, and he echoed the question in a milder form. "Do I like the castle? Why should you assume I don't?" "Visitors never like it," said the schoolmaster. To avoid saying anything unwelcome at this point, Kay changed the subject and asked, "You know the Count, presumably?" "No," the schoolmaster said, and was about to turn away, but Kay did not give up and asked again, "What? You don't know the Count?" "How should I know him?" the schoolmaster said under his breath, adding aloud, in French, "Remember there are innocent children present." Kay used this as an excuse to ask the schoolmaster, "Could I come and see you sometime, sir? I'm here for a while and am already feeling a bit lonely. I'm not one of the peasants and hardly belong in the castle either." "There's no difference," the schoolmaster said, "between peasants and castle." "Maybe," said Kay, "that doesn't alter my situation." "Might I come and see you sometime?" I live in Swan Lane, at the butcher's. This was more a statement than an invitation, but Kay still said, "Fine, I'll be there." The schoolmaster nodded and moved on with the mass of children, who immediately resumed their shouting. They soon disappeared down a lane that dropped away sharply. But Kay was distracted. The exchange had irritated him. For the first time since his arrival he felt real weariness. The long journey to this place seemed to have left him quite unaffected at first, how he had tramped through the days, stride by smooth stride. Now, however, the effects of that huge effort were making themselves felt. It was a bad time for it, of course. He was irresistibly drawn towards seeking out fresh acquaintanceships, yet each fresh acquaintanceship increased his weariness. In his present state, if he pushed himself to extend his walk as far as the castle entrance at least, that would be more than enough. On he went, then, but it was a long way. This road, the village high street, did not in fact lead to Castle Hill. It only went close to it but then curved away, as if on purpose, and although it took one no farther from the castle, nor did it come any nearer. Kay constantly expected the road to turn in the direction of the castle at last. Surely it would, and it was only because he expected it that he kept going. Obviously, given his weariness, he was reluctant to leave the road. He was also surprised at how long the village was. It went on, nothing but tiny houses and iced-up window panes and snow and nobody around. Finally he tore himself loose from the grip of the high street. A narrow lane swallowed him up, even deeper snow, his feet sank in. It was hard work extracting them. He began to perspire. Abruptly he came to a halt and could go no farther. He was not alone, though. Humble cottages stood on either side. He made a snowball and hurled it at a window. The door opened immediately, the first to have done so the whole way through the village, and there, wearing a brown fur jacket, his head cocked on one side, friendly and frail, stood an aged peasant. "May I come in for a minute?" said Kay. "I'm very tired." Not even hearing what the old man said, he gratefully accepted a board being pushed towards him. This promptly retrieved him from the snow, and with a couple of steps he was inside. A large room, dimly lit. Coming in from the lane, one saw nothing at first. Kay stumbled against a washing trough. A woman's hand restrained him. Much shouting of children came from one corner. From another corner steam billowed, turning the half-light into darkness. Kay was standing in clouds, as it were. "He's drunk," someone said. "Who are you?" a peremptory voice called, presumably then turning to the old man. "Why did you let him in? Are we to let in everyone prowling the streets?" "I am the Count's land surveyor," said Kay, seeking to justify himself to the still invisible questioner. "Oh, it's the land surveyor," said a female voice. Then there was complete silence. "Do you know me?" Kay asked. "Of course," the same voice said briefly. The fact that Kay was known seemed not to recommend him. Eventually the steam dispersed somewhat and Kay was gradually able to get his bearings. It appeared to be a communal wash day. By the door, laundry was being washed. However, the steam had been coming from the left-hand corner, wherein the largest wooden tub Kay had ever seen. It was about the size of 2 beds. 2 men sat in steaming water, taking a bath. But even more surprising, without one quite knowing what was surprising about it, was the right-hand corner. There a large opening, the only one in the rear wall of the room, let in, presumably from the yard, pale snow-reflected light that, falling on the dress of a woman so weary she was almost lying in a tall easy chair right in the corner, gave it a sheen like silk. The woman held a baby to her breast. Around her, several children were playing, peasant children evidently, yet she seemed not to belong to them, though of course disease and fatigue make even peasants look delicate. "Sit down," ordered one of the bathers, a man with a full beard and a mustache as well, below which his panting mouth was held permanently open, and he pointed, it was a comical sight, over the edge of the tub towards a chest, spraying Kay full in the face with warm water as he did so. On the chest, already dozing, sat the old man who had let Kay in. Kay was grateful to be allowed to sit down at last. Now no one took any further notice of him. The woman at the washing trough, fair-haired, plumply youthful, sang softly as she worked. The men in the bath stamped and turned about. The children tried to approach but were repeatedly driven back by great splashes of water that hit Kay too. The woman in the easy chair lay as if life had left her, not even looking down at the child at her breast but vaguely up in the air. Kate had spent some time, possibly, contemplating this unvarying, lovely, melancholy spectacle but must then have fallen asleep, because when he started up, having been summoned by a loud voice, his head was resting on the shoulder of the old man beside him. The men had finished their bath, the children were now romping around in it under the eye of the fair-haired woman, and they were standing in front of Kay, fully dressed. The noisy one with the beard proved to be the slighter of the two. The other, who was no taller than the full-bearded one and had far less facial hair, was in fact a silent, slow-thinking man, broad in the body, broad-faced too, with lowered head. "Sir," he said, "you can't stay here, Mr. Land Surveyor." "Pardon the discourtesy." "I didn't mean to stay," said Kay, "only to rest a little. That I've done, and now I'm off." "You're no doubt surprised at the lack of hospitality," said the man, "but hospitality is not one of our customs, we don't need visitors." Somewhat refreshed by his sleep, his hearing rather keener than before, Kay was delighted by these frank words. He moved about more freely, planting his stick here and there, approaching the woman in the easy chair. He was also the biggest person in the room, physically. "Of course," said Kay, "why should you need visitors? Now and again, though, you do need one, me for instance, the land surveyor." "I don't know," the man said slowly, "if you've been summoned you probably are needed, that may well be an exception, but we lesser folk, we stick to the rules, you can't blame us for that." No, said Kay, "I'm only grateful to you and everyone here." And Kay surprised them all by positively leaping round to face the woman. She looked at Kay out of tired blue eyes. A transparent silk headscarf came down to the middle of her forehead. The baby slept at her breast. "Who are you?" asked Kay, disdainfully. It was not clear whether the scorn was aimed at Kay or at her own response. She said, "A girl from the castle." All this had taken no more than a moment. Already Kay had one of the men on either side of him and, as if there had been no other means of communication, was silently but with full force being dragged to the door. Something about this delighted the old man and he clapped his hands. The woman doing the washing laughed too as the children suddenly began shouting like mad. Kay, however, was soon standing in the lane, the men eyeing him from the doorway. Snow was falling again, although it did seem a little brighter. The one with the beard called out impatiently, "Where do you want to go?" "This way leads to the castle, that way to the village." Him Kay did not answer, but to the other, whom for all his superior air he took to be the more obliging of the two, he said, "Who are you?" "Who should I thank for having me?" "My name is Laisman, I'm the tanner," came the reply, "but you don't need to thank anyone." "Fine," said Kay, "perhaps we'll meet again." "I don't think so," said the man. Just then the bearded fellow raised a hand in the air and called out, "Morning Arthur, morning Jeremiah." Kay turned, so people did actually show themselves on the street in this village. Coming from the direction of the castle were two young men of medium height, both extremely slim, dressed in tight-fitting clothes, facially very similar too, with dark brown complexions against which goatee beards nevertheless stood out with a special blackness. They were moving astonishingly fast, given the road conditions, swinging their slim legs rhythmically. "What's up?" the bearded man shouted. Shouting was the only way to communicate with them, they were walking so fast and did not stop. "Business," they called back with a laugh. "Where?" "At the inn." "That's where I'm going to," Kay suddenly shouted out louder than everyone else. He was aware of a deep yearning to be taken along by the two men, as acquaintances. They did not seem to him to have much to offer, but they were clearly fine enlivening escorts. However, they heard what Kay said but merely nodded and were gone. Kay, still standing in the snow, had little desire to heave one foot out of the snow in order to plunge it back in a bit farther on. The tanner and his companion, happy to have got rid of Kay for good, slowly pushed their way, keeping their eyes on Kay, through the only slightly open door into the house, and Kay was alone with the snow enveloping him. Occasion for a moment's despair, he thought, if I'd been standing here purely by chance, not from choice. Then a tiny window opened in the cottage on his left. While closed it had looked dark blue, possibly in the light reflected off the snow, and was so tiny that, now that it was open, rather than the whole face of the person looking out, only the eyes, elderly brown eyes, could be seen. "There he is," Kay heard a shaky female voice say. "It's the land surveyor," said a man's voice. Then the man came to the window and asked in a not unfriendly way, but still as if he was keen that everything should be in order in the street outside his house, "Who are you waiting for?" "For a sledge to pick me up," said Kay. "No sledges come along here," said the man, "there's no traffic here." "But this is the street leading to the castle," Kay objected. "Even so," the man said with a certain relentlessness, "even so, there's no traffic here." They both fell silent. But the man was evidently thinking something over because the window, from which smoke was pouring, stayed open, with him holding it. "Difficult going," Kay said to prompt him. But all he said was, "Certainly is." After a while, though, he came out with, "If you like, I'll drive you in my sledge." "Please do," Kay said delightedly. "What will it cost me?" "Nothing," said the man. Kay was amazed. "You're the land surveyor," the man said in explanation, "and belong to the castle." "Where do you want to go, then?" "To the castle," Kay said quickly. "In that case I'm not going," the man said promptly. "But I belong to the castle," said Kay, echoing the man's own words. "Maybe," the man said coldly. "Then take me to the inn," said Kay. "All right," said the man, "I'll bring the sledge round." The whole episode gave an impression not of any particular friendliness, rather of a sort of wholly self-centered, fastidious, almost pedantic concern to get Kay away from the area in front of the house. The yard gate opened and a small goods sledge came out, quite flat without any sort of seat, drawn by a frail pony, and behind it the man, not old but frail, bent, lame, with a thin red peevish face made to look particularly small by a woolen scarf wound tightly around the neck. The man was clearly ill and had come out purely to be able to get Kay away from there. Kay mentioned something to that effect, but the man waved it aside. All Kay learned was that the man was Jersacker the carter and that he had taken that uncomfortable sledge because it had been standing ready and because getting another one out would have taken too long. "Have a seat," he said, using the whip to point to the sledge behind him. "I'll sit beside you," said Kay. "I'm walking," said Jersacker. "But why?" asked Kay. "I'm walking," Jersacker repeated, promptly suffering a coughing fit that shook him so badly he had to thrust his legs into the snow to brace himself and hang onto the side of the sledge with both hands. Kay said nothing more, sat on the sledge behind him. The coughing gradually subsided, and off they drove. The castle above, already strangely dark, which Kay had been hoping to reach that day, receded again. But as if he was meant to be given a signal at this provisional leave-taking, the sound of a bell rang out there, gaily vibrant, a bell that for a moment at least sent a tremor through the heart, as if it was threatened, for the sound was also painful, with the fulfillment of what it vaguely yearned for. Before long, however, this big bell fell silent and a feeble monotonous tinkling took its place, possibly also up above but possibly down in the village. This smaller bell was more in keeping, of course, with the slow drive and the wretched yet relentless driver. "I say, Kate," cried suddenly, they were near the church already. It was not much farther to the inn. Kay could afford to take a risk. "I'm most surprised you should dare to drive me about on your own responsibility." "Is that allowed?" Jerstacker took no notice and walked calmly on beside the pony. "Hey," Kay called, and he made a snowball from some of the snow on the sledge and hit Jerstacker right on the ear with it. At this he did in fact halt and turn around. But when Kay now saw him so close to, the sledge had glided on a little way, that bent, as it were abused figure, the red tired narrow face with the two cheeks somehow not matching, one flat, the other sunken, the open attentive mouth with only a few isolated teeth in it. He had to repeat what he had earlier said with malice, this time with compassion, asking whether Jerstacker might not be punished for carrying Kay. "What do you expect?" Jerstacker asked blankly. But without waiting for any further explanation he called to the pony and they drove on. When they Kay realized this at a bend in the road, were almost at the inn, to his amazement it was already completely dark. Had he been gone so long? Surely only 2 hours, by his reckoning. And it had been morning when he left. Nor had he felt any need to eat. And until recently it had been constant daylight, the darkness falling only now. Short days, he said to himself as he slid off the sledge and walked towards the inn. At the top of the modest front steps of the building stood the very welcome figure of the landlord, lighting his way with upraised lantern. Briefly recalling the carter, Kay halted, heard coughing somewhere in the darkness. That was him. Well, he would be seeing him again soon. Only when he had climbed the steps and joined the landlord, who murmured a humble greeting, did he notice two men, standing one on each side of the door. Taking the lantern from the landlord's hand, he shone its light on them. They were the men he had come across before, when they had been hailed as Arthur and Jeremiah. They now saluted. Remembering his army days, those happy times, he gave a laugh. "Who are you?" he asked, looking from one to the other. "Your assistants," they replied. "These are the assistants," the landlord quietly confirmed. "What?" Kay asked. "You're my old assistants whom I had follow me, whom I've been expecting?" They said they were. "That's good," Kay said after a pause. "It's good that you've come." "Actually," Kay said after a further pause, "you're very late. You've been extremely negligent." "It was a long way," one of them said. "A long way," Kay echoed, "but I met you coming from the castle." "Yes," they said, without further explanation. "Where have you got the equipment?" asked Kay. "We have none," they said. "The equipment I entrusted you with," said Kay. "We have none," they repeated. "Well, you're fine fellows," said Kay. "Do you know anything about land surveying?" "No," they said. "But if you're my old assistants, you must know something about it," said Kay. They were silent. Come on, then, Kay said, pushing them ahead of him into the building. 2. Barnabas. They were sitting in the lounge of the inn over their beer, saying little, the three of them at a small table, Kay in the middle, the assistants on either side. Otherwise only one table was occupied by peasants, as on the previous evening. It's difficult with you, Kay said, comparing their faces as he had already done many times. How am I to tell you apart? The only difference between you is in your names, otherwise you're as alike as, he hesitated, then continued involuntarily, otherwise you're as alike as two snakes. They smiled. Other people can tell us apart, they said to justify themselves. I believe you, said Kay, I witnessed that myself, remember, but I see only with my eyes and with them I can't tell you apart. So I shall treat you as one man and call you both Arthur, that's what one of you is named, you, am I right? Kay asked one of them. No, the man said, I'm Jeremiah. All right, never mind, said Kay, I shall call you both Arthur. If I send Arthur off somewhere, you both go, if I give Arthur a job, you both do it. For me that has the big disadvantage, of course, that I can't use you for separate jobs. On the other hand it has the advantage that, for every task I set you, you both share undivided responsibility. I don't care how you split the work between you, only you mustn't ever use each other as an excuse. To me you're one man. They thought about this and said, we wouldn't like that at all. Of course you wouldn't, said Kay, how could you help not liking it, but that's the way it's going to be. For some time now, Kate had been aware of one of the peasants prowling round the table. Eventually the man made up his mind, went up to one assistant, and was about to whisper something to him. Excuse me, Kay said, striking the table with his hand and standing up. These are my assistants and we are just having a discussion. No one has any right to interrupt us. Sorry, the peasant said anxiously, backing away towards his table companions. One thing you must look out for above all, Kay went on, resuming his seat, you may not speak to anyone without my permission. I'm a stranger here, and if you are my old assistants, then you're strangers, too. So we three strangers must stick together. I want you to shake on that. Rather too readily they offered. Kay, their hands. Put your paws down, he said, but what I say goes. Now I'm off to bed and I advise you to follow my example. We've missed one working day today, tomorrow work has to start very early. You must get hold of a sledge to drive to the castle and be ready with it outside here at 6 o'clock. Right, said one. The other, however, broke in, you say right, but you know it can't be done. Calm down, said Kay, I suppose you're just trying to show that you're different. But now the first one also said, he's right, it can't be done, strangers aren't allowed into the castle without permission. Where does one apply for permission? I don't know, to the governor, possibly. Then we'll telephone and apply, go, and ring the governor immediately, both of you. They ran to the telephone, requested the connection, how they pushed and shoved, on the face of it they were absurdly biddable, and asked whether Kay might come up to the castle with them tomorrow. Kay heard the answering no from where he was sitting, but the reply went into greater detail, adding, neither tomorrow nor any other time. I'll telephone myself, Kay said and stood up. Whereas previously, the incident of the one peasant aside, Kay and his assistants had attracted little notice, his last remark aroused general attention. They all rose to their feet with Kay, and, despite the landlord's attempts to restrain them, gathered in a group near the telephone, forming a tight semicircle around him. The prevailing view among them was that Kay would not even get a reply. Kay had to ask them to be quiet. He had no wish to hear their views. The earpiece emitted a buzzing sound unlike anything Kay had heard before when using the telephone. It was as if out of the buzzing of countless children's voices, but again, this was no buzzing, this was the song of distant, utterly distant voices. As if out of this buzzing there emerged in a quite impossible fashion a single high-pitched yet powerful voice that struck the ear as if demanding to penetrate deeper than into mere hearing. Kay listened without telephoning. He had rested his left arm on the telephone console, and he listened like that. He was not aware for how long. He was still listening when the landlord tugged at his jacket to say a messenger had arrived for him. "Go away," Kay shouted, beside himself, possibly into the telephone because at that point someone did come on the line. The following conversation ensued. "Oswald here, who's that?" a voice shouted, a harsh, arrogant voice carrying, as it seemed to Kay, a minor speech defect for which it tried involuntarily to compensate with added harshness. Kay hesitated to give his name. He was defenseless so far as the telephone was concerned. His interlocutor might shut him down, lay the earpiece aside, and Kay would have blocked what was perhaps quite an important channel for him. Kay's hesitation made the man impatient. "Who's that?" he repeated, adding, "I'd be very glad if a little less telephoning was done from that end. There was a call only a moment ago." Kay ignored this remark and announced with sudden decision, "This is the land surveyor's assistant." "What assistant? What land surveyor?" Kay recalled the previous day's telephone conversation. "Ask Fritz," he said briefly. This worked, to his own amazement. But what amazed him even more than that was the coherence of the operation up there. The answer came back, "I know. The land surveyor again. Don't tell me. Go on. Which assistant?" "Joseph," said Kay. He was slightly disturbed by the muttering of the peasants behind him. Clearly they disagreed with his not announcing himself correctly. However, Kay had no time to worry about them. He was too involved in the conversation. "Joseph," the voice asked back. "The assistants' names are," a short pause. He was obviously asking someone else for the names, "Arthur and Jeremiah." "Those are the new assistants," said Kay. "No, those are the old ones." "They're the new ones, I'm the old one. I rejoined the land surveyor today." "No," the voice now shouted. "Who am I then?" Kay asked, still as calmly. And after a pause the same voice with the same speech defect, except that it was like another, deeper voice, one commanding greater respect, said, "You're the old assistant." Kay, concentrating on the tone of voice, almost missed the question, "What do you want?" What he really wanted was to lay the receiver aside right then. He expected nothing further from this conversation. Under some strain, he asked quickly, "When can my boss come to the castle?" "Never," was the reply. "Right," said Kay, and hung up. Behind him the peasants had already pressed right up close. The assistants, with frequent sideways glances at him, were busy keeping the peasants away from him. It looked like pure pretense, however, and in any case the peasants, satisfied with the outcome of the conversation, were slowly giving ground. At this point their group was parted from behind with swift strides by a man who came up to Kay, who bowed, and handed him a letter. Kay kept the letter in his hand and looked at the man, who for the moment seemed to him more important. There was a great similarity between him and the assistants. He was as slim as they were, his clothes fitted as tightly, he was also as nimble and quick as they were, yet he was quite different. How Kay would have preferred him as an assistant. He reminded him slightly of the woman with the baby whom he had seen at the tanner's house. He was dressed almost in white. The suit was not silk, presumably, it was a winter suit like all the others, but it had the delicate, festive quality of a silk suit. His face was bright and open, with huge eyes. His smile was extraordinarily encouraging. He passed a hand over his face as if wishing to banish the smile, but this he failed to do. "Who are you?" Kay asked. "My name is Barnabas," he said. "I'm a messenger." It was manly yet gentle, the way his lips opened and closed as he spoke. "Do you like it here?" Kay asked, indicating the peasants, in whose eyes he had lost none of his fascination and who, with their positively tortured faces, the skulls looking as if they had been smashed flat on top and the features had taken shape in the agony of being struck, their thick lips and their open mouths continued to watch, but then again were not watching because their gaze sometimes went wandering off and dwelled, before returning, on some trivial object, and Kay then also indicated the assistants, who were clasped in an embrace, leaning together cheek to cheek and smiling, whether humbly or derisively there was no telling. He indicated them all as if introducing an entourage that had been forced on him by particular circumstances and expecting Barnabas. There was a familiarity in this, which was what mattered to Kay, to draw a sensible distinction between himself and them. But Barnabas, in all innocence, of course, that much was clear, did not even take up the question but let it pass over him, as a well-trained servant does with a word from his master that was only seemingly meant for him, and merely looked around in the spirit of the question, waving to acquaintances among the peasants and exchanging a few words with the assistants, all this freely and independently without mingling with them. Kay returned, dismissed but unabashed, to the letter in his hand and opened it. It read, "Dear Sir, as you know, you have been admitted to the Count's service. Your immediate superior is the mayor of the village, who will also give you all the details of your job and the terms of payment and to whom you will also be accountable. Nevertheless, I shall also be keeping an eye on you myself. Barnabas, the bearer of this letter, will make inquiries of you from time to time in order to discover your wishes and communicate them to me. You will find me ever ready to oblige you so far as possible. I like to have contented workers." The signature was illegible but printed beneath it was, "Chief Clerk, X-Office." "Wait," Kay told Barnabas as the man bowed, then he summoned the landlord to show him to his room. He wished to be alone with the letter for a while. At the same time he remembered that Barnabas, for all the fondness he felt for him, was in fact no more than a messenger, and he had a beer brought for him. He watched to see how he would receive it. Clearly he did so with great pleasure and drank some immediately. Kay then went with the landlord. All they had been able to make available to Kay in that tiny house was a little attic room, and even that had caused problems, because two maids who had been sleeping there up to now had needed to be accommodated elsewhere. Actually, nothing had been done beyond getting rid of the maids. The room was otherwise unchanged, presumably, no linen on the one bed, only a couple of pillows and a horse blanket in the state they had all been left in after the previous night, a few holy pictures and photographs of soldiers on the walls. The room had not even been aired. Clearly it was hoped that the new guest would not be staying long and nothing was being done to keep him there. Kay, however, was quite happy with everything, wrapped himself in the blanket, sat down at the table, and began by the light of a candle to reread the letter. It was not consistent all the way through. There were places where he was addressed as a freeman might be addressed whose own will was acknowledged and accepted. The "Dear Sir" was like that, as was the bit about his wishes. But there were other places where he was frankly or by implication treated as a minor employee, barely noticeable from where this chief clerk sat. The chief clerk had to make an effort to keep an eye on him. His superior was simply the mayor, to whom he was even accountable, possibly his only colleague was the village policeman. These were undoubted contradictions, so obvious they must have been intentional. The idea, crazy in relation to such an authority, that indecision may have played a part here scarcely occurred to Kay. Instead, he saw it as a choice freely offered him. It was up to him what he wished to make of the arrangements contained in the letter, whether he wished to be a village workman with a certainly distinctive yet purely ostensible connection with the castle, or an ostensible village workman who in reality allowed the news brought by Barnabas to govern his entire employment. Kay did not hesitate over his choice. He would not have hesitated even without his experience hitherto. Only as a village workman, as far removed as possible from the gentlemen of the castle, was he in a position to achieve something in the castle. These folk in the village, so mistrustful of him as yet, would start to talk once he had become, if not their friend, at least a fellow citizen, and was indistinguishable from, say, Jerstacker or Lazeman, and that must happen very soon. Everything hung on that. Then all avenues would doubtless open to him at a stroke that, had it depended solely on the gentlemen up there in their favor, would have remained not only permanently closed but permanently invisible to him. There was a risk, of course, and it was well emphasized in the letter. It was even set out with a certain relish as if it was inescapable. This was the fact of being a worker. Service, superior, job, terms of payment, accountable, workman. The letter teemed with such expressions, and even if other, more personal things were said, they were said from that standpoint. If Kay wished to become a worker, he could do so, but it must be in all appalling earnest, with no other prospect whatever. Kay knew the threat was not one of real coercion. He was not afraid of that, here least of all, but the power of the depressing surroundings, the growing inured to disappointment, the power of the imperceptible effects of each moment, those he was afraid of, but it was a risk he must boldly combat. Nor, after all, did the letter hide the fact that, should it come to a fight, Kate had had the temerity to start it. This was said subtly, and only an uneasy conscience, uneasy, not guilty, could have noticed. It lay in the 3 words, as you know, with reference to his acceptance for work. Kay had announced his presence, and since then had been aware, as the letter put it, that he had been accepted. Kay took a picture down from the wall and hung the letter on the nail. This was the room he would be living in. This was where the letter should hang. Then he went down to the lounge. Barnabas was sitting at a little table with the assistants. "Ah, there you are," Kay said for no reason, simply because he was glad to see Barnabas. He leaped to his feet immediately. As soon as Kay entered the room, the peasants stood up to approach him. They were already in the habit of running after him the whole time. "What is it you constantly want from me?" Kay shouted. They took no offense at this, slowly turning back to their places. One said as he went, casually, by way of explanation, with an inscrutable smile that was taken up by several others, "One's always hearing something new," and he licked his lips as if news were something to eat. Kay said nothing placatory. It was fine if they were starting to have a bit of respect for him, but hardly had he taken a seat beside Barnabas when he felt one of the peasants breathing down his neck. He said he had come over to fetch the salt cellar, but Kay stamped his foot in irritation, and the man ran off without actually taking the salt cellar with him. Kay was really easy to get at. All that was needed, for example, was to stir up the peasants against him. Their obstinate interest seemed to him more malevolent than the others' reserve, and in any case it was itself reserve, because had Kay sat down at their table they would certainly not have stayed sitting there. Only the presence of Barnabas stopped him making a fuss. He did turn threateningly towards them. They were now facing him too. But seeing them sitting there, each in his place, not consulting amongst themselves, with no visible link between them, the only thing linking them the fact that they were all staring at him, it struck him that it was not malevolence that made them pursue him, maybe they really did want something from him only could not say so, and if it was not that, it might be mere childishness, a childishness that seemed to be at home in this place. Was not the landlord being childish too, holding in both hands a glass of beer that he was supposed to be bringing to some customer, coming to a halt, looking in K.'s direction, and ignoring a shout from the landlady, who was leaning out of the kitchen hatch? Calmer, K. turned to Barnabas. He would gladly have got rid of the assistants but could think of no excuse, anyway they were staring silently into their beer. "I've read the letter," K. began. "Do you know what's in it?" "No," said Barnabas. His look seemed to express more than his words. K. may have been mistaken here about good as he had in the peasant's case about evil, but the agreeableness of his presence remained. "The letter mentions you too. It says you're to pass information between me and the chief clerk from time to time. That's why I thought you knew what was in it." "My instructions," said Barnabas, "were simply to hand you the letter, wait until it had been read, and, if you felt it necessary, bring back a verbal or written reply." "Fine," said K. "A writing's not necessary, just give the chief clerk, what's his name, in fact?" "I couldn't read the signature." "Clam," said Barnabas. "Right, thank Mr. Clam for my acceptance as well as for his especial kindness, which as someone who has yet to prove himself here I greatly appreciate. I shall conduct myself entirely in accordance with his intentions. For the moment, I have no special wishes." Barnabas, who had been paying close attention, asked to be allowed to repeat the message for K.'s benefit. K. gave permission, and Barnabas repeated everything word for word. Then he stood up to take his leave. K. had been studying his face throughout, now he did so one last time. Barnabas was about the same height as K, yet appeared to look down on K. It happened almost humbly, though, there was no chance of this man ever embarrassing anyone. He was only a messenger, of course, not knowing what was in the letter he had been given to deliver, yet his look, his smile, his whole bearing seemed themselves to constitute a message, even if he knew nothing of that one, either. And K. offered him his hand, which clearly surprised him, because he had only meant to bow. As soon as he had gone, before opening the door he had leant his shoulder against it for an instant and, with a look that was no longer aimed at anyone in particular, taken in the room, K. said to the assistants, "I'll fetch my drawings from my room and we'll discuss the next job." They made as if to go with him. "You stay here," K. ordered. Still they made as if to go with him. K. had to repeat the command even more sternly. Barnabas was no longer in the hallway. Yet he had only just that minute left. Even outside, fresh snow was falling. K. could not see him. He called out, "Barnabas." No reply. Was he still inside the building? It seemed the only possibility. Even so, K. shouted the name again with all his strength, sending it booming into the night. And this time, out of the distance, there did come a feeble reply. That was how far off Barnabas was already. K. called him back and at the same time set out to meet him. Where they met, they were no longer visible from the inn. "Barnabas," said K., unable to suppress a tremor in his voice, "there's something else I wanted to say to you. This makes me realize what a very poor arrangement it is that I should be wholly dependent on your chancing to turn up when I need something from the castle. If I hadn't chanced to catch up with you just now, how you fly, I thought you were still inside the building. Who knows how long I'd have had to wait for your next appearance?" "Well," said Barnabas, "you can ask the chief clerk for me always to come at specific times laid down by yourself." "That wouldn't do either," said K. "I might go for a year without wanting anything said, then have something really urgent a quarter of an hour after you've gone." In that case, Barnabas inquired, shall I inform the chief clerk that a different contact should be established between him and you than through me? No, no, said Kay, certainly not. I only mentioned the matter in passing. This time I luckily managed to reach you. Shall we, asked Barnabas, return to the inn so that you can give me my new instructions there? He had already taken a step in that direction. Barnabas, said Kay, there's no need, I'll walk a little way with you. Why don't you want to go to the inn? Barnabas asked. The people there bother me, said Kay, you saw for yourself how pushy the peasants are. We can go to your room, said Barnabas. It's the maid's room, said Kay, dirty and dreary. It was to get out of staying there that I wanted to walk along with you for a bit, but you must just, Kay went on in a final bid to overcome his hesitation, let me slip my arm through yours, you're steadier on your feet. And Kay took his arm. It was quite dark. Kay could not see his face at all and his figure only vaguely, the arm he had already tried to feel for earlier. Barnabas gave in to him, they left the inn behind them. Kay felt, of course, that despite his best efforts he could never keep up with Barnabas, that he hindered his freedom of movement, and that under normal circumstances everything must surely founder on this trifle alone, particularly in those side streets like the one where Kay had sunk into the snow that morning and from which he would escape only if Barnabas carried him. However, he kept such worries at bay for the present. He was also comforted by the fact that Barnabas said nothing. If they walked in silence, then possibly for Barnabas, too, simply walking on was in itself the purpose of their being together. On they walked, but Kay did not know where they were going, he recognized nothing, he was not even aware whether they had passed the church yet. The effort that the mere act of walking cost him made him incapable of controlling his thoughts. Instead of staying trained on the object, they became confused. His home kept cropping up, and memories of it filled his mind. There too a church stood in the main square, partially surrounded by an old cemetery and the cemetery by a high wall. Only very few boys had climbed that wall, Kay himself had never yet managed to do so. It was not curiosity that drove them to it, the cemetery held no secrets for them anymore, they had often got in through its small iron gate, all they wanted was to conquer the smooth high wall. One morning, the silent, empty square was flooded with light. When had Kay ever seen it like that, before or since? He managed it with surprising ease, at a spot where he had often been turned back before, carrying a little flag between his teeth, he scaled the wall first go. Rubble was still clattering down beneath him when suddenly he was on top. He stuck the flag in, the wind pulled the material taut, he looked down and all around, even back over his shoulder at the crosses sinking into the earth. No one, just then, in that place, was taller than him. The schoolmaster happened along at that point, forced Kay down with an angry look. Kay hurt his knee landing. It was an effort getting home, but he had been up on the wall. The feeling of that triumph seemed to him then to offer support for a long life, which had not been entirely silly because now, many years on, there in the snowy night on Barnabas's arm, it came to his aid. He held on tighter. Barnabas was almost dragging him along. The silence was uninterrupted. Of their route, all Kay knew was that, judging from the state of the road, they had not so far turned up any side streets. He swore to let no difficulty in the journey or indeed concern about the return journey deter him from pressing on. No doubt his strength would suffice to enable him, ultimately, to be dragged on. And the journey could not be endless, surely? In daylight the castle had lain before him like an easy target, and the messenger was bound to know the shortest route. Abruptly, Barnabas halted. Where were they? Was this the end of the road? Would Barnabas be taking leave of Kay? He would never succeed. Kay clung to Barnabas's arm, almost hurting himself. Or had the impossible happened and they were already in the castle or at its gates? Yet so far as Kay was aware, they had done no climbing. Or had Barnabas brought him by a route that climbed so imperceptibly? "Where are we?" Kay asked quietly, more to himself than to him. "Home," Barnabas said as quietly. "Home? But mind you don't slip now, sir. It's downhill here." "Downhill?" "Just a couple of steps," he added, then he was knocking at a door. A girl opened it. They were standing on the threshold of a large room in near darkness, with only a tiny oil lamp hung above a table in the background to the left. "Who's this with you, Barnabas?" asked the girl. "The land surveyor," he said. "The land surveyor," the girl repeated more loudly in the direction of the table. At this, two old people rose to their feet there, a man and a woman, as did another girl. They greeted Kay. Barnabas introduced him to everyone. The people were his parents and his sisters Olga and Amalia. Kay hardly glanced at them. His wet coat was taken from him to be dried by the fire. Kay did not resist. They were not both at home, then. Only Barnabas was at home. But why were they here? Kay took Barnabas aside and said, "Why have you come home? Or do you actually live in the castle precincts?" "In the castle precincts?" Barnabas repeated as if not understanding Kay. "Barnabas," said Kay, "you meant, surely, to go from the inn to the castle." "No, sir," said Barnabas, "I meant to go home. I only go to the castle first thing. I never sleep there." "I see," said Kay, "you weren't intending to go to the castle, only here." His smile seemed fainter, he himself less prepossessing. "Why didn't you tell me?" "You didn't ask me, sir," said Barnabas. "You simply wanted to give me further instructions, but neither in the lounge nor in your room, so I thought you could give me the instructions here at my parents' house, undisturbed. They'll all leave at once if you order them to. You could even, if you prefer it here, spend the night with us." "Did I do something wrong?" Kay was unable to reply. So it had been a misunderstanding, an ordinary, petty misunderstanding, and Kay had surrendered to it utterly. Had let himself be charmed by Barnabas's tight-fitting shiny silk jacket, which the latter now unbuttoned to reveal a coarse, dirty gray, heavily mended shirt, covering the powerful square chest of a farmhand. And everything around not only matched but actually surpassed this, the old gouty father making progress more with the aid of his groping hands than with the slow shuffle of stiff legs, the mother with her hands folded over her bosom, so stout she could take only the tiniest steps. They had both, father and mother, been advancing on Kay from their corner since his entry into the room and had not nearly reached him yet. The sisters, both blonde, resembling each other in Barnabas, but with harder features than Barnabas, big strong wenches, stood around the new arrival, expecting some sort of greeting from Kay, but there was nothing he could say. He had thought everyone here in the village mattered to him, and so they did, presumably. It was just that these people were of no concern to him whatsoever. Had he been in a fit state to make the journey to the inn on his own, he would have left immediately. The chance of going to the castle with Barnabas first thing did not tempt him at all. It was now, at night, unobserved, that he had wanted to penetrate the castle, guided by Barnabas, but by Barnabas as he had appeared to him previously, a man to whom he felt closer than to anyone he had met here up to now, and of whom he had at the same time believed that he had intimate links with the castle, far beyond his apparent rank. However, with the son of this family, to which he belonged utterly and with which he was already sitting at table, with a man who, significantly, was not even allowed to sleep in the castle, marching into the castle in broad daylight on the arm of such a man was out of the question, was a ludicrously hopeless undertaking. Kay sat down on a window seat, determined to spend the night there, too, and not take advantage of any other service offered by the family. The villagers who sent him away or were afraid of him seemed to him less dangerous, because basically they were only throwing him back on himself, helping him to keep his strength together, but such ostensible helpers, who led him not to the castle but with something of a masquerade to their family home, they were a distraction, whether intentionally or otherwise, they were working to ruin his strength. A shouted invitation from the family table he ignored completely, head lowered, he stayed where he was. Then Olga, the gentler of the sisters, she even showed a trace of girlish embarrassment, stood up, came over to Kay, and asked him to sit at table. Bread and ham were already set out, she said, and she was just off to fetch beer. Where from? Kay asked. From the inn, she said. Delighted to hear this, Kay asked her not to fetch beer but to accompany him to the inn. He had some important jobs still to do there. However, it turned out she was not going that far, not to his inn but to another, much nearer one, the Count's Arms. Kay still asked if he could accompany her, thinking there might be a chance of a bed there. Whatever it was like, he would have preferred it to the best bed in that house. Olga did not answer immediately. She turned and looked towards the table. There her brother, already on his feet, nodded readily and said, "If it's what the gentleman wants." This agreement might almost have persuaded Kay to withdraw his request. Nothing of value could be agreed to by Barnabas. However, when the question was discussed as to whether Kay would be allowed into the inn and they all expressed doubts, he did most urgently insist on going along, though without bothering to invent an intelligible reason for his request. The family must accept him as he was. He felt no shame in their presence, so to speak. The only one who confused him slightly in this respect was Amalia with her serious, level, imperturbable, possibly also rather stolid gaze. On the short journey to the inn, Kate had taken Olga's arm and was drawn along by her. He could not help it, almost as he had been earlier by her brother. He learned that this inn was actually reserved for gentlemen from the castle, who when they had things to do in the village ate there and sometimes even spent the night there. Olga spoke quietly, almost intimately to Kay. It was pleasant, walking with her, much as it had been with her brother. Kay fought the feeling of well-being, but it persisted. The inn was very similar in appearance to the inn where Kay was staying. Probably there were no very great external differences in the village, but small differences were noticeable immediately. The front steps had a banister, a splendid lantern was fixed above the door. As they entered, a piece of fabric flapped above their heads. It was a flag in the Count's colors. In the hallway they were met immediately by the landlord. He was clearly on a tour of inspection. His small eyes searchingly or sleepily took in Kay as he passed, and he said, "The land surveyor's allowed as far as the bar only." "Of course," said Olga, sticking up for Kay immediately. "He's with me, that's all." Kay, however, ungratefully removed his arm from Olga's and took the landlord aside. Meanwhile Olga waited patiently at the end of the hallway. "I should like to spend the night here," said Kay. "That's not possible, I'm afraid," said the landlord. "You seem to be unaware that this place is for the exclusive use of gentlemen from the castle." "That may be what the rules say," Kay countered, "but surely it must be possible for you to let me sleep in a corner somewhere." "I should be delighted to oblige you," said the landlord, "but even apart from the stringency of the rules, which you speak of as a stranger would, it is also not feasible because the gentlemen are extremely sensitive. I'm convinced they could never, at least not without warning, stand the sight of a stranger. So if I did let you spend the night here and by some accident, and accidents are always in the gentleman's favor, you were discovered, not only should I be lost but so would you." It sounds absurd, but it's true. This tall, tightly buttoned-up fellow who stood with one hand braced against the wall, the other on his hip, legs crossed, stooping slightly towards Kay, addressing him confidentially, seemed almost not to belong to the village anymore, even if his dark suit did simply look like a peasant's Sunday best. "I quite believe you," said Kay, "and I certainly don't underrate the importance of the rules, either, even if I did express myself carelessly. There's just one thing I'd like to draw to your attention. I have valuable contacts in the castle and shall have even more valuable ones. They will guard you against any danger that might arise out of my spending the night here and be your guarantee of my ability to give adequate thanks for a small favor." "Yes, I know," said the landlord, repeating, "I do know that." Kay could of course have put his request more forcefully, but this reply from the landlord distracted him, so he simply inquired, "Do many gentlemen from the castle spend the night here?" "In that respect today's a good day," the landlord said almost enticingly, "only one gentleman has stayed." Kay was still incapable of insisting, also he now had hopes of having almost been accepted, and he merely asked the gentleman's name. "Clam," the landlord let fall as he turned to his wife, who came rustling up and curiously worn and old-fashioned. They were full of ruches and pleats, but still fine-looking town clothes. She asked the landlord to come. The chief clerk wanted something. Before he went, however, the landlord turned to Kay again as if the decision about staying the night was no longer for him but for Kay to make. But Kay was beyond speech. The fact that his own superior was here perplexed him. Without knowing quite why, he did not feel as free where Clam was concerned as he did with regard to the rest of the castle. To have Clam catch him here would not, for Kay, have meant the kind of alarm the landlord had been talking about, but it would certainly have been an embarrassing inconvenience, rather as if he had thoughtlessly pained someone to whom he owed a debt of gratitude, though it depressed him very much to find that the dreaded consequences of subordinacy, of being a worker, clearly showed in such misgivings, and that not even here, where they were so much in evidence, was he able to overcome them. So he just stood, biting his lips and saying nothing. One more time, before he vanished through a door, the landlord looked back at Kay. Kay watched him go, not stirring until Olga came and pulled him away. "What did you want from the landlord?" Olga asked. "I wanted to stay the night here," said Kay. "But you're staying the night with us," said Olga, astonished. "Yes, of course," said Kay, and let her make of his words what she would. 3. Frida. In the bar, a large room quite empty in the center, several peasants sat around the walls, at and on barrels, but they looked different from the people at Kay's Inn. These were more neatly and uniformly dressed in coarse cloth of a grayish yellow, the jackets full, the trousers tight-fitting. They were small men, very like one another at first glance, with flat, bony, but still round-cheeked faces. All were quiet and moved little, only their eyes tracking the people who had just come in, though slowly and without interest. Nevertheless, because there were so many of them and because they were so quiet, they had a certain effect on Kay. He took Olga's arm again as a way of explaining to them why he was there. Over in one corner a man stood up, someone who knew Olga, and made as if to approach her, but with his arm in hers Kay steered her in a different direction. No one else could have been aware of it. She acquiesced with a smiling sideways glance. The beer was dispensed by a girl named Frida. An insignificant little fair-haired girl with mournful features and pinched cheeks, but with a striking look in her eye, a look of unusual superiority. When that look fell on Kay, he had the feeling it had already dealt with matters concerning him, matters of whose existence he himself knew nothing as yet, but of whose existence the look convinced him. Kay continued to gaze at Frida from the side, even after she had started talking to Olga. Friends they clearly were not, Olga and Frida, exchanging only a few cool words. Kay wished to help, so asked abruptly, "Do you know Mr. Clam?" Olga laughed out loud. Why do you laugh? Kay asked crossly. I'm not laughing, she said, but went on doing so. Olga is still a very childish little girl, Kay said, leaning right over the counter in order to draw Frida's look firmly back to himself. She, though, kept her eyes lowered, saying softly, Do you want to see Mr. Clam? Kay asked if he might. She pointed at a door immediately to her left. There's a little spy hole here you can look through. And the people here? Asked Kay, pursing her underlip. She drew Kay towards the door with a hand that felt unusually soft. The little hole, which had clearly been drilled for observation purposes, gave him a view of almost the whole of the next room. At a desk in the center of the room, seated in a comfortable round-backed easy chair, starkly lit by an electric light bulb dangling in front of him, was Mr. Clam. A fat, big-bodied man of medium height. The face was still smooth, but the cheeks already sagged slightly with the weight of age. The dark mustache was drawn out wide. A pince-nez, worn askew, reflected the light and so hid the eyes. Had Mr. Clam been sitting up at the desk, Kay would have seen only his profile, but since Clam was turned well towards him, he was seeing the man full face. Clam had his left elbow on the desk, his right hand, holding a cigar, rested on one knee. On the desk stood a beer glass. The desk had a high rim, so Kay could not quite make out whether there were any papers lying there, but he had the impression it was empty. To make sure, he asked Frida to look through the hole and tell him what she saw. She had been in the room only recently, however, and could confirm at once that no papers lay there. Kay asked Frida if he should move away now, but she said he could go on looking for as long as he liked. Kay was alone with Frida now because Olga, as he swiftly ascertained, had got together with her friend after all and was sitting up on a barrel, kicking her legs. Frida, Kay said in a whisper, Do you know Mr. Clam very well? Oh yes, she said, very well. She leaned towards Kay and playfully rearranged what Kay now noticed, for the first time, was a lightweight, low-cut, cream-colored blouse, which lay against her poor body as if it did not belong there. Then she said, Don't you remember Olga laughing? I know, the naughty girl, said Kay. Well, she said in a placatory tone, she had reason to laugh. You'd asked if I knew Clam, and in fact here she involuntarily straightened up a little, and again her triumphant look, quite unconnected with what she was talking about, passed over Kay. In fact, I'm his mistress. Clam's mistress, said Kay. She nodded. In that case, said Kay, with a smile, to prevent things from becoming too serious between them, in my eyes you're a most estimable person. Not just in your eyes, said Frida in a friendly enough way, though without responding to his smile. Kay had a remedy against her arrogance and he used it, asking, Have you ever been in the castle? It did not work, though, because she answered, No, but isn't it enough that I'm here in the bar? Her ambition was clearly crazed, and she seemed to have decided to use Kay to feed it. Certainly, said Kay, I mean, here in the bar you're doing the landlord's job. That's right, she said, and I started as a milkmaid at the Bridge Inn. With those delicate hands? Kay half-asked, himself unaware whether this was mere flattery or whether he really had been captivated by the girl. Her hands were in fact small and delicate, though they might equally have been described as weak and uninteresting. No one noticed them at the time, she said, and even now Kay looked at her inquiringly. She shook her head and would not go on. Of course, said Kay, you have your secrets and are not going to discuss them with someone you've known for half an hour and who has not yet had a chance to tell you how things really stand with him. As it turned out, this was an inappropriate remark. It was as if he had woken Frida from a drowse that had been to his advantage, She took a piece of wood from the leather bag that hung from her belt, used it to plug the peephole, and said to Kay, visibly making an effort to conceal her change of mood, "As far as you're concerned, I know all there is to know. You're the land surveyor," adding, "Now I must get on," and she moved to her place behind the counter as several people rose to have her refill their empty glasses. Wanting another chance to speak to her unobtrusively, Kay took an empty glass from a rack and went up to her. "Just one more thing, Miss Frida," he said. "It's most unusual and requires exceptional strength to work one's way up from milkmaid to barmaid, but has such a person then reached the ultimate goal? The question is absurd. Your eyes, don't mock me, Miss Frida, say less about the past struggle, more about the one to come. But the resistance put up by the world is great, it grows greater, the greater the goals, and there is nothing shameful about securing the assistance even of a small, ineffective, but correspondingly combative man. Perhaps we could talk in peace sometime without so many eyes staring at us." "I don't know what you're after," she said, and this time her tone seemed to convey, against her will, not the victories in her life but the endless disappointments. "Are you trying to take me away from Clam, by any chance?" "Oh, good heavens," and she clapped her hands. "You've guessed it," said Kay, as if weary of so much mistrust. "That was precisely my most secret intention. You were to leave Clam and become my mistress. Now I can go." "Olga!" Kay shouted, "We're going home." Obediently, Olga slipped down from the barrel, though she did not immediately escape from the friends surrounding her. Just then Frida said quietly, with a threatening look at Kay, "When can I talk to you? Can I spend the night here?" Kay asked. "Yes," said Frida. "Can I stay now?" "You leave with Olga, let me get rid of the people here. Then in a little while you can come." "Fine," said Kay, and waited impatiently for Olga. But the peasants were not letting her go. They had contrived a dance of which Olga was the center of attention. They danced in a circle, and whenever they all shouted, one stepped up to Olga, grasped her firmly about the hips with one hand, and whirled her around several times. The circle moved faster and faster. The shouts, like groans of hunger, gradually merged almost into a single cry. Olga, who earlier had tried smilingly to break out of the circle, now simply went staggering from one to the next with her hair all undone. "That's the kind of people they send me," said Frida, biting her thin lips in anger. "Who are they?" asked Kay. "Clam's staff," said Frida. "He always brings this rabble with him, their presence destroys me." "Sir, I hardly know what I've been saying to you today. If it was anything bad, do please forgive me. The presence of these people is to blame. They're the most contemptible, most disgusting thing I know, and I have to fill their beer glasses. The times I've begged Clam to leave them at home, if I have to put up with other gentlemen's staffs, he at least could show me some consideration, but all my begging is wasted. An hour before he arrives they come storming in like cattle into a barn. Well, now they really can go in the barn, where they belong. If you were not here, I'd pull this door open and Clam would have to drive them out himself." "Can't he hear them, then?" asked Kay. "No," said Frida, "he's asleep." "What?" exclaimed Kay, "he's asleep?" "When I looked into the room he was still awake, he was sitting at his desk." "He always sits like that," said Frida. "Even when you saw him he was asleep. Would I have let you look in otherwise?" "That was his sleeping position. The gentlemen sleep a great deal, it's hard to know why. Come to think of it, if he didn't sleep so much, how could he stand these people? But that means I'll have to drive them out myself." She took a whip from the corner, and with a single, soaring, slightly unsteady leap, rather like the way a lamb leaps, she leapt towards the dancers. At first they turned to face her as if a fresh dancer had arrived, and for a moment it looked as if Frida meant to drop the whip, but then she raised it again. "In the name of Clam," she shouted, "into the barn, all of you into the barn." Now they could see it was serious. Showing a fear Kay found incomprehensible, they began to push towards the back of the room. Under the impact of the first of them, a door there opened, night air swirled in, they all vanished with Frida, who was clearly driving them across the yard into the barn. In the sudden hush that followed, Kate heard footsteps from the hallway. To give himself some protection, he leapt behind the counter, beneath which was the only possible hiding place. He was not banned from the bar, but since he wished to spend the night here he must avoid being seen at this stage. He therefore slid, when the door was actually opened, under the table. Being found there was also a risk, of course, though in that case a not implausible excuse would be that he had been hiding from the rampaging peasants. It was the landlord. "Frida!" He called and paced up and down the room a few times. Fortunately Frida soon arrived and made no mention of Kay. She only complained about the peasants, and in an attempt to find Kay, went round behind the counter. There Kay was able to touch her foot, and from then on he felt safe. Since Frida did not mention Kay, the landlord eventually had to do so himself. "And where is the land surveyor?" he asked. He was altogether a polite and, from his constant and relatively free dealings with vastly superior beings, very well-trained man, but with Frida he spoke in a particularly respectful manner. This was chiefly apparent in the way in which, while talking, he nevertheless remained an employer in conversation with an employee, and a very cheeky employee at that. "I'd forgotten all about the land surveyor," Frida said, placing her tiny foot on Kay's chest. "He'll have left ages ago." "I didn't see him, though," said the landlord, "and I was in the hallway nearly all the time." "Well, he's not here," Frida said coolly. "Perhaps he's hiding," said the landlord. "The impression I had of him is that he's capable of many things." "He wouldn't be as bold as that, surely," said Frida, pressing her foot harder down on Kay. There was a cheery independence about her that Kay had never noticed before. It broke through in a most unlikely fashion when suddenly, with a laugh and the words, "Maybe he's hiding under here," she ducked down towards Kay, gave him a quick kiss, and bounced back up to say sadly, "No, he's not here." But the landlord, too, gave cause for amazement when he said at this point, "It's very awkward for me, not knowing for certain whether he's gone. It's not just a question of Mr. Clam, it's a question of the rules. However, the rules apply to you, Miss Frida, as they do to me. The bar is your responsibility. I shall search the rest of the building. Good night. Sleep well." He could not have been out of the room before Frida had switched off the light and joined Kay under the counter. "Darling, oh my darling," she whispered, but without touching Kay. She lay on her back as if swooning with love and threw her arms wide. Doubtless time stretched eternal before her blissful love. She sighed more than sang some little ditty. Then she started up, Kate having remained lost in thought, and began to tug at him like a child. "Come, it's suffocating under here." They embraced, the little body burning in Kay's hands, in a state of oblivion from which Kay tried repeatedly yet vainly to extricate himself. They rolled several steps, thudding into Clam's door, then lay in the little puddles of beer and the rest of the rubbish covering the floor. Their hours passed, hours of breathing as one, hearts beating as one, hours in which Kay constantly had the feeling that he had lost his way or wandered farther into a strange land than anyone before him, a strange land where even the air held no trace of the air at home, where a man must suffocate from the strangeness yet into whose foolish enticements he could do nothing but plunge on, getting even more lost. So initially, at least, it caused him no alarm, but was like a reassuring dawn when from Clam's room a deep, commandingly indifferent voice summoned Frida. "Frida!" Kay said in Frida's ear, passing on the summons. Showing a truly innate submissiveness, Frida was about to leap to her feet but then remembered where she was, stretched, chuckled softly, and said, "Don't think I'm going, I'll never go to him." Kay wanted to counter this, wanted to urge her to go to Clam, began collecting together the remnants of her blouse, but he could not speak. He was too happy to be holding Frida, and too anxious as well, for it seemed to him that if Frida left him, everything he had would be leaving him. And as if Frida had drawn strength from Kay's assent, she clenched her fist, pounded on the door, and called out, "I'm with the land surveyor. I'm with the land surveyor." At this Clam fell silent. Kay, though, rose to a kneeling position beside Frida and looked around in the dim, pre-dawn light. What had happened? Where were his hopes? What could he expect of Frida now, with everything given away? Instead of advancing with the greatest care, in keeping with the magnitude of the enemy and the objective, he had spent the night romping in pools of beer, the smell of which was now overpowering. "What have you done?" he said aloud. "Now we're both lost." "No," said Frida, "I'm the only one who's lost, but I have won you." "Hush, be quiet. Look at those two laughing, though." "Who?" asked Kay, and he turned round. Sitting on the counter were his two assistants, somewhat bleary-eyed but cheerful, with the kind of cheerfulness that comes from loyally doing one's duty. "What are you doing here?" Kay exclaimed as if they were to blame for everything. He searched about him for the whip Frida had had the previous evening. "We had to come looking for you," said the assistants. "You didn't come down to us in the lounge, so we looked for you at Barnabas's place and finally found you here. We've been sitting here all night." "It's not an easy job, this." "I need you during the day, not at night," said Kay. "Be off with you." "It's day now," they said, not moving. And so it was. The doors to the yard were thrown open. The peasants and Olga, whom Kate had quite forgotten, came streaming in. Olga was as lively as she had been the night before, however untidy her clothes and hair. Right from the door her eyes searched for Kay. "Why did you not come home with me?" she said, almost in tears. "Because of that slut," she said then, repeating it several times. Frida, who had disappeared for a moment, came back with a small bundle of clothes. Olga stepped glumly aside. "We can go now," said Frida. She meant of course to the Bridge Inn. Kay, with Frida, behind them the assistants. Such was the procession, the peasants showing great contempt for Frida, understandably since she had kept them under strict control until then. One even took a stick and made as if to refuse to let her go until she had jumped over it, but a glance from her was sufficient to repulse him. Out in the snow, Kay breathed a sigh of relief. The joy of being outside was so great that it made the difficulty of the journey bearable this time. If Kay had been alone it would have been even easier. At the inn, he went straight to his room and lay down on the bed. Frida made a bed for herself on the floor beside him. The assistants had pushed their way in too, were driven out, but came back in through the window. Kay was too weary to drive them out again. The landlady came up especially to welcome Frida. Frida called her mummy. There was an incomprehensibly cordial welcome with kisses and prolonged hugging. There was not much quiet in the little room generally. Every now and then the maids too came crashing in wearing their men's boots to bring something or take something away. If they needed something from the bed, which was stuffed full of various items, they pulled it from beneath Kay, regardless. Frida greeted them as her own kind. Despite the upheaval, Kay stayed in bed all day and all night, with Frida providing small services for him. When at last he got up next morning, much refreshed, it was already the 4th day of his stay in the village. 4. First conversation with the landlady. He would have liked to speak to Frida in private, but the assistants, with whom in fact Frida even joked and laughed from time to time, prevented him from doing so simply by their obtrusive presence. Not that they were at all demanding, they had installed themselves on the floor in a corner, using 2 old dresses. It was their ambition, as they discussed with Frida from time to time, not to get in the land surveyor's way and to take up as little room as possible. To this end they tried various methods, always of course with much whispering and giggling. They crossed their arms and legs, they crouched down together, the 2 of them. At dawn and dusk all that could be seen in their corner was one big huddle. Nevertheless, daytime experiences had unfortunately shown that they were most attentive observers, always staring across at Kay, even if in what looked like childish play they used their hands as a telescope, say, and did other such silly things, or if they merely darted a glance across, appearing chiefly concerned with grooming their mustaches, which were very important to them and which they compared with each other countless times in terms of length and thickness and had Frida judge. Kay often, from his bed, watched the antics of the 3 of them with complete indifference. Now that he felt strong enough to get out of bed, they all rushed over to serve him. Not yet quite strong enough to be able to defend himself against their services, he could see that this made him dependent on them in some way, which might have dire consequences, but he had to let it happen. Nor was it at all unpleasant to sit at table drinking the good coffee that Frida had brought, warm himself at the stove that Frida had lit, have the assistants in their clumsy eagerness run downstairs and up again 10 or a dozen times to fetch water for him to wash in, soap, comb, and mirror, and eventually, Kate having voiced a quiet wish capable of being interpreted to that effect, a little glass of rum. In the middle of all this giving of orders and receiving of services, Kay said, more from contentment than with any expectation of success, "Off you go now, you 2, there's nothing I need for the moment and I'd like to talk to Miss Frida alone." And when he saw no actual resistance in their expressions he went on, by way of offering a reward, "The 3 of us will then go and see the mayor. Wait for me down in the lounge." Remarkably, they obeyed, merely putting in before they left, "We could have waited here," and Kay replied, "I know, but I don't want you to." However, Kay found it irritating, if in a way also welcome, when Frida, who as soon as the assistants had gone sat in his lap, said, "Darling, what have you got against the assistants? We need have no secrets from them. They're loyal." "Huh, loyal," Kay said, "they're forever lying in wait for me. It's pointless, but it's awful." "I think I know what you mean," she said, throwing her arms around his neck. She was about to say more but could not go on, and since the chair was right beside the bed they rolled over and fell on it. There they lay, though not as abandoned as they had been that night. She was in search of something and he was in search of something, enraged, pulling faces, burrowing into each other's breasts they searched, and their hugging and their heaving bodies brought them no oblivion but reminded them of their duty to search. The way dogs scratched desperately in the earth they scratched at each other, and in helpless disappointment, still pursuing final bliss, now and again swept their tongues over each other's faces. Only weariness quietened them and made them grateful to each other. The maids came up then, too. "Look at them lying there," one said, and compassionately threw a shawl over them. When, later, Kay freed himself from the shawl and looked around, there, it came as no surprise to him, were the assistants back in their corner, each exhorting the other, pointing at Kay, to be serious now, both of them giving salutes, but also the landlady, sitting beside the bed and knitting a sock, a tiny task that hardly suited her huge, almost room-darkening bulk. "I've been waiting for ages," she said, lifting her broad, much age-lined, but by and large still smooth, possibly once beautiful face. The words sounded like a reproach, one that was out of place since, after all, Kay had not asked her to come. So he merely acknowledged her words with a nod and sat up. Frida got up too but left Kay, and went and leaned against the landlady's chair. "Is there any chance, ma'am?" Kay said distractedly. of what you have to say to me being put off till I come back from the mayor's? I have an important appointment there. This is more important, sir, believe me, said the landlady. What's at issue there is probably just a job, but here it's a person. Frida, my very dear maid. I see, said Kay. All right, then, only I don't know why the matter is not left to the two of us. For reasons of love, reasons of concern, said the landlady, drawing Frida's head, which reached only to the seated landlady's shoulder, towards her. Since Frida trusts you so much, said Kay, I must too. And since Frida only recently referred to my assistance as loyal, well, we're all friends together. In which case, ma'am, I can tell you that I should think it best if Frida and I got married, and married soon. Sadly, very sadly, I shall not be able to make up to Frida what she has lost through me, namely her job at the Count's Arms and the friendship of Clam. Frida looked up, her eyes were full of tears, there was no trace of triumph in them. Why me? Why am I chosen in particular? What? Asked Kay and the landlady simultaneously. She's confused, poor child, the landlady said, confused by too much happiness and unhappiness coming together. Here, as if confirming these words, Frida fell on Kay, kissing him furiously as though no one else had been in the room, then sank weeping, still with her arms around him, down on her knees before him. As he stroked Frida's hair with both hands, Kay asked the landlady, You seem to agree with me? You are a man of honor, said the landlady. She too had tears in her voice, looked a little crumpled, and was breathing heavily, yet she still found the strength to say, Now we need only consider certain assurances you must give Frida, because however much I respect you, you're still a stranger, you have no references, your domestic circumstances are unknown here. So assurances are in order. You do see that, sir, don't you? After all, you stressed yourself how much Frida is losing through her association with you. Right, assurances, of course, said Kay. They'd best be given in the presence of the notary, presumably, though other agencies of the Count's may of course become involved. Incidentally, before the wedding there's something I simply have to do. I must speak to Clam. That's impossible, said Frida, rising slightly and pressing herself against Kay. What an idea! It's essential, said Kay. If I'm unable to arrange it, you'll have to. I can't, Kay, I can't, said Frida. Clam will never talk to you. How can you even think Clam is going to talk to you? And to you he would talk? Kay asked. No, said Frida, not to you, not to me, they're both sheer impossibilities. She turned to the landlady with outstretched arms. Oh ma'am, you see what he's asking? You're extraordinary, sir, said the landlady, and there was something alarming about the way she now sat more erect, legs apart, powerful knees thrust forward through the thin dress. You're asking for the impossible. Why is it impossible? Asked Kay. I'll explain, said the landlady in a tone of voice that suggested the explanation was not one last favor, as it were, but in fact the first punishment that she was handing out. I'll gladly explain that to you. All right, I don't belong to the castle and I'm only a woman and only a landlady here in an inn of the lowest class. It's not the lowest class but not far off it, so you may not attach much importance to my explanation, but I've kept my eyes open through life and come across a lot of people and borne the whole burden of the inn by myself, because my husband may be a good fellow but he's no innkeeper and responsibility is something he will never understand. For instance, you have only his negligence to thank. I was so tired that evening I could have collapsed, for the fact that you're here in the village, that you're sitting on this bed here in peace and comfort. What's that you say? Asked Kay, roused from a certain absent-mindedness more by curiosity than by annoyance. It's his negligence you have to thank, that's all, the landlady repeated in a loud voice, and she pointed a forefinger at Kay if Frida tried to calm her. "What's the matter with you?" the landlady said, swiftly pivoting her whole body. "The land surveyor asked me and I have to give him an answer. How else is he going to understand what to us is obvious, that Mr. Clam will never speak to him? What do I mean can never speak to him? Listen to me, sir. Mr. Clam is a gentleman from the castle, that in itself, quite apart from his position otherwise, signifies very high rank. But what are you, whose marriage permit we're so humbly applying for here? You're not from the castle, you're not from the village, you're nothing. Unfortunately, there's one thing you are, though, namely a stranger, an outsider, someone who's superfluous to requirements and in everybody's way, someone who's a constant source of trouble, on whose account the maids have to be moved out, someone whose intentions are unknown, someone who has seduced our dear little Frida and to whom she must unfortunately be given in marriage. Not that I'm basically reproaching you for any of this, you are what you are. I've seen too many things in my life not to be able to bear this sight as well. But imagine for a moment what you're asking, in fact. A man like Clam is supposed to speak to you. It pained me to hear that Frida had let you look through the peephole. She'd already, when she did that, been seduced by you. But tell me, how could you bear the sight of Clam? You needn't answer, I know, you bore it very easily. The fact is, you're quite incapable of seeing Clam properly. That's not arrogance on my part because neither am I capable of it myself. You want Clam to speak to you, but he doesn't even speak to people from the village, never has done, not even to someone from the village. It was Frida's greatest honor, one I shall be proud of till my dying day, that he used at least to call Frida's name and that she could speak to him as much as she wanted and was given the freedom of the peephole, but he never spoke to her, either. And the fact that he did occasionally call Frida need not in fact mean what one would like it to mean. He simply called the name Frida. Who knows what he had in mind? The fact that Frida naturally came running was her affair, and her being allowed without protest to go into him was due to Clam's kindness. But we cannot claim that he was calling her, not as such. Of course, even what used to be has now gone forever. Clam may go on calling the name Frida, it's possible, but she certainly won't be allowed to go into him anymore, not a girl who has associated with you. And there's just one thing, just one, that my poor brain can't understand, that a girl who was said to be Clam's mistress, I regard that, by the way, as a very exaggerated description, should let you even touch her. It certainly is strange, said Kay, and drew Frida, who promptly complied, if with head bowed, onto his lap, but it shows, I believe, that in other respects too, things aren't all quite as you think. For instance, you're certainly right when you say that compared with Clam I'm a nobody. And despite the fact that I'm now asking to speak to Clam and am not even dissuaded by your explanations, that's not to say that I am capable of bearing so much as the sight of Clam without a door between us, nor whether I shan't run from the room the moment he appears. However, such a fear, even if justified, is not in my view a reason for not risking the thing anyway. But if I do manage to stand up to him, there won't be any need for him to speak to me. I shall be satisfied with seeing the impression my words make on him, and if they make none or if he doesn't even hear them, I shall still have the benefit of having spoken freely in the presence of someone powerful. But surely you, ma'am, with your great knowledge of life and of people, and Frida, who only yesterday was Clam's lover, I see no reason for dropping the word, can easily create an opportunity for me to speak to Clam, if it's the only way possible then at the Count's Arms. Maybe he's still there today. It's not possible, said the landlady, and I can see that you lack the ability to understand that. But tell me, what do you want to speak to Clam about? About Frida, of course, said Kay. About Frida? Asked the landlady blankly, and she turned to Frida. Do you hear, Frida? it's about you that he wants to speak to Clam. Ah, ma'am, said Kay, you're such a shrewd woman, you inspire such respect, yet every trifle alarms you. Look, I want to speak to him about Frida, that's not so very dreadful, in fact it stands to reason. Because I'm sure you're wrong, too, if you think that from the instant I appeared Frida lost all importance for Clam. You underestimate him, if that's what you think. I quite realize it's presumptuous of me to try to put you right on this point, but I have to do it. I cannot have made any difference to Clam's relationship with Frida. Either no relationship to speak of existed, which is in fact what they're saying, the people who strip Frida of the title of mistress, in which case none exists today, or it did exist, in which case how could I, a nobody in Clam's eyes, as you rightly said, how could I have disrupted it? Those are the things one thinks in the first moment of alarm, but the slightest reflection will correct them. Anyway, let's ask Frida what she thinks. With a wandering, faraway look in her eyes, her cheek on Kay's chest, Frida said, it's as mother says, I'm sure, Clam wants nothing more to do with me. But not because you came along, darling, of course not, nothing like that could have upset him. No, I believe it is his doing that we found ourselves together under the counter there, oh blessed, not cursed, be that hour. If that is the case, Kay said slowly, for Frida's words were sweet, he closed his eyes for a second or two to allow them to sink in, if that is the case, there's even less reason to be afraid of a discussion with Clam. Quite honestly, said the landlady, looking down her nose at Kay, you remind me of my husband at times, you're as awkward and childish as he is. You've been here a couple of days and already you think you know it all better than folk who were born here, better than an old woman like me, better than Frida, who's seen and heard so much up at the Count's Arms. I'm not denying it's possible, sometimes, to achieve something even completely contrary to regulations and in defiance of tradition. I've not experienced anything of the kind myself, though there are said to be instances of it happening, that's as may be, but it certainly doesn't happen the way you're going about it, by constantly saying no, and not taking anyone's word for anything, ignoring even the best-intentioned advice. Do you think it's you I'm worried about? Did I take any notice of you, as long as you were alone? Despite the fact that it would have been a good thing if I had, and certain things might have been avoided? The only thing I said to my husband about you at the time was, keep away from him. I'd have been the same way today, had Frida not been drawn into your life as she has. It's her you have to thank, whether you like it or not, for my attention, even my consideration. And you can't simply brush me aside, because you have a heavy responsibility towards me as the only one who watches over little Frida with a mother's concern. It may be that Frida is right, and everything that's happened is the will of Clam, but Clam I know nothing about. Now, I shall never speak to him, he's utterly beyond my reach, whereas you're sitting here, claiming my Frida and, why should I hide the fact? Being kept by me. Yes, kept by me, because just you try, young man, if I turn you out of the house, to find a place to stay anywhere in the village, even in a dog kennel. Thank you, said Kay, those are frank words and I quite believe you. My position is that insecure, then, and with it Frida's too. No, the landlady interrupted angrily, Frida's position has nothing to do with yours in this respect. Frida is part of my household, and no one has the right to call her position here insecure. Fine, said Kay, I'll grant that too, particularly since for reasons unknown to me Frida seems too frightened of you to intervene. All right, let's stay with me for the time being. My position is highly insecure, you don't deny that, in fact you're making every effort to prove it. As with everything you say, this again is only very largely true, not completely. For instance, I know of a very good billet I can go to. Where? Where? Cried Frida and the landlady as near simultaneously and as eagerly as if their motives for asking had been the same. With Barnabas, said Kay. The rogues, cried the landlady, the cunning rogues. With Barnabas. Do you hear? And she turned towards the assistant's corner, but they had long since emerged from it and were standing arm in arm behind the landlady, who now, as if needing support, seized the hand of one of them. Do you hear where the gentleman has been hanging around, with Barnabas's family? Of course he'll find a billet there, if only he'd stayed there instead of at the Count's Arms. Where were you two, though? Madam, Kay told the landlady before the assistants replied, they're my assistants, yet you treat them as if they were your assistants but my keepers. In everything else, I'm prepared at least to discuss your opinions in a civil manner, not as regards my assistants, though, because in this area things are really too clear-cut. So I would ask you not to talk to my assistants, please, and if asking is not enough, then I forbid my assistants to answer you. So I mayn't talk to you, said the landlady to the assistants, and the three of them laughed, the landlady mockingly but much more gently than Kay had expected, the assistants in their usual suggestive and at the same time meaningless way, refusing all responsibility. Don't be cross, Frida said to Kay, you have to understand what it is that's upset us. If you like, it's all Barnabas's doing that we now belong to each other. When I saw you in the bar for the first time, you were coming in with your arm through Olga's. I knew something of you already, I admit, but by and large you didn't matter to me at all. Well, it wasn't just you that didn't matter to me, hardly anything did, hardly anything mattered. There was also a lot I was unhappy about at the time and much that used to irritate me, but what sort of unhappiness was it, what sort of irritation? For instance, a customer in the bar would insult me, they were always on at me, you saw the fellows there, but much worse ones than that used to come. Clam's staff were not the worst, so one of them insulted me. What was that to me? It felt as if it had happened years back, or as if it hadn't happened to me at all, or as if I'd only heard about it, or as if I personally had forgotten it already. I can't describe it, though, I can't even picture it to myself anymore, that's how much everything's changed since Clam left me. And Frida broke off her account, bowing her head in sorrow and holding her hands folded in her lap. There you are, cried the landlady, acting as if she was not speaking herself but simply lending Frida her voice. She also moved up till she was sitting right beside Frida. Look at the consequences of what you've done, sir, and let your assistants, whom I mayn't talk to, of course, let them look too, they'll learn something. You snatched Frida away from the most blissful circumstances she had ever known, and what enabled you to do so was mainly that Frida, in her childishly exaggerated compassion, couldn't stand seeing you on Olga's arm, looking as if you were at the mercy of Barnabas's family. She came to your rescue, sacrificing herself in the process. And now that it's happened and Frida has exchanged everything she had for the happiness of sitting on your knee, now you come along and play as your trump card the fact that you once had the opportunity to spend the night at Barnabas's place. I assume you're trying to show you're not dependent on me. Well, yes, if you really had spent the night at Barnabas's place, you'd be so independent of me that you'd have had to leave my house immediately, and I mean at the double. I don't know what Barnabas's family has done wrong, said Kay, as he carefully lifted an apparently lifeless Frida, slowly laid her on the bed, then stood up. You may be right there, but I was most certainly right when I asked you to leave our affairs, Frida's and mine, to us alone. You mentioned something about love and care at the time, but I've not noticed much of either since. It's been more hatred and contempt and banishment from the house. If what you were trying to do was to make Frida change her mind about me or me about Frida, it was cleverly enough done, but you will not, I think, succeed. and if you should succeed you will come, if you'll allow me a dark thread of my own, to regret it bitterly. As for the accommodation you're providing for me, you can only be referring to this loathsome hole. It is by no means certain that you're doing it of your own volition. It looks to me more like a ruling from the Count's office. I shall now inform the office that I have been given notice here, and if I am then assigned alternative accommodation you'll no doubt breathe a sigh of relief, but I shall breathe an even deeper one. And now I'm going to see the mayor about this and other matters. Please at least look after Frida, whom you've been treating pretty roughly with what you call your motherly words." He turned to the assistants. "Come," he said, took Clam's letter down from the hook, and moved to go. The landlady had been watching him in silence. His hand was already on the door handle when she said, "Sir, I've one more thing to say to you before you go. Because however you may talk and whatever insults you may wish to hurl at an old woman like me, you're still Frida's husband-to-be. The only reason I tell you this is that your ignorance regarding the way things are here is appalling. It makes one's head spin to listen to you and then mentally compare what you say and think with the actual situation. Such ignorance is not going to be remedied at a stroke, and maybe not at all. But much can be improved if you'll only believe me a little and bear your ignorance constantly in mind. You'll then immediately become fairer to me, for instance, and begin to form some idea of the shock I received, and the after effects of that shock are still with me, when I realized that my darling little girl had, so to speak, left the eagle to form an attachment with the slow worm, yet the actual relationship is worse than that, far worse. And I must constantly try to put it out of my mind, otherwise I couldn't speak a calm word to you." "Oh, now you're cross again." "No, don't go yet. Hear this one plea. Wherever you fetch up, always remember that you're the most ignorant person in the place and be careful. Here with us, where Frida's presence shields you from harm. By all means talk away to your heart's content. Here, for instance, you can show us how you mean to speak to Clam. But in reality, please don't do it." She stood up, a little unsteady in her agitation, went over to Kay, took his hand, and gave him a pleading look. "Madam," said Kay, "I fail to understand why for something like this you lower yourself to pleading with me. If, as you say, it's impossible for me to speak to Clam, then I shall not manage to do so whether I'm pleaded with or not. But if it is in fact possible, why shouldn't I, particularly since, with your main objection ceasing to apply, your other fears also become highly dubious? Of course I'm ignorant, that remains true at all events and is extremely distressing for me, but it does have the advantage that the ignorant man dares more, so I shall gladly put up with ignorance and its undoubtedly dire consequences for a while, as long as my strength lasts. In essence, though, those consequences affect only me, which is mainly why I fail to understand your request. For Frida, you'll of course go on caring forever, and if I disappear completely from Frida's sight that can only, in your terms, be a stroke of luck. So what are you afraid of? You're surely not afraid. To the ignorant, anything seems possible. Kay was already opening the door. You're surely not afraid for Clam? The landlady stared after him in silence as he ran down the stairs, the assistants behind him. 5. At the mayor's. The interview with the mayor, almost to Kay's own amazement, hardly worried him at all. He tried to explain this to himself by the fact that his previous experiences had shown official dealings with the Count's authorities to be, for him, very simple. This was on the one hand because, with regard to the handling of his affairs, clearly a firm and, on the face of it, so far as he was concerned, very favorable ground rule had been laid down once and for all, on the other because of the admirable uniformity of the organization, which particularly where it was not in evidence one suspected of being particularly complete. Kay came close, thinking at times about these things only, to finding his situation satisfactory, although he was always, following such bursts of contentment, quick to tell himself that that was just where the danger lay. Direct dealings with authorities were never too difficult because, however well organized those authorities were, they only ever had to defend remote, invisible matters on behalf of remote, invisible masters, whereas K was fighting for something of the most lively proximity, namely himself, and what is more, at least right at the beginning, doing so of his own volition since he was the aggressor. Nor was he the only one fighting on his behalf. Apparently other forces were too, forces unknown to him but in which the authorities' actions had made it possible for him to believe. However, by being so accommodating to K from the outset over less important matters, all that had been at issue up to now, the authorities were depriving him of the opportunity for small, easy victories, and with such opportunity also the attendant satisfaction and, arising out of it, well-founded confidence for further, greater struggles. The fact was, they were letting K, if only within the confines of the village, slip through wherever he wished, spoiling and undermining him in consequence, eliminating any kind of struggle here completely and shifting him instead into the non-official, wholly unclear, clouded, alien life sphere. In this way it might well, if he was not constantly on the alert, happen that one day, despite all the authorities' kindness and despite full discharge of all these exaggeratedly easy official obligations, deceived by the apparent goodwill being shown him, he conducted his other life so incautiously that he broke down in this place. An official authority, still gentle, still friendly, was compelled, almost against its will but in the name of some public ordinance he knew nothing about, to come and clear him out of the way. And in fact, what was it here, that other life? Nowhere before had K seen officialdom and life as interwoven as they were here, so interwoven that it sometimes even looked as if officialdom and life had changed places. What was the meaning, for example, of the hitherto purely formal power that Clam wielded over K.'s work, compared to the very real power Clam possessed in K.'s bedroom? It followed that it was only in direct dealings with the authorities that a slightly less cautious approach, a degree of relaxation were in order here, whereas otherwise great care was called for at all times, a quick glance about one prior to each step. Initially, K found his view of the authorities in this place very much confirmed at the mayor's. The mayor, a fat friendly Cleanshaven man, was sick, he had a bad attack of gout, and he received K in bed. "So this is our land surveyor," he said as he tried to rise in welcome, failed to manage it, and with an apologetic gesture towards his legs threw himself back against the pillows. A silent woman, almost a shadow in the dimness of the small windowed room, which curtains darkened even further, brought Kate a chair and set it beside the bed. "Sit down, sir, sit down," the mayor said, "and tell me what it is you want." Kay read out Clam's letter and added one or two remarks. Once again he had that sense of how extraordinarily easy it was, dealing with the authorities. They literally bore every burden, you could place everything on their shoulders, leaving yourself unaffected and free. As if the mayor felt this as well in his way, he turned awkwardly in bed. "Eventually," he said, "as you've realized, sir, I was aware of the whole thing. The reason why I've done nothing myself as yet is first my illness and second the fact that you've been so long in coming. I assumed you had dropped the matter. However, now that you've been good enough to call on me yourself, I must of course tell you the whole unpleasant truth. You've been taken on as a land surveyor, you say, but unfortunately we don't need a land surveyor. There'd be nothing for him to do here at all. The boundaries of our small farms are marked out, everything is properly registered, changes of title rarely occur, and we resolve minor boundary disputes ourselves. So what would we want with a land surveyor?" Kay was convinced, deep down, though without its having occurred to him before, that he had been expecting some such news. That explains why he was able to say immediately, "I'm very surprised to hear it." This upsets all my calculations. I can only hope there has been some misunderstanding. Unfortunately not, said the mayor, it's as I say. But how can it be, Kay exclaimed, I've not made this endless journey to be sent back again now. That's another matter, said the mayor, and not for me to decide, but what I can tell you is how the misunderstanding was possible. In an authority as large as the Count's, it can sometimes happen that one department arranges this, another that, neither is aware of the other, and although overall control is most precise, by its very nature it comes too late, so that a degree of confusion may arise nonetheless. It is only ever in the tiniest minutiae, of course, your case for example, I've never heard of a mistake being made in major matters, but the minutiae are often awkward enough. As regards your own case, I should like, without making any official secrets, I'm not civil servant enough for that, I'm a farmer and always will be, to tell you quite frankly what happened. A long time ago, I'd only been mayor for a few months then, an order arrived, I forget from which department, saying in the categorical fashion peculiar to the gentleman there that a land surveyor was to be appointed and the municipality was instructed to have in readiness all the plans and drawings required for the jobs he was to do. That order cannot have concerned you, of course, because this was many years ago and I shouldn't have recalled it were I not now indisposed and had time enough in bed to think about the silliest thing. Mizzy, he said, suddenly breaking off his account to address the woman, who was still flitting about the room in incomprehensible activity, look in that cupboard, would you, maybe you'll find the order. It's from my early days, you see, he explained to Kay, I still kept everything then. The woman promptly opened the cupboard, with Kay and the mayor watching. The cupboard was completely stuffed with documents, 2 large bundles of files rolled out as it was opened, they were bound up in cylinders the way kindling wood is often tied. The woman sprang to one side in alarm. At the bottom, it's probably down the bottom, said the mayor, directing the operation from the bed. Obediently, grasping armfuls of files, the women threw everything out of the cupboard to get at the documents underneath. Documents covered half the floor already. A lot of work was done, said the mayor, nodding, and that's just a small part. I kept the bulk of it in the barn, and the greater part has of course been lost. One can't hang on to everything. There's still a great deal in the barn, though. He turned back to his wife, shall you be able to find the order? You must look for a file with the words Land Surveyor underlined in blue. It's too dark here, said the woman, I'll fetch a candle, and stepping over the documents she left the room. My wife is a great help to me, said the mayor, in this onerous official work that is in fact all supposed to be done on a part-time basis, though for the written work I do have an aide, the schoolmaster, but it's still impossible to get everything done. There's always a lot left unattended to, I accumulate that in there, and he indicated another cupboard. And now that I'm ill, it's getting really out of hand, he said, lying back wearily but also with some pride. Could I not, Kay asked when the woman, having returned with the candle, was kneeling in front of the cupboard, looking for the order, help your wife in her search? The mayor shook his head with a smile. As I said, I have no official secrets from you, but letting you search the files yourself is really a bit further than I can go. It became quiet in the room now, the rustle of papers the only sound. The mayor may even have dozed a little. A faint knocking at the door made Kay turn. It was the assistants, of course. Still, they did have some manners, not barging straight into the room but first whispering through the slightly open door, it's too cold for us out here. Who's that? The mayor asked, starting up. It's only my assistants, said Kay, I don't know where to have them wait for me, it's too cold outside and in here they're a nuisance. They don't bother me, said the mayor pleasantly, let them come in. Anyway, I know them. Old friends. To me they're a nuisance, though, Kay said frankly, glancing from the assistants to the mayor and back to the assistants and finding all three smiles indistinguishably similar. But now that you're here, he went on tentatively, stay and help the mayor's wife there look for a file with the words Land Surveyor underlined in blue. The mayor made no objection. What Kay was not allowed to do, the assistants were, and they threw themselves on the documents immediately, but they rummaged in the piles more than searched, and when one was spelling out a text the other always snatched it from his hand. The woman, however, kneeling before the empty cupboard, appeared to have quite given up the search. At any rate the candle stood a long way from her. So the assistants, said the mayor with a self-satisfied smile, as if everything went back to his instructions but no one was capable of even suspecting as much, are a nuisance to you. But they are your own assistants. No, said Kay, coldly, they only attached themselves to me here. How attached themselves, he said, or assigned, you presumably mean. All right, were assigned to me, said Kay, but they might as well have fallen with the snow, it was done thoughtlessly. Nothing here happens without thought, said the mayor, he even forgot the pain in his foot and sat up straight. Nothing, said Kay, and what about my appointment? Your appointment too was thoroughly considered, said the mayor, it's just that minor details intervened confusingly, I shall prove it to you with the aid of the files. But the files won't be found, said Kay. Not be found, exclaimed the mayor. Mizzy, look a bit faster, please. For now, though, I can tell you the story even without the files. We replied to the order I mentioned by saying thank you, but we did not need a land surveyor. However, our reply appears not to have found its way back to the original department, I'll call it A, but to another department B by mistake. So Department A got no reply, but unfortunately nor did B receive our full reply. Whether the contents of the file never left here or whether they got lost on the way, certainly not in the department itself, I'll vouch for that. Anyway, all that arrived at Department B was a folder on which was marked simply that the accompanying but in reality unfortunately missing file concerned the appointment of a land surveyor. Meanwhile Department A was awaiting our reply. They did have some notes on the matter but, as happens with understandable frequency and quite admissibly, given the precision with which everything is dealt with, the head of department relied on our replying and his then either appointing the land surveyor or, if necessary, corresponding with us further on the subject. Consequently, he ignored the notes and the whole thing was forgotten so far as he was concerned. In Department B, however, the folder reached an official who was renowned for his conscientiousness, Sordini by name, an Italian. Even to an initiate like myself it is incomprehensible why a man of his abilities is left in almost the most subordinate position of all. Sordini, of course, sent the empty folder back to us for completion. However, many months if not years had passed by now since that initial letter from Department A, understandably so. Because when, as usually happens, a file follows the correct channel it reaches its department in a day at most and is dealt with that same day, but if it happens to go the wrong way, and such is the excellence of the organization, it has literally to seek out the wrong way with some zeal, otherwise it will not find it, then in that case, admittedly, it does take a very long time. So when we received Sordini's memorandum, we could only very vaguely recall the affair. There were only two of us doing the work then, Mizzy and myself. The schoolmaster had yet to be assigned to me. We kept copies only in the most important matters. In short, we were able to reply only very vaguely that we knew nothing about such an appointment and that there was no call for a land surveyor here. But, the mayor interrupted himself at this point, as if in the heat of narration he had gone too far, or as if it was at least possible he might have gone too far. Is the story not boring you? No, said Kay, I find it entertaining. At which the mayor, I'm not telling it for your entertainment. I'm entertained by it only in the sense, said K, that it gives me an insight into the ludicrous confusion that may possibly determine the existence of a human being. You've been given no insight as yet, the mayor said seriously, and there's more I can tell you. Our reply did not satisfy a man like Sordini, of course. I admire the man, even though he's a torment to me. He distrusts everyone, you see, even if, for example, he's met a person on countless occasions and come to know him as the most trustworthy of men. On the next occasion he'll distrust him as if he didn't know him at all, or rather as if he did know him for a scoundrel. I think that's right, an official has to act like that. Unfortunately my nature is such that I'm not able to follow that principle. I mean, you see how I treat you, a stranger, setting everything out frankly, I just can't help it. Sordini, though, immediately distrusted our reply. A substantial correspondence ensued. Sordini inquired why it had suddenly occurred to me that no land surveyor should be appointed. I replied with the help of Mizzy's exceptional memory that the initial suggestion had come from the authority itself. The fact that a different department had been involved was something we'd of course long since forgotten, Sordini countered. Why did I mention this official letter only now? I wrote back. Because I had only now remembered it, Sordini, that was most remarkable. It was not at all remarkable in so long drawn out an affair, Sordini. Yes, it was remarkable, because the letter I had remembered did not exist. Of course it did not exist. The whole file had been lost, Sordini, but there ought to be a note about that first letter and there was none. At that point I wavered, not daring either to assert or to believe that a mistake had occurred in Sordini's department. You, sir, are perhaps mentally reproaching Sordini. You feel that regard for my assertion should at least have prompted him to make appropriate inquiries with other departments. But that is just what he'd have been wrong to do. I want no stigma to attach to this man, even if only in your thoughts. It is an operating principle of the authority that no allowance is made for possibilities of error. The principle is justified by the excellent organization all round, and it is necessary if extreme swiftness of execution is to be achieved. Sordini could therefore not make any inquiries with other departments. In any case those departments would have given him no answer because they would have spotted immediately that what was being investigated was a possibility of error. Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt you with a question, said K, did you not earlier mention a control authority? I mean, the organization as you describe it is such that one feels sick at the thought that there might be no overall supervision. You're very severe, said the mayor, yet multiply your severity 1,000-fold and it will still be nothing compared to the severity that the authority applies to itself. Only a complete outsider could ask your question. Are there control authorities? There are nothing but control authorities. Of course, their purpose is not to uncover errors in the ordinary meaning of the word, since errors do not occur, and even when an error does in fact occur, as in your case, who can say conclusively that it is an error? That would be something entirely new, exclaimed K. To me it is something very old, said the mayor. Not so very differently from yourself, I am convinced that an error occurred and Sordini became extremely ill as a result of his despair at that fact, and the first control bureaus, which we have to thank for discovering the source of the error, also acknowledge the error here. But who is to say that the second control bureaus will form the same judgment and then the third and subsequently the others? That's as may be, said K. I'd really rather not get involved in such considerations just yet. Also, this is the first I've heard of these control bureaus and naturally I don't understand them as yet. It's just that I think two things need to be distinguished here. First, what goes on inside the offices and is then capable of this or that official interpretation, and second, my actual person. I who stand outside the offices and am threatened by the offices with an interference so nonsensical that I am still unable to believe in the seriousness of the danger. With regard to the first, what you tell me, sir, with such amazing and extraordinary expertise, is doubtless true, only I should like subsequently to hear something about myself as well. I'm coming to that, said the mayor, but you'd not be able to understand it if I did not say certain other things first. Even my mentioning the control bureaus at this point was premature. So I'll go back to the differences of opinion with Sordini. As I was saying, my opposition gradually decreased. But once Sordini has got hold of the slightest advantage against somebody, victory is already his, because now his attention, energy, presence of mind are enhanced, and for the person under attack he is a dreadful sight, for the enemies of the person under attack a splendid sight. It is only from having had this latter experience too in other cases that I am able to talk about him the way I do. Incidentally, I have never yet managed to set eyes on him. He isn't able to come down here, he's too overwhelmed with work. His room has been described to me as having all its walls covered with columns consisting of great bundles of files stacked one on top of another. Those are just the files Sordini's currently working on, and since files are forever being pulled out of bundles and pushed back in, and it is all done in a tremendous hurry, the columns are forever collapsing. In fact, this continual crashing sound, repeated at rapid intervals, has come to characterize Sordini's office. You see, Sordini is a worker and devotes to the smallest case the same care as he does to the biggest. Sir, said Kay, you constantly refer to my case as one of the smallest, yet it has meant a great deal of work for a large number of officials, and while at first it may have been very small, the zeal of officials of Mr. Sordini's stamp has in fact made it a major case. Unfortunately so, and very much against my will, because my ambition is not to give rise to and bring crashing down great stacks of files concerning me, but to work away quietly at a small drawing board as a humble land surveyor. No, said the mayor, it is not a major case, you have no grounds for complaint in that respect, it is one of the smallest of small cases. The amount of work does not determine the standing of the case, you're still a long way from understanding the authority if that's what you believe. But even if it were a question of the amount of work, your case would be one of the least. The ordinary cases, meaning the ones without so-called errors, give much more work and of course also work of a far more productive kind. Anyway, you still have no idea of the actual work your case has caused. That's what I want to tell you about now. At first, then, Sordini left me out of it, but his officials came. Every day there were minuted hearings involving respected counselors at the Count's Arms. Most of them stood by me, only a few became suspicious. The question of land surveying is one that concerns a peasant farmer. They scented secret agreements and injustices of some kind. What is more, they found a leader in Sordini was inevitably persuaded by their statements that, if I had brought the matter up in council, not everyone would have been against appointing a land surveyor. In this way a self-evident truth, namely that no land surveyor is required, was rendered doubtful to say the least. Someone who stood out particularly in all this was a man called Brunswick. You probably don't know him. He's not necessarily a bad man but stupid and over-imaginative. He's a brother-in-law of Leisman. The tanner asked Kay, and he described the bearded man he had seen at Leisman's house. Yes, that's him, said the mayor. I know his wife, too, said Kay, slightly at random. That's possible, said the mayor and fell silent. She's lovely, said Kay, but a bit pale and not in good health. She's from the castle, presumably. This was said half as a question. The mayor looked at the clock, poured some medicine into a spoon, and gulped it down. I suppose all you know in the castle are the offices? Kay asked abruptly. Yes, said the mayor with an ironic but none the less grateful smile, they are also the most important part. And so far as Brunswick is concerned, if we could ban him from the council, nearly all of us would be happy, not least Leisman. But Brunswick gained a certain influence at the time, not that he's a speaker, more of a heckler, but even that's enough for some. That's how it came about that I was forced to bring the matter before the council, which incidentally was Brunswick's only success at first, because of course the vast majority of the council did not want to have anything to do with a land surveyor. Even that is years ago now, but the whole time the matter has not been allowed to rest, partly through the conscientiousness of Sordini, who tried by means of the most painstaking inquiries to probe the motives both of the majority and of the opposition, partly through the stupidity and ambition of Brunswick, who has various personal contacts with the authorities, which he activated with ever-fresh figments of his imagination. Sordini, though, refused to let Brunswick deceive him. How could Brunswick deceive Sordini? However, precisely in order to avoid such deception fresh inquiries were necessary, and before these were complete Brunswick had already dreamed up something new. He's very nimble-minded, you see, it's part of his stupidity. And at this point I must mention a peculiar feature of our official machinery. In keeping with its precision, it is also extremely sensitive. When a matter has been under consideration for a very long time, it can happen, even without the considerations having been completed, that suddenly, with the speed of lightning, at an unforeseeable and subsequently also untraceable point a settlement emerges that concludes the affair usually quite properly, I grant you, but none the less arbitrarily for that. It's as if the official machinery, no longer tolerating the tension, the years of irritation resulting from the same perhaps in itself insignificant affair, had taken the decision spontaneously without the aid of the officials. No miracle has occurred, of course, and certainly some official or other will have put the settlement in writing or taken an unwritten decision, but anyhow it's not possible, at least from our end, from here, indeed even from the top, to find out which official decided in this case and on what grounds. Only the control bureaus find that out, much later, but we no longer hear about it. Anyway, it's unlikely to interest anyone by then. As I was saying, these decisions in particular are for the most part excellent. The only disturbing thing about them is that, the way things usually work out, people hear about them too late, so that in the meantime an affair that has long since been decided still forms the subject of heated discussion. I don't know whether such a decision has been made in your case. A number of things suggest it has, a number suggest not, but if it had, the summons would have been sent to you and you would have made the long journey to come here, much time would have passed in the process, and meanwhile here Sordini would still have worked to the point of exhaustion and Brunswick have intrigued over the same matter, and I should have been pestered by both. This possibility I merely hint at, but what I do know for certain is this. In the meantime a control bureau discovered that Department A had sent the municipality a formal request concerning a land surveyor many years ago without a reply having yet been received. An inquiry was recently sent to me, and of course the whole matter was then cleared up. Department A was satisfied with my answer that no land surveyor was needed and Sordini was compelled to admit that he had not had competence in this case and, quite blamelessly of course, had done so much unnecessary and soul-destroying work. Had not fresh work, as ever, come crowding in from all sides and had your case not, as it happens, been only a very small one, almost, it might be said, the smallest of the small, we should no doubt all have breathed a sigh of relief, even Sordini himself, I should think, only Brunswick grumbled, but that was simply absurd. So imagine my disappointment, sir, when now, after a happy end to the whole affair, and again much time has passed, even since then, you suddenly appear and it looks very much as if the business is about to start all over again. You will surely understand that, so far as it's up to me, I'm quite determined not to let that happen? Of course, said Kay, But I understand even more clearly that an appalling abuse is being perpetrated here against myself, possibly even against the laws. I shall know, as regards myself, how to combat this." "How?" asked the mayor. "That I can't give away," said Kay. "I don't wish to impose," said the mayor. "I'll just give you one thing to think about, that in me you have, I won't say a friend, since we're total strangers, but a business associate, so to speak. I'll not let you be taken on as a land surveyor, I won't allow that, but otherwise you can always turn to me with confidence, within the limits of my power, of course, which is not enormous." "You speak repeatedly," said Kay, "of my needing to be taken on as a land surveyor, but I have already been taken on. Here is Clam's letter." "Clam's letter," said the mayor, "is valuable and commands respect because of Clam's signature, which appears to be genuine, but otherwise, no, I don't dare express myself on the subject on my own." "Mizzy," he called, and then, "whatever are you all doing?" The assistants and Mizzy, unobserved for so long, had clearly not found the file they were looking for. They had then tried to shut everything back in the cupboard, but because of the untidy profusion of files had been unable to do so. It was probably this that had given the assistants the idea they were now putting into execution. They had laid the cupboard on the floor, stuffed all the files inside, had then sat themselves, with Mizzy, on the cupboard doors, and were now trying gradually to press them down. "So the file has not been found," said the mayor. "Pity, but you already know the story. We don't really need the file anymore. Anyway, I'm sure it won't be found. It's probably with the schoolmaster. A great many files are still with him. But bring the candle over here now, Mizzy, and read this letter with me." Mizzy came, looking even grayer and less prepossessing than before as she sat on the edge of the bed and pressed up against this powerful man, so brimming with life, who had placed an arm round her. Only her small face now stood out in the candlelight, its clear, severe lines softened only by the effects of age. No sooner had she glanced at the letter than she lightly clasped her hands together. "From Clam," she said. They then both read the letter, whispered together for a moment, and eventually, as the assistants shouted hurrah, having pushed the cupboard doors to at last, and Mizzy looked across at them in silent gratitude, the mayor said, "Mizzy shares my view entirely, and I suppose I now dare voice it. This letter is not an official missive at all but a private letter. That much is clear simply from the from of address, dear sir. Nor is there a single word in it to say that you have been taken on as a land surveyor. Instead it merely talks in general terms about his lordship's service, and even that is not stated definitely. You are simply admitted as you know. In other words, the burden of proof that you have been taken on is upon you. Finally, you are being referred, for official purposes, exclusively to me, the mayor, as your immediate superior, who is to give you all the details, which to a great extent has already occurred. For someone who knows how to read official missives and by extension reads non-official letters even better, the whole thing is all too obvious. That as an outsider you fail to see that, does not surprise me. Altogether, the letter means simply that Clam intends to take a personal interest in you in the event of your being admitted to his lordship's service." "Sir," said Kay, "you interpret the letter so thoroughly that in the end nothing is left of it but the signature on a blank sheet of paper. Don't you see how your doing so disparages Clam's name, which you claim to respect?" "That is a misunderstanding," said the mayor. "I don't underestimate the significance of the letter. I'm not belittling it with my interpretation, on the contrary. A private letter from Clam clearly has a lot more significance than an official missive. It's just that it does not have the significance you attach to it." "Do you know Schwartzer?" asked Kay. "No," said the mayor. "How about you, Mizzy?" "Likewise." "No, we don't know him." That's odd, said Kay, he's the son of an under-governor. My dear man, said the mayor, how am I supposed to know all the sons of all the under-governors? Right, said Kay, then you must take my word for it that he is. I and this Schwarzer had an unpleasant scene the day I arrived. He then telephoned an under-governor by the name of Fritz to inquire, and he was told I'd been taken on as land surveyor. How do you explain that, Mr. Mayor? Very easily, said the mayor, you have never yet come properly into contact with our authorities. All these contacts are merely apparent, but you with your ignorance of the circumstances regard them as real. As for the telephone, look, here, and I certainly do have dealings with the authorities, there is no telephone. In bars and the like it may provide a useful service, much as a music box does, no more than that. Tell me, have you ever telephoned here? Then you'll perhaps understand what I'm saying. In the castle, the telephone clearly works very well indeed. I'm told that people are constantly telephoning there, which of course greatly speeds up the work. We hear this constant telephoning on our telephones here as hissing and singing. You'll have heard it yourself, I'm sure. But, you see, that hissing and that singing are the only real and reliable things that the telephones here tell us, everything else is illusory. There is no specific telephone connection with the castle, no exchange that puts our calls through. When you call someone in the castle from here, it rings on all the telephones in the lowest departments there, or rather it would ring on all of them were it not for the fact, which I know for certain, that on nearly all of them the bell is switched off. Every so often, though, an overtired official feels the need for a little distraction, particularly in the evening or at night, and switches the bell on, then we get an answer, except it's just a joke. And that's very understandable, after all. Who has any right to ring in about his private little troubles in the middle of the most important jobs, which are invariably being done in a tearing hurry? Nor do I understand how even an outsider can think that, when he calls Sordini, for instance, it really is Sordini that answers. It's much more likely to be a minor clerk in quite another department. On the other hand, it may happen in a lucky moment that, when you call the minor clerk, Sordini himself replies. Of course, it's better than to run away from the telephone before you hear the first ring. That's not the way I saw it, though, said Kay. I had no means of knowing these details, but I did not have a lot of confidence in those telephone conversations and was aware all the time that real significance attaches only to what one learns or achieves actually in the castle. No, said the mayor, seizing on the words, real significance attaches to these telephone replies, certainly, how could it not? How should a piece of information provided by an official from the castle be without significance? It's as I was saying in connection with Clam's letter. All these statements have no official significance. If you attribute official significance to them, you are making a mistake. On the other hand, their private significance in terms of friendliness or hostility is very great, usually greater than any official significance could ever be. All right, said Kay, assuming that is how things are, I have many good friends in the castle. Strictly speaking, the idea of that department many years ago that a land surveyor might one day be sent for was already an act of friendship towards me, and after that, one followed another, except that I was then lured here to a bad end and am now under threat of being thrown out. There's an element of truth in your view, said the mayor. You are right in thinking that castle statements cannot be taken entirely literally. However, caution is necessary everywhere, not just here, and the more so, the more important the statement concerned. But what you go on to say about being lured here makes no sense to me at all. Had you been following my explanations more closely, you'd surely be aware that the question of your being summoned here is much too difficult for us to be able to answer here in the course of one short conversation. So the end result, said Kay, is that everything is very unclear and insoluble, right down to my being thrown out. Who do you suppose would dare to throw you out, sir, said the mayor. The very unclarity of the previous questions guarantees you the most courteous treatment, only you seem to be oversensitive. No one is keeping you here, but that doesn't mean you're being thrown out. But Mr. Mayor, said Kay, now it's you again, seeing some things all too clearly. I shall tell you something of what is keeping me here, the sacrifice I made to get away from home, the long hard journey, the legitimate hopes I had as a result of being taken on here, my total lack of assets, the impossibility of my now finding another suitable job back home, and last but not least my intended, who was a local girl. Ah, Frida, said the mayor without any surprise, I know. But Frida would follow you everywhere. As to the rest, of course, certain considerations are in fact necessary here and I shall be reporting to the castle on the subject. If a decision should arrive or if it should become necessary to interrogate you again first, I shall send for you. Is that all right with you? No, not at all, said Kay. I want no favors from the castle, I want my rights. Mizzy, said the mayor to his wife, who still sat pressed against him and was playing dreamily with Clam's letter, which she had fashioned into a little boat. Kay now took this from her in alarm. Mizzy, my leg is starting to hurt very badly again, we must renew the poultice. Kay rose. In that case, I'll take my leave, he said. Yes, said Mizzy, who was already preparing an ointment, there's also an awful draught. Kay turned. The assistants, with their invariably inopportune zeal, had already, the moment Kay spoke, opened both leaves of the door. Kay was unable, if he wished to preserve the sick room from the cold that was driving in, to give the mayor more than a cursory bow. He then ran, pulling the assistants with him, out of the room and quickly shut the door. 6. Second conversation with the landlady. The landlord was waiting for him outside the inn. Unasked, he would not have dared to speak, so Kay asked him what he wanted. Have you found somewhere else to live yet? The landlord asked, looking at the ground. You're asking because your wife told you to, said Kay. You're very dependent on her, aren't you? No, said the landlord, I'm not asking because she told me to. But she's very nervous and unhappy because of you, can't work, lies in bed sighing and complaining the whole time. Shall I go to her? Asked Kay. Please do, said the landlord. I meant to fetch you from the mayor's, listened at the door there but you were talking, I didn't want to butt in, also I was concerned about my wife, came running back here, she wouldn't let me in though, so I'd no alternative but to wait for you. Come on, then, said Kay, I'll soon calm her down. Let's hope you can, said the landlord. They passed through the bright kitchen, where 3 or 4 maids, a long way apart, literally stiffened in what they happened to be doing at sight of. Kay, even in the kitchen, the landlady could be heard sighing. She lay in a windowless area partitioned off from the kitchen by a thin wooden wall. There was room in it only for a large double bed and a wardrobe. The bed was positioned in such a way that from it the whole kitchen could be seen and the work supervised. From the kitchen, however, very little could be seen in the partition area. It was very dark in there, only the red and white bedclothes made a faint gleam. It was not until you were inside and your eyes had accommodated that you could distinguish details. You've come at last, said the landlady feebly. She lay prostrate, breathing was clearly a problem for her, she had thrown the quilt back. She looked much younger in bed than in her clothes, but a delicate little lace nightcap that she wore, despite the fact that it was too small and sat unsteadily on her coiffure, made the sunkenness of her face pitiful. How was I supposed to come? Said Kay, gently, you didn't send for me. You shouldn't have made me wait so long, said the landlady with the obstinacy of the sick. Sit down, she said, indicating the edge of the bed. You others go away, though. In addition to the assistants, the maids had meanwhile come crowding in as well. Shall I leave too, Gardina? Said the landlord. This was the first time Kay had heard the woman's name. Of course, she said slowly, and as if preoccupied with other thoughts she added absent-mindedly, why should you stay, of all people? But once they had all retreated into the kitchen, this time even the assistants promptly did as they were told. Granted they were after one of the maids, Gardina was in fact alert enough to realize that every word spoken in here could be heard from the kitchen, the partition having no door, so she ordered them all to leave the kitchen too. This they did immediately. Sir, please, Gardina said then, there's a shawl hanging in the front of the wardrobe, pass it to me, I want to put it over myself, I can't stand the quilt, I have such difficulty breathing. And when Kay had brought her the shawl, she said, Look, isn't this a lovely shawl? To Kay, it seemed an ordinary woolen shawl. He felt it once again, purely to oblige, but said nothing. Yes, it's a lovely shawl, Gardina said, and wrapped herself up. She lay there peacefully now, all suffering apparently taken from her. Indeed, she even thought about her hair, ruffled from her lying in bed. She sat up for a moment and made some small improvements to her coiffure around the lace cap. She had luxuriant hair. Kay, growing impatient, said, You wanted to know, ma'am, whether I had somewhere else to live yet. I wanted to know, said the landlady. No, that's not right. Your husband has just asked me. I quite believe it, said the landlady, we've had a row. When I didn't want you here, he kept you here. Now that I'm glad you live here, he's driving you away. He's always doing that sort of thing. Does that, said Kay, mean you've changed your mind about me so much? In an hour or two? I've not changed my mind, said the landlady, her voice weaker again. Give me your hand. There. And now promise me to be completely honest. I want to be completely honest with you, too. Fine, said Kay, but who's going to start? I am, said the landlady, giving the impression not that she was seeking to meet Kay halfway but that she was eager to speak first. She pulled a photograph out from beneath the pillow and handed it to Kay. Look at this picture, she pleaded. To see it better, Kay stepped into the kitchen, but even there it was not easy to make out anything in the picture, because it was faded with age, badly cracked, creased, and blotchy. It's not in very good condition, said Kay. Sadly not, said the landlady. When one carries a thing around constantly for years, that's what happens. But if you look at it closely, sir, you'll make everything out, I'm quite sure. I can help you, anyway, tell me what you see. I adore hearing about the picture. What do you see? A young man, said Kay. Right, said the landlady, and what is he doing? He's lying on a board, I think, stretching his limbs and yawning. The landlady laughed. That's quite wrong, she said. But here's the board and here he is, lying, Kay insisted. Look more closely, said the landlady, annoyed. Is he really lying? No, Kay now said. He's not lying, he's in the air and I can see now. It's not a board, it's probably a rope and the young man is doing the high jump. There you are, said the landlady, pleased. He's jumping, that's how the official messengers practice. I knew you'd see it. Can you make his face out, too? I can see very little of the face, said Kay. He's clearly making a great effort. His mouth is open, his eyes screwed up, and his hair streaming. Very good, the landlady said appreciatively. That's all someone who's not seen him in person could make out. But he was a handsome young man. I only glimpsed him once, and I'll never forget him." "So who was he?" asked. He, said the landlady, was the messenger Clam had summoned me to him the first time. K was prevented from listening closely by a distracting rattle of glass. He located the cause of the disturbance immediately. The assistants were standing outside in the courtyard, hopping from one foot to the other in the snow. They acted as if they were pleased to see K again, delightedly pointing him out to each other and tapping constantly on the kitchen window as they did so. At a threatening gesture from K, they stopped at once, attempted to push each other back, but one promptly eluded the other, and in no time they were both back at the window. K hurried behind the partition, where the assistants could not see him from outside and he need not see them. But the faint, almost pleading rattle of the window pane continued to haunt him for a long time even there. The assistants again, he told the landlady by way of excusing himself, and pointed outside. She, however, took no notice of him. She had taken the picture from him, looked at it, smoothed it out, and pushed it back under the pillow. Her movements had become slower, not from weariness but under the weight of memory. She had wanted to tell K a story, and in the telling had forgotten about him. She played with the fringe of her shawl. A moment passed before she looked up, drew a hand over her eyes, and said, "This shawl is from Clam, too. And the cap. The picture, the shawl, and the cap, they're the three mementos I have of him. I'm not young like Frida, I'm not as ambitious as she is, nor as sensitive. She's very sensitive. What I mean is, I'm able to resign myself to life. But one thing I must say, without these three things I shouldn't have lasted so long here. In fact, I probably shouldn't have lasted a day here. These three mementos may not seem much to you, but Frida, you see, who was going with Clam for so long, has no mementos at all. I've asked her. She's too infatuated as well as too demanding, whereas I, who was with Clam only 3 times, after that he stopped sending for me, I don't know why, brought away these mementos as if sensing how short my time would be. You have to attend to it yourself, of course. Clam will volunteer nothing, but if you see something suitable lying around there you can ask for it." K felt uncomfortable, hearing these stories, however much they concerned him too. "How long ago was all this?" he asked with a sigh. "Over 20 years, said the landlady, "well over 20 years. "So that's how long women stay faithful to Clam," said K. "But are you also aware, ma'am, that with confessions like this you give me serious cause for concern when I think of my own forthcoming marriage?" The landlady felt it was improper for K to seek to butt in here with his own affairs, and she gave him a furious sideways glance. "Don't be angry, ma'am," said K. "I'm not saying a word against Clam, but through force of circumstances I've entered into a certain relationship with Clam. Not even Clam's greatest admirer could deny that. So, it follows that at every mention of Clam I must also think of myself. There's no altering that. And anyway, ma'am," here Kay grasped her hesitant hand, "think how badly our last conversation turned out and how this time we want to part in peace." "You're right," said the landlady, bending her head, "but don't be hard on me. I'm not more sensitive than other people, quite the contrary. Everyone has sensitive spots, I have just this one. Unfortunately, at the same time it is also mine," said Kay, "though I shall certainly control myself. But will you now explain to me, ma'am, how I am to bear, in marriage, this appalling faithfulness toward Clam, always assuming Frida resembles you in this?" "Appalling faithfulness," the landlady echoed angrily. "Do you call that faithfulness? I'm faithful to my husband, but Clam? Clam once made me his mistress, can I ever lose that rank? And how are you to bear it with Frida, you say? Sir, who are you to dare ask such a thing? "Madam," said Kay, in warning. "I know," said the landlady meekly, "but my husband never asked such questions." "I don't know whom to call more unhappy, me then or Frida now." Frida, who deliberately left Clam, or myself, whom he stopped sending for. Possibly Frida, in fact, even if she seems not altogether to realize it as yet. But my thoughts were more exclusively dominated by my unhappiness at the time, because I had constantly to ask myself and basically have never stopped asking myself, even now, why did it happen? 3 times Clam sent for you and a 4th time not, never again, there was no 4th time. What was more on my mind back then? What else was I to talk about with my husband, whom I married soon afterwards? During the day we had no time. We had taken over this inn in a pitiful state and had to try to bring it up to scratch, but at night? For years, our nightly talks centered only on Clam and the reasons for his change of heart. And if my husband fell asleep during these conversations, I woke him and we went on talking. "I shall now," said Kay, "if I may, ask a very rude question." The landlady was silent. "I may and ask, then," said Kay, "that'll do me too." "Of course it will," said the landlady, "that especially. You misinterpret everything, even silence. You can't help it, you see. Yes, you may ask your question." "If I misinterpret everything," said Kay, "maybe I'm also misinterpreting my question. Maybe it isn't so rude. I merely wanted to know how you met your husband and how this inn came into your possession." The landlady frowned but said composedly, "It's a very simple story. My father was a blacksmith and Hans, now my husband, who was groom to a big farmer, came to my father from time to time. This was after the last meeting with Clam. I was very unhappy and shouldn't really have been so, since everything had been done quite properly and my no longer being permitted to go to Clam was Clam's own decision, in other words quite proper, only the reasons were obscure, thus it was all right for me to probe but I shouldn't have been unhappy, I was, though, and couldn't do any work and used to sit in our front garden all day. Hans saw me there, came and sat beside me sometimes. I didn't complain to him, but he knew what was up, and being a generous young man he wept with me occasionally. And when the then innkeeper, whose wife had died and who therefore had to give up the business, he was also an old man by that time, when he passed our garden one day and saw us sitting there, he stopped and offered us a lease on the inn there and then. He said he trusted us, so wanted no money in advance and charged very little for the lease. I didn't wish to become a burden on my father, I didn't care about anything else, and so, thinking of the inn and the chance that a new job might bring some oblivion, I gave Hans my hand. That's the story. There was silence for a moment, then Kay said, "The innkeeper's behavior was handsome but rash, or did he have particular grounds for his confidence in you both?" "He knew Hans well," said the landlady, "he was Hans's uncle." "Then presumably," said Kay, "Hans's family set great store by the connection with you?" "Possibly," said the landlady, "I don't know, I never bothered about that." "But they must have done," said Kay, "if the family was prepared to make such sacrifices and simply hand the inn over to you with no security." "It wasn't rash, as things transpired," said the landlady. "I threw myself into the work. I was a strong girl, the blacksmith's daughter. I needed neither maid nor manservant. I was everywhere, in the bar, in the kitchen, in the stables, in the yard. I cooked so well I even took custom away from the Count's arms. You've not been in the lounge at lunchtime yet. You don't know our lunchtime customers. There used to be even more of them. A lot have trickled away since then. And as a result, not only did we manage to keep up the lease, after a few years we were able to buy outright, and today the inn is virtually free of debt. Also as a result, of course, I ruined my health in the process, began to have heart trouble, and am now an old woman. You think, perhaps, that I'm much older than Hans, but in fact he's only 2 or 3 years younger, and anyway he'll never grow old, because doing the job he does, smoking a pipe, listening to the customers, then knocking out the pipe and occasionally fetching a beer, doing that job, you don't grow old. What you've achieved is admirable, said Kay, no doubt about it, but we were talking about the days before your marriage, and at that time it would have been remarkable, would it not, if at some financial cost to themselves, or at least while assuming so big a risk as handing over the inn? Hans's family had urged marriage with no other hope than your capacity for work, of which nothing was known as yet, and Hans's capacity for work, which they must surely have known then, was non-existent. All right, said the landlady wearily, but you see, I know what you're getting at and how wide you are of the mark. Clam had nothing whatever to do with any of this. Why should he have provided for me, or rather, how could he have provided for me? He knew nothing else about me. His no longer sending for me was a sign that he'd forgotten me. A person he stops sending for, he forgets all about. I didn't want to mention that in front of Frida. But it's not just forgetting, it's more than that. A person you've forgotten, you can always get to know again. With Clam, that's not possible. A person he stops sending for, he has utterly forgotten, not only so far as the past is concerned but literally for all future time as well. If I make a big effort, I can in fact think myself into your thoughts that make no sense here but may have their validity in the foreign parts you come from. Possibly, your presumption extends to the mad belief that Clam had given me a man like Hans for a husband precisely in order that I should have little to hinder my coming to him if he did ever summon me in future. That really is as far as even madness can go. Where's the husband who could stop me running to Clam, if Clam gives me a sign? Nonsense, utter nonsense, it's asking for confusion, toying with such nonsense. No, said Kay, we don't want to confuse ourselves. I'd got nothing like so far in my thinking as you suppose, though to tell the truth I was on the way there. For the present, though, I was merely surprised that the relatives had such high hopes of the marriage and that those hopes were in fact fulfilled, if at the cost of your heart, your health. The idea of a connection between these circumstances and Clam did in fact occur to me in the process, but not quite with the coarseness you used to describe it, clearly for the sole purpose of being able to have another go at me, because it's something you enjoy doing. Well, good luck to you. However, what I was thinking was this: firstly, Clam is clearly the reason for the marriage. But for Clam you'd not have been unhappy, not have sat idle in your front garden, but for Clam Hans would not have seen you there, but for your sadness the shy. Hans would never have dared to talk to you, but for Clam you would never have been found in tears with Hans, but for Clam the kindly old uncle innkeeper would never have seen Hans and you sitting there peacefully together, but for Clam you would not have been indifferent to life, so would not have married Hans. I should have thought there was plenty of Clam, just in all that. But that's not the whole story. Had you not been trying to forget, you would surely not have worked with such disregard of self and improved the inn so much. In other words, Clam again. But quite apart from that, Clam is also the cause of your illness, because even before your marriage your heart had been worn out by unrequited passion. That leaves only the question of what so tempted Hans's relatives about the marriage. You once mentioned yourself that being Clam's mistress means an irrevocable increase in status, so maybe that was what tempted them. But also, I think, the hope that the lucky star that had led you to Clam, assuming it was a lucky star, but you insist it was, belonged to you and would therefore be bound to stay with you and not, say, abandon you as swiftly and suddenly as Clam had. Are you serious about all this? Asked the landlady. I'm serious, Kay said quickly, only I think that Hans's relatives were neither entirely right nor entirely wrong in their hopes, and I also think I see the mistake they were making. Outwardly it all seems a success. Hans is well looked after, has a splendid wife, commands respect, the inn is out of debt. In reality, though, it is not a complete success. With a simple girl whose first great love he'd been, he would certainly have known far greater happiness, if, as you reproach him for, he sometimes stands in the bar looking lost, it's because he actually feels lost, without being unhappy about it. Certainly, I do know him that well, but what is equally certain is that this handsome, intelligent young man would have grown happier, by which I mean at the same time more independent, more industrious, more manly, with another woman. Nor, surely, are you happy yourself, as you were saying, but for the 3 mementos you had no wish to go on living, plus you have a heart condition. So were the relatives wrong in their hopes? I think not. You'd been blessed all right, they just didn't know how to take advantage of the fact. So what did they not do? Asked the landlady. She was now lying flat on her back, staring up at the ceiling. Inquire of Clam, said Kay. Which brings us back to you, said the landlady. Or to you, said Kay, our affairs overlap. So what is it you want with Clam, said the landlady. She had sat up, plumped up the pillows to enable her to lean against them in a sitting position, and was looking Kay full in the eye. I've told you frankly about my case, from which you might have learned a thing or two. Now you tell me as frankly what it is you want to ask Clam. I had trouble persuading Frida to go up to her room and stay there. I was afraid you wouldn't speak frankly enough in her presence. I have nothing to hide, said Kay. First, though, there's something I want to draw your attention to. Clam forgets immediately, you said. For one thing, that seems to me highly unlikely, but for another it can't be proved. It's clearly no more than a story, thought up by the girlish minds of those who happened to be in favor with Clam at the time. I'm surprised you believe so trite a fancy. It's no story, said the landlady, it's drawn from common experience. So can be refuted by fresh experience, said Kay, but there's another difference, too, between your case and Frida's. It didn't, so to speak, ever happen that Clam stopped summoning Frida. He summoned her all right, but she didn't go. He may even still be waiting for her. The landlady was silent, merely looking Kay up and down attentively. Then she said, I shall listen calmly to everything you have to say. Speak frankly rather than spare my feelings. Just one request. Don't use Clam's name. Refer to him as him or whatever, but not by name. Fine, said Kay, but what I want from him is hard to say. To begin with, I want to see him close to, then I want to hear his voice, then I want to know from him how he feels about our marriage. What I may then ask of him will depend on the course the discussion takes. Lots of things may come up, but the most important thing from my standpoint is that I shall be in his presence. You see, I haven't yet spoken directly to a single genuine official. It seems to be harder to achieve than I thought. However, it's my duty to speak to him as a private individual, and as I see it, that is far easier to accomplish. As an official, I can talk to him only in his quite possibly inaccessible office, in the castle, or, questionably, in the Count's Arms, but as a private individual, anywhere in the building, on the street, wherever I succeed in bumping into him. That I shall then, incidentally, have the officer before me too, is something I shall be glad to accept, but it's not my main goal. All right, said the landlady, pressing her face into the pillows as if she was saying something indecent. If through my contacts I manage to get your request for a discussion passed up to Clam, promise me that until the reply comes back down you'll do nothing on your own initiative." "I can't promise that," said Kay, "much as I'd like to meet your request or gratify your whim. The matter's urgent, you see, particularly after the unfavorable outcome of my meeting with the mayor." "That objection doesn't apply," said the landlady. "The mayor is someone entirely without consequence. Didn't you realize? He couldn't keep his job for a day if it weren't for his wife, who runs everything." "Mizzy?" Kay asked. The landlady nodded. "She was there," said Kay. "Did she say anything?" asked the landlady. "No," said Kay, "but nor did I have the impression she could have done." "I see," said the landlady. "Well, that's how wrongly you view everything here. Anyway, whatever action the mayor has taken concerning you is unimportant, and I'll be talking to the wife sometime. And if I also promise you that Clam's response will be here in a week at most, you presumably have no further reason not to let me have my way." "None of that makes any difference," said Kay. "My decision stands and I should seek to implement it even if a negative response came back. But if that's my intention from the outset, I can't put in a request for a discussion first. What without the request is perhaps a bold experiment, though one made in good faith, would after a negative response be open insubordination. That would be far worse, of course." "Worse," said the landlady. "It's insubordination either way. Just do as you wish. Pass me my dress." Disregarding Kay, she pulled the dress on and hurried into the kitchen. For some time now, noise had been audible from the lounge. Someone had knocked at the little window. The assistants had pushed it open once and called through that they were hungry. Other faces too had appeared there subsequently. Singing could even be heard, quiet but involving a number of voices. Kay's conversation with the landlady had of course seriously delayed the cooking of lunch. It was not yet ready, but the customers were assembled, though none had ventured to enter the kitchen against the landlady's orders. However, now that the watchers at the little window reported that the landlady was coming, the maids ran into the kitchen immediately, and as Kay entered the lounge the surprisingly large crowd, more than 20 persons, men and women, provincial in their dress, certainly, but not rustic, not like peasants, were flocking from the little window, where they had been gathered, over to the tables in order to secure themselves places. Only one little table in a corner had a couple already sitting at it with several children. The man, a cheerful-looking, blue-eyed gentleman with disheveled gray hair and a beard, was on his feet, bending over the children in beating time with a knife to their singing, which he kept trying to mute. Possibly he was using the song to try to make them forget their hunger. The landlady apologized to the company with a few carelessly uttered words. No one reproached her. She looked around for the landlord, but he had presumably long since fled from the difficulty of the situation. She then moved slowly into the kitchen. Kay, who was hurrying to his room to see Frida, she ignored completely. 7. The Schoolmaster. Upstairs Kay met the schoolmaster. Fortunately, the room was scarcely recognizable, so busy had Frida been. It was well aired, the stove generously stoked, the floor washed, the bed tidied, the maids' things, odious trash, their pictures included, had gone. The table, which had previously, no matter which way you turned, literally stared after you with its filth-encrusted surface, was covered with a white crocheted cloth. They could now receive visitors. Kay's small store of underwear, which Frida had clearly washed that morning and hung by the stove to dry, was hardly in the way. The schoolmaster and Frida were sitting at table. They stood up as Kay came in. Frida greeted Kay with a kiss. The schoolmaster gave a small bow. K, his mind elsewhere and still restless from the conversation with the landlady, started to apologize for not having managed to call on the schoolmaster as yet. It was as if he assumed that the schoolmaster, impatient at K's non-appearance, had decided to make the call himself. However, the schoolmaster in his measured way seemed only now slowly to recall that some sort of visit had once been agreed between himself and K. Indeed, Mr. Land Surveyor, he said slowly, you're the stranger I spoke to in Church Square a couple of days ago. Yes, K. said curtly, what in his desolate state he had tolerated at the time, he did not have to put up with here in his room. He turned to Frida and conferred with her regarding an important call he had to make immediately and for which he must look as smart as possible. Frida immediately, without quizzing K further, called to the assistants, who were busy examining the new tablecloth, and told them to give K's clothes and boots, which she began removing at once, a good clean down in the yard. She herself took a shirt from the line and ran downstairs to the kitchen to iron it. K was now alone with the schoolmaster, who again sat in silence at the table. He left him waiting a while longer, took off his shirt, and began to wash in the wash basin. Only now, with his back to the schoolmaster, did he ask him why he had come. I bring a message from the mayor, he said. K was prepared to listen to the message. However, since K's words were hard to make out through the splashing, the schoolmaster had to come closer and leant against the wall beside K. K apologized for his washing and his agitation on the ground of the urgency of the call he planned to make. The schoolmaster disregarded this, saying, you were rude to the mayor, who was an elderly, experienced, deserving, and venerable man. I wasn't aware of having been rude, K said as he dried himself, but it's true I had other things to think about than good behavior, because what was at stake was my livelihood, under threat from a humiliating official system, the details of which I need not set out for you since you are an active arm of that authority yourself. Did the mayor complain about me? Whom should he have complained to, said the schoolmaster, and even if he did have someone, would he ever complain? I merely drafted a small minute about your discussion from his dictation and learned sufficient from that about the mayor's kindness and the style of your replies. As K searched for his comb, which Frida must have tidied away somewhere, he said, what did you say? A minute? Drafted in my absence, after the event, by someone who was not even at the discussion. That's not bad. And why a minute, anyway? Was it official business? No, said the schoolmaster, semi-official. The minute too was only semi-official. It was made only because with us there has to be strict order in everything. Anyway, there it is, and it does you no honor. K, who had finally found the comb, it had slipped into the bed, said more calmly, all right, there it is. Is that what you came to tell me? No, said the schoolmaster, but I'm not an automaton and I had to tell you what I thought. The message I bring is, on the contrary, yet further proof of the mayor's kindness. I stress, such kindness is incomprehensible to me, and I execute this commission only under the constraint of my office and out of admiration for the mayor. K, washed and combed, was now sitting at the table waiting for his shirt and suit. He felt little curiosity regarding what the schoolmaster had brought him. He was also under the influence of the landlady's low opinion of the mayor. It's gone noon, presumably, he asked, his mind on the journey in prospect. Then he corrected himself and said, you had a message for me from the mayor. Well, yes, said the schoolmaster with a shrug, as if shaking off any responsibility of his own. The mayor is afraid that, if the decision regarding your case is too long in coming, you will do something rash on your own initiative. I don't myself know why he's afraid of that. In my view, your best course would be to do what you want. We're not your guardian angels and have no obligation to go running after you down every avenue you take. Still, The mayor thinks otherwise. The decision itself, which is a matter for the Count's authorities, he's of course not in a position to expedite. However, within his sphere of influence he does want to make what is a truly generous interim decision. It's purely up to you whether you accept it. He's offering you a temporary position as school caretaker. What he was being offered made little immediate impression on Kay, but the fact that he was being offered something seemed to him not without significance. It suggested that in the mayor's view he was capable, in his own defense, of doing things of a kind that, so far as the municipality was concerned, safeguarding itself against them even justified a certain amount of expense. Also, how seriously the matter was being taken. The schoolmaster, who had already been waiting here for a while and before that had drafted the minute, must have been sent round here by the mayor very urgently. When the schoolmaster saw he had succeeded in making Kay think, he went on, I made my objections. I pointed out that no school caretaker had been needed hitherto. The sexton's wife tidies up from time to time, and Miss Giza, the schoolmistress, supervises. I have enough trouble with the children. I don't want to be getting cross with a caretaker too. The mayor replied that it was in fact very dirty in the school. I responded truthfully that it was not too bad. And, I added, will things be any better if we do make the man caretaker? They most certainly will not. Apart from the fact that he knows nothing about such work, all the school has are 2 large classrooms, with no side rooms. Consequently the caretaker and his family will have to use one of the classrooms to live in, sleep in, possibly even cook in, which will of course hardly enhance cleanliness. However, the mayor pointed out that this job was a lifeline in distress for you and you would therefore make every effort to do it well. The mayor also thought that with you we also gain the energies of your wife and your assistants, so that not only the school but also the school grounds can in future be kept in exemplary shape. I rebutted all that with ease. Eventually the mayor, unable to say anything more in your favor, laughed and said simply that as a land surveyor you'd be able to draw the beds in the school garden especially nice and straight. Well, there's no answer to jesting, so I left to bring you the message. You needn't worry, sir, said Kay, I've no intention of taking the job. Excellent, said the schoolmaster, excellent, you unreservedly turn it down, and he took his hat, bowed, and left. Immediately afterwards Frida came upstairs, her face haggard, the shirt unirond in her hand. She refused to answer questions. To distract her, Kay told her about the schoolmaster and the offer. The instant she heard it she threw the shirt on the bed and ran out again. She soon returned, but with the schoolmaster, who looked annoyed and did not even offer a greeting. Frida asked him to be patient for a moment. She had clearly done this several times already on the way here, then pulled Kay through a side door he had not even known existed into the adjacent roof space, and there at last, flustered and breathless, told him what had happened to her. The landlady, furious at having lowered herself in Kay's presence to confessions and, even more irritatingly, to compliance with regard to a discussion between Clam and Kay, and at having achieved nothing thereby but, as she said, cold and furthermore insincere rejection, was evidently determined no longer to tolerate Kay in her house. If he had contacts with the castle, let him make use of them and let him be quick about it, because this very day, this very hour he must quit the house, and only at the direct command of the authorities and under duress would she have him back. But she hoped it would not come to that, because she too had contacts with the castle and would know how to bring them to bear. In any case, he had only got into the inn as a result of the landlord's carelessness, nor was he in any distress because only this morning he had been boasting about other accommodation for the night being available to him. Frida should stay, of course. Were Frida to move out with Kay, she, the landlady, would be deeply unhappy. She had just then, down in the kitchen, collapsed in tears by the cooking stove at the mere thought. The poor woman with her heart condition, But how could she do otherwise now that, to her mind at least, it was almost a question of the honor of Clam's memory? That, then, according to Frida, was where the landlady stood. She, Frida, would of course follow Kay wherever he wished, through snow and ice. There was no more to be said on that score, of course not, but anyway, the situation was very grim for them both, which was why she had welcomed the mayor's offer so gladly, she said, and although the position was perhaps an unsuitable one for Kay, it was, after all, this was stressed specifically, only provisional. They would gain some time and would easily find other possibilities, even if the final decision should turn out unfavorably. If we have to, Frida ended up crying into Kay's neck, we'll emigrate, what's to keep us in the village here? In the meantime, though, all right sweetheart, we accept the offer, I've brought the schoolmaster back, you tell him done, that's all, and we move into the school. That's awful, said Kay, not entirely seriously since he did not much care where they lived. He also felt very chilly in his underwear out here in the roof space, which with no wall and window on two sides had a fiercely cold through draft. You've got the room arranged so nicely and now we're to move out. I'm reluctant to take the job, I really am. My present humiliation in front of this little schoolmaster is embarrassing enough for me, and now he's to be my boss. If we could stay here just a little longer, my situation may change this very afternoon. If at least you stay here, we might hang on and just give the schoolmaster a vague answer. I'll always find a bed for myself, if I really have to with Bar. Frida put a hand over his mouth. Not that, she said fearfully, please don't say it again. That apart, I'll do everything you tell me to. If you want, I'll stay here alone, however sad that would be for me. If you want, we'll turn the request down, however wrong that would be, to my mind. Because look, if you do find another possibility, even this afternoon, well, it goes without saying that we'll give up the school position immediately, no one's going to stop us doing that. And as for humiliation in front of the schoolmaster, let me see to it that there isn't any. I'll speak to him myself. You'll simply be standing there, saying nothing, and afterwards too it'll be no different. You'll never have to speak to him yourself if you don't want to, only I shall be his subordinate, really, and not even I shall be, since I know his weaknesses. So nothing is lost if we accept the job, but a lot will be if we refuse it. Above all, you truly would not, even just for yourself, unless you get somewhere with the castle today, find a place to sleep anywhere in the village, not anywhere, I mean a place to sleep that I as your wife-to-be needn't feel ashamed of. And if you find nowhere to sleep, will you then really expect me to sleep in the warm room here, knowing that you are wandering about outside in the cold and dark? Kay, who the whole time had had his arms crossed over his chest and had been slapping his back with his hands to warm himself a bit, said, then there's nothing for it but to accept, come on. In the room he hurried straight over to the stove, taking no notice of the schoolmaster. The schoolmaster was seated at the table, took out his watch, and said, it's getting late. Yes, but we're now in complete agreement, sir, Frida told the schoolmaster, we accept the job. Fine, said the schoolmaster, but the job was offered to the land surveyor, he must say himself. Frida came to Kay's aid. Of course, she said, he accepts the job, don't you, Kay? In this way, Kay was able to limit his statement to a simple yes, which was not even directed at the schoolmaster but at Frida. In that case, said the schoolmaster, it remains only for me to inform you of your duties. I want us to agree on this point once and for all. You are required, Mr. Land Surveyor, to clean and heat both schoolrooms every day, carry out minor repairs to the building as well as to teaching and gymnastic equipment yourself, keep the garden path clear of snow, run errands for myself and the schoolmistress, and in the warmer season see to all the gardening. In return, you have the right to live in one of the schoolrooms at your discretion. However, when both rooms are not being taught in simultaneously and you happen to be living in the room we are teaching in, you will of course be required to move into the other room. You're not allowed to cook in the school, instead you and your dependents will be fed here in the inn at the council's expense. That you must behave in a manner befitting the dignity of the school, and that in particular the children must never, and most certainly not during lessons, be permitted to witness unpleasant scenes in your domestic life, are points I shall mention only in passing, because as an educated man you will surely be aware of them. In this connection, I further point out that we must insist you regularize your relations with Miss Frida as soon as possible. Regarding all these matters and one or two details besides, a contract of employment will be drawn up that you must sign as soon as you move into the schoolhouse. To K, this all seemed unimportant, as if it did not concern him or at least was not binding on him, but the schoolmaster's bragging irked him and he said lightly, "Well, yes, those are the usual duties." To try to cover up this remark, Frida asked about salary. "Whether a salary will be paid," said the schoolmaster, "will be considered only after a month-long probationary period." "That's rather hard on us," Frida said. "We're to marry with almost no money, set up house on nothing." "Could we not, sir, perhaps petition the council for a small immediate salary? Would you advise us to do that?" "No," said the schoolmaster, who was still directing his words at K. "Such a petition would be complied with only if I recommended it, and I should not do so. Indeed, the grant of this position is merely a favor to you, and favors, if a person remains aware of his public responsibility, mustn't be pushed too far." Here K. did butt in, almost in spite of himself. "As to favors, sir," he said, "I believe you're making a mistake. The favor in this case is possibly more on my side." "No," said the schoolmaster with a smile, he had got K. talking after all. "My information is precise on that point. We need the school caretaker about as urgently as the land surveyor. School caretaker and land surveyor alike are a burden around our necks. It will take a lot of thinking about how I'm to justify the expenditure to the council. The best and most truthful course would be simply to throw the request on the table without any grounds at all." "That's what I mean," said K. "It's against your will that you have to take me on. It causes you serious misgivings, but you have to take me on." "Well, if someone is forced to take another person on and that other person allows himself to be taken on, then he's the one doing the favor." "Curious," the schoolmaster said. "What should compel us to take you on? It's the mayor's overkind heart that is compelling us. You, sir, I can see, will need to part with a good many fancies before you're any use as a school caretaker. And as regards the allocation of a possible salary, remarks like that naturally generate little enthusiasm. I'm also sorry to note that your behavior is going to give me a great deal of trouble. You've conducted this whole conversation with me. I have the sight constantly before me and can scarcely believe my eyes, in your vest and underpants." "Right," said K., laughing and clapping his hands together. "Those terrible assistants, what's keeping them?" Frida ran to the door. The schoolmaster, realizing that, so far as he was concerned, there was no more talking to K. just now, asked Frida when they would be moving into the school. "Today," said Frida. "Then I'll be round tomorrow to check things over," said the schoolmaster, waved a hand in farewell, tried to go out through the door, which Frida had opened for herself, but bumped into the maids, who were already arriving with their belongings to reoccupy the room, and was obliged, since they would never have stepped aside for anyone, to slip between them, Frida following in his wake. "You're in a hurry," said K., this time very content with them. "We're still here and you have to move in already?" They did not answer, merely spun their bundles in embarrassment. K. spotted the familiar filthy rags hanging out of them. "I don't suppose you've ever washed your things," said K. not maliciously but with a certain affection. Sensing this, they simultaneously opened their hard mouths to show beautiful, powerful, animal teeth, and laughed soundlessly. "Come on, then," said Kay, "make yourselves at home, it's your room." But when they still hesitated, presumably their room struck them as rather too much changed, Kay took one by the arm to lead her farther. He promptly let go of her, however, so startled was the look that, after a swift mutual consultation, both girls now fixed on Kay, and kept there. "Right, you've looked at me long enough," Kay said, fighting off a vaguely unpleasant feeling, then took the clothes and boots that Frida, followed shyly by the assistants, had just brought, and got dressed. Once again, as always, he found Frida's patience with the assistants incredible. After a protracted search she had located them, at a time when they were supposed to have been cleaning the clothes in the yard, sitting happily downstairs over lunch, the still dirty clothes crumpled up in their laps. She had then had to clean everything herself, and yet she refrained, while knowing how to control common folk, from the least reproach, talked, even in their presence, of their gross negligence as a minor laughing matter, and went so far as to pat one of them lightly, almost caressingly on the cheek. Kay intended to chide her about this very soon. Now, though, it was high time he went. "The assistants will stay here to help you with the move," Kay said. They took exception to this, replete and happy as they were. They would have liked a bit of exercise. It was only when Frida said, "Of course, you stay here," that they obeyed. "Do you know where I'm going?" asked Kay. "Yes," said Frida. "You mean, you'll no longer stop me?" asked Kay. "You will meet so many obstacles," she said. "What difference would anything I said make?" She kissed Kay goodbye, handed him, since he had eaten no lunch, a small package containing bread and sausage that she had brought for him from downstairs, reminded him that he should no longer return there but go straight to the school, and accompanied him, one hand on his shoulder, out of the building. 8. Waiting for Clam. At first, Kay was glad to be out of the crush of the maids and assistants in the warm room. It was also freezing slightly, the snow was firmer, the going easier. But of course it was beginning to get dark already, and he quickened his pace. The castle, its outlines already beginning to dissolve, lay still as ever. Kay had yet to see the least sign of life there. Maybe it was impossible to make out anything at all from this distance, but the eyes kept wanting to, they refused to accept the stillness. Looking at the castle, Kay felt at times as if he was watching a person who was sitting there quietly, staring straight ahead, not so much lost in thought and hence cut off from everything as free and unconcerned, as if the person had been alone, with no one watching him. He must be aware that he was being watched, but it did not affect his calm in the least, and in fact, there was no telling whether this was cause or effect. The watcher's gaze found no purchase and kept sliding away. This impression was reinforced today by the early dusk. The longer Kay looked, the less he could make out, the deeper everything sank into semi-darkness. Just as Kay arrived at the Count's Arms, where there were no lights on yet, a first-floor window opened and a young man, fat, clean-shaven, and wearing a fur coat, leaned out and then remained in the window opening. Kay's hello seemed not to elicit from him even the faintest answering nod. Neither in the hallway nor in the bar did Kay encounter anyone. The smell of stale beer in the bar was worse than before. No doubt that sort of thing never happened at the Bridge Inn. Kay went straight to the door through which he had observed Clam last time, carefully pressed the latch down, but the door was locked. He then felt for the place where the peephole was, but probably the shutter fitted so well he was unable to find the place like this, so he struck a match. He was startled by a cry. In the corner between the door and the sideboard, crouching by the stove, a girl was staring at him in the flare of the match with eyes she held open with difficulty. They were dazed with sleep. This was Frida's successor, obviously. She soon pulled herself together, switched on the light. The look on her face was not angry because she recognized Kay. "Ah, the land surveyor," she said with a smile, holding out a hand to him and introducing herself. "Hello, sir, I'm Peppy." She was short, ruddy, healthy-looking. Her thick reddish-blonde hair was woven into a heavy plait as well as curling round her face. She wore an extremely ill-fitting dress of shiny gray material that fell straight. It was gathered at the hem with childish clumsiness by means of a silk ribbon ending in a bow. The effect was to hamper her. She asked after Frida and whether she would not be coming back soon. It was a question that verged on the malicious. "I was summoned here in a hurry," she said then, immediately after Frida left, "because they can't use just anyone here. I was a chambermaid before, but it's not a good swap I've made. You work lots of evenings and nights here, it's very tiring. I'll probably find I can't take it. I'm not surprised." Frida quit. "Frida was very happy here," said Kay, in order finally to draw Peppy's attention to the difference between her and Frida, which she was overlooking. "Don't you believe her," said Peppy. "Frida has great self-control, more than most. She'll not admit what she doesn't want to, and you won't even realize she has anything to admit. Look, I've worked with her here for several years now. We've always slept in the same bed, but we're not close. She's bound to have forgotten all about me already. Possibly her only friend is the old landlady from the Bridge Inn, and that says a lot in itself." "Frida and I are engaged," said Kay, still looking for the place in the door where the peephole was. "I know," said Peppy, "that's why I'm telling you this. Otherwise it wouldn't matter to you, would it?" "I see," said Kay. "You're telling me I can be proud of having won myself so reserved a girl." "Yes," she said, and smiled happily, as if she had won Kay round to a secret understanding about Frida. However, it was not really her words that preoccupied Kay, and distracted him slightly from his search. It was more her appearance and her presence in this place. She was much younger than Frida, of course, almost a child still, and her dress was ludicrous. Clearly she had dressed in accordance with the exaggerated notions she held of the importance of a barmaid. And she was even, in her way, quite right to hold such notions, since the appointment, for which she was quite unsuited as yet, had doubtless been unexpected and unmerited, and the job was hers only provisionally. She had not even been given the leather pouch Frida had always worn at her waist. And her alleged dissatisfaction with the job was pure presumption. Nevertheless, for all her childish lack of judgment, even she probably had contacts with the castle. After all, if she was telling the truth, she had once been a chambermaid, unaware of what she possessed. She was sleeping away her life in this place, but to gather that dumpy, slightly stooping body in one's arms, while it could not wrest from her the thing she possessed, might just touch that thing, supplying courage for the difficult journey. In which case, was this perhaps no different than with Frida? Oh yes, it was different. The mere thought of Frida's eyes made that clear. Kay would never have touched Peppy. Just now, though, he had to cover his eyes for a moment, so lustfully was he eyeing her. "There's no need for the light to be on," said Peppy, turning it off again. "I only switched it on because you gave me such a fright." "What are you doing here, anyway? Did Frida leave something behind?" "Yes," said Kay, and indicated the door. "In the next room there, a tablecloth, a white crocheted tablecloth." "Right, her tablecloth," said Peppy. "I remember, a lovely piece of work. I even helped her with it, but it's hardly likely to be in there." "Frida thinks it is." "Whose room is that, then?" Kay asked. "No one's," said Peppy. "It's the smoking room. It's where the gentlemen drink and eat, or rather, it's supposed to be, but most of the gentlemen stay up in their rooms." "If I knew," said Kay, "that there was no one in there at the moment, I'd very much like to go in and look for the tablecloth. But one can't be sure. For instance, Clam often likes to sit in there. Clam's certainly not in there now, said Peppy. He's just leaving, the sledge is already waiting in the yard. Promptly, without a word of explanation, Kay went out of the bar, turned in the hallway not towards the entrance but towards the interior of the building, and in a few steps had reached the courtyard. How calm and beautiful it was out here. A rectangular courtyard, bounded on three sides by the building and towards the street, a side street Kay did not know, by a high white wall with a tall heavy gate, which now stood open. Here at the back, the building seemed taller than at the front, at least the first floor was built right out and looked bigger, being surrounded by a wooden gallery that was totally enclosed but for a tiny gap at eye level. Obliquely across from Kay, still in the central wing but right in the corner where the lateral wing opposite joined it, there was an entrance to the building, open, with no door. Outside it stood a dark, enclosed sledge with two horses harnessed up. Apart from the driver, whom at that distance, given the twilight, Kay imagined more than made out, there was no one to be seen. Hands in pockets, looking carefully about him and keeping close to the wall, Kay walked round two sides of the courtyard until he reached the sledge. The driver, one of the peasants who had recently been in the bar, sat slumped in his furs, apathetically watching Kay's approach like someone following the progress of a cat. Even when Kay was standing beside him, saying hello, even with the horses showing signs of restiveness because of this man looming up out of the darkness, he remained wholly unconcerned. Kay was very glad of this. Leaning against the wall, he took out his food, thought gratefully of Frida, who had provided for him so well, and peered into the interior. A staircase led down, turning at right angles, at the bottom meeting a low but evidently deep passageway. Everything was neat, whitewashed, sharply and precisely defined. The wait was longer than Kay had expected. He had long since finished eating, it was bitterly cold, dusk had given way to total darkness, and still Clam did not come. Could be a long while yet, a rough voice said suddenly, so close that Kay jumped. It was the driver, who was stretching and yawning noisily, as if he had just woken up. What could be a long while yet? Asked Kay, not ungrateful for the interruption, because the continual silence and suspense had been tedious. Before you go away, said the driver. Kay did not understand him but asked no further questions, thinking this would be the best way to make the arrogant fellow talk. A failure to answer here in the darkness was almost a provocation. And indeed, the driver did after a moment ask, like some brandy? Yes, said Kay, without thinking, the offer was too tempting, he was frozen. Open the sledge, then, said the driver, there are some bottles in the side pocket, take one, have a drink, and then pass it to me. The fur makes it too much bother for me to climb down. It irked Kay to lend a hand in this way, but having already let himself get involved with the driver he did as he was asked, even at the risk of Clam possibly catching him at the sledge. He opened the wide door and could have pulled the bottle straight out of the pocket on its inner face, but with the door now open he felt so strong a pull from the interior of the sledge that resistance was beyond him. He wanted to sit in it, just for a moment. He darted inside. The warmth in the sledge was extraordinary and remained so despite the fact that the door, which Kay dared not close, hung wide open. There was no telling whether you were sitting on a seat, you were so deep in blankets, cushions, and furs, you could turn and stretch whichever way you wished, you always sank in soft and warm. His arms outspread, his head propped on cushions that were always there, ready, Kay glanced out of the sledge into the dark building. Why was Clam taking so long to come down? As if stupefied by the warmth after standing in the snow for so long, Kay wished Clam would finally arrive. The thought that it would be preferable if Clam did not see him in his present situation came to him only vaguely, as a faint ruffling of awareness. Support for this state of oblivion came from the behavior of the driver, who must have known he was in the sledge but let him stay there, not even asking for the brandy. This was considerate, but Kay, in fact, wished to be of service to him. Awkwardly, without altering his position, he reached for the side pocket, not in the open door, which was too far away, but behind him in the closed one. It did not matter, there were bottles in this pocket too. He pulled one out, unscrewed the cap, and took a sniff. He had to smile, it smelled so sweet, so caressing, as when you hear praise and fine words from someone of whom you are very fond and you are not at all sure what it is about and do not wish to know and are simply happy in the knowledge that it is the loved one speaking. That's brandy? Kay wondered in some doubt, and tasted it out of curiosity. Yes, it was brandy. Astonishingly, it burned and it warmed. The way it changed as you drank it, from something that was little more than a source of fragrance into a drink fit for a sledge driver. Can this be? Kay asked himself, almost in self-reproach, taking another drink. Suddenly, Kay was just taking a good swig. Everything went bright. The lamps had been lit on the stairs, in the passage, in the hallway, outside above the entrance. Footsteps could be heard descending. The bottle slipped from Kay's grasp. The brandy went pouring over a fur. Kay leapt out of the sledge. He had just managed to slam the door, which made a booming noise, when shortly afterwards a gentleman slowly emerged from the building. The only apparent consolation was that it was not Clam, or was that a matter for regret? It was the gentleman Kay had seen before at the first-floor window. A young man, extremely good-looking, white and red, but very earnest. Kay gave him a bleak look of his own, though the look was intended for himself. He should have sent his assistants instead. They could have conducted themselves as well as he had done. The gentleman still stood before him in silence, as if he did not have the breath in his enormously broad chest for what needed to be said. "This is just awful," he said, pushing his hat a little way back off his forehead. "What?" Knowing nothing, as seemed likely, of the time Kay had spent in the sledge, the gentleman still found something awful? The fact that Kay had penetrated as far as the courtyard, perhaps? "How did you get here?" the man asked then, already more softly, already breathing out, resigning himself to the inevitable. What questions? What answers? Should Kay himself expressly confirm to the gentleman that his journey, begun with such hopes, had been in vain? Instead of answering, Kay turned to the sledge, opened it, and retrieved the hat he had left inside. He noticed, uneasily, how the brandy was dripping onto the running board. Then he turned back to the gentleman, showing the man that he had been in the sledge caused him no misgivings now, nor was it the worst thing. If he was asked, though only then, he would not conceal the fact that the driver himself was responsible, at least for his opening the sledge. But what was really bad was that the gentleman had taken him by surprise, that there had been no time to hide from him and go on waiting for Clam undisturbed, or that he had not had the presence of mind to stay inside the sledge, shut the door, and wait for Clam there, on the furs, or at least stay there as long as this gentleman was around. True, he could not have known whether Clam himself was not perhaps already on his way, in which case it would have been far better, of course, to receive him outside the sledge. There had indeed been a number of things to think about here, but now there was nothing more. It was all over. "Come with me," said the gentleman, not actually ordering Kay, but the order lay not so much in the words as in a cursory, deliberately indifferent accompanying wave of the hand. "I'm here waiting for someone," said Kay, no longer in hope of any success, purely on principle. "Come," the gentleman said again, quite unflustered, as if wishing to show he had never doubted that Kay was waiting for someone. "But I'll miss the man I'm waiting for," said Kay, with a movement of his whole body. Despite everything that had happened, he felt that what he had achieved so far was a kind of possession that, though his hold on it was only apparent as yet, he ought not to surrender at just any command. "You'll miss him in any case, whether you wait or leave," said the gentleman, brusque in voicing his opinion but remarkably indulgent with regard to Kay's train of thought. "Then I'd rather miss him waiting," Kay said defiantly. He was certainly not going to let any mere words from this young man drive him away. At this, the gentleman tilted his face back with a superior expression, closed his eyes for a moment as if wishing to quit Kay's foolishness and return to his own good sense, ran the tip of his tongue round slightly parted lips, and told the driver, "Unhitch the horses." The driver, submissive towards his master but with a nasty sideways glance at Kay, did now have to climb down in his fur and began very hesitantly, as if expecting not a countermand from the gentleman but a change of mind on Kay's part, to lead the horses backwards with the sledge towards the lateral wing of the building, where a tall door evidently led to the stable and coachhouse. Kay saw himself being left behind alone, with the sledge moving away on one side and the young gentleman using the route. Kate had come by, on the other, both of them going very slowly, though, as if wishing to show Kay that it was still in his power to fetch them back. Maybe he had that power, but it could have done him no good. Fetching the sledge back meant banishing himself. So he stayed where he was, the only one standing his ground, but it was a victory that brought no joy. He looked by turns after the gentleman and after the driver. The gentleman had already reached the door through which Kay had first entered the courtyard. He glanced back once more. Kay thought he saw him shake his head over such stubbornness. Then he turned with a quick, firm, conclusive movement and stepped into the hallway, where he promptly disappeared. The driver stayed in the courtyard longer. He had a lot of work with the sledge. He needed to open the heavy stable door, reverse the sledge into its place, unhitch the horses, lead them to their stalls. He did it all with great seriousness, utterly self-absorbed, all hope of a speedy departure now abandoned, this silent busying of himself without a single sideways glance at Kay. Struck the latter as a far harsher reproach than the way the gentleman had behaved. And as the driver, his work in the stable completed, now crossed the courtyard with his slow, rocking walk, closed the tall gate, then came back, doing everything slowly and really only contemplating his own tracks in the snow, then shut himself in the stable, and as all the lights went out as well, for whom should they have gone on shining? And only the gap up in the wooden gallery remained bright, just catching the wandering eye. It seemed to Kay, then, as if all contact with him had been severed and he was now freer than ever before, no question about it, and might wait in this otherwise forbidden place for as long as he liked and had fought for and won this freedom as few others could have done, and none might touch or banish him, barely even address him. But this conviction was at least equally strong, as if at the same time. There was nothing more futile, nothing more desperate than this freedom, this waiting, this invulnerability. 9. Resisting interrogation. And he tore himself away and went back into the building, not along the wall this time but straight through the snow. In the hallway he met the landlord, who greeted him wordlessly, pointing to the door of the bar. He took the hint, because he was cold and because he wanted company, but was very disappointed to see there, sitting at a little table that had no doubt been placed there specially, since otherwise people may do with barrels here, the young gentleman and, standing in front of him, a depressing sight for Kay, the landlady from the Bridge Inn. Peppy, proudly, head flung back, forever smiling the same smile, unchallengeably conscious of her dignity, her pigtail swinging with each change of direction, darted to and fro, fetching beer and then pen and ink, because the gentleman had spread papers out in front of him, was comparing information that he found first on one sheet and then again on a sheet at the other end of the table, and now wished to write. The landlady, tall and silent, lips slightly pursed as if in repose, looked down at the gentleman and the papers as if she had already said everything that needed saying and it had been duly noted. "Ah, Mr. Land Surveyor," at last, said the gentleman as Kay entered, glancing up briefly before sinking back into his study of the papers. The landlady, too, gave Kay only a casual glance, showing no surprise. As for Peppy, she seemed quite unaware of Kay's presence until he stepped up to the bar and ordered a brandy. Kay leaned on the bar, pressed a hand to his eyes, and ignored them all. Then he took a sip of the brandy and pushed it back, saying it was undrinkable. "All the gentlemen drink it," Peppy said briskly, and she poured the rest away, rinsed the glass, and stood it on the shelf. "The gentlemen have better stuff, too," said Kay. "Possibly," said Peppy, "but I don't." With it she had dealt with Kay, and was once again at the gentleman's service, but he needed nothing, so she simply paced back and forth in an arc behind him, trying in a respectful way to see over his shoulders and catch a glimpse of the papers, but it was only empty inquisitiveness and swagger, of which the landlady in fact expressed frowning disapproval. Suddenly, however, something caught the landlady's attention, and she began to stare into space, listening intently. Kay turned around. He could hear nothing in particular, the others apparently heard nothing either, but the landlady ran on tiptoe, taking great strides, to the door in the background, which led out to the courtyard. She peered through the keyhole, then looked back at the others with eyes wide, face flushed, beckoned them over with a finger, and now they took turns peering. The liveliest interest remained the landlady's, but Peppy too became thoughtful each time. Of the three of them, the gentleman was the least involved. Peppy and the gentleman also came back before long, only the landlady still strained to look through, bent double, on her knees, almost. It was almost as if all she was doing now was begging the keyhole to let her through, because presumably there had been nothing more to see for some time. When she did at last get up, run her hands over her face, tidy her hair, and take a deep breath, having first, apparently, to let her eyes readjust to the room and the people here, which they were reluctant to do, Kay said, not in order to have something he already knew confirmed but to forestall an attack he almost feared, so vulnerable was he at this point. "Has Clam gone, then?" The landlady walked past him without a word, but the gentleman said from his table, "He certainly has. You having quit your sentry post, Clam was able to drive off. But the amazing thing is how sensitive the man is. Did you notice, ma'am," he asked the landlady, "how nervously Clam looked about him?" The landlady had not noticed this, apparently, but the gentleman went on, "Well, fortunately there was nothing more to be seen. The driver had even smoothed away the footprints in the snow." "The landlady noticed nothing," said Kay, though not with any kind of hope, purely out of irritation at the gentleman's assertion, intended to sound so final and beyond appeal. "Maybe I wasn't at the keyhole just then," the landlady said at first, taking the gentleman's part, but then, anxious to give Clam his due too, she added, "Mind you, I don't believe in this great sensitivity of Clam's. We worry about him, of course, and do our best to protect him, so we assume enormous sensitivity on Clam's part. That's fine, and it is certainly what Clam wants. But what the real situation is, we don't know. Granted. Clam will never talk to someone he doesn't want to talk to, however hard that someone tries and however unbearably he thrusts himself forward, but that fact alone, that Clam will never speak to him, never allow him into his presence, is surely enough. Why should he really not be able to bear the sight of a person? At least it can't be proved, since it will never be put to the test. The gentleman nodded eagerly. That's of course basically my view, too, he said. If I expressed it in slightly different terms, it was in order to be understood by the land surveyor here. The truth is, though, that as Clam stepped into the open he several times looked around him in a half circle. "Maybe he was looking for me," said Kay. "It's possible," the gentleman said. "I didn't think of that." They all laughed, Peppy, who understood very little of this, loudest of any of them. "Now that we're so happily gathered here," the gentleman said then, turning to Kay, "I should be most grateful, sir, if you'd give me one or two details to complete my files." "There's a great deal of writing done here," Kay said, glancing over at the files. "I agree, a bad habit," said the gentleman and gave another laugh. "But perhaps you don't even know yet who I am. I'm Momus, Clam's village secretary." At these words, a seriousness fell on the room. The landlady and Peppy knew the man well, of course, but were still deeply affected by the mention of the name and title. And even the gentleman himself, as if he had said too much for his own ability to take things in, and as if at least seeking refuge from any additional solemnity inherent in his own words, became engrossed in the files and began to write, so that only his pen was heard in the room. "What's that, then, village secretary?" Kay asked after a moment. Speaking for Momus, who now that he had introduced himself no longer felt it fitting to offer such explanations himself, the landlady said, "Mr. Momus is Clam's secretary like any of Clam's secretaries, but his office and if I am not mistaken also his official duties." Momus, still writing, shook his head vigorously and the landlady corrected herself, "Only his office, then, not his official duties are confined to the village. Mr. Momus takes care of such written work of Clam's as becomes necessary in the village and receives all requests to Clam from the village as first instance." When Kay, little affected by any of this as yet, gave the landlady a blank look, she added in some embarrassment, "That's how it's organized, every gentleman from the castle has his village secretary." Momus, who had been listening a lot more attentively than Kay, told the landlady further, "Most village secretaries work for only one master, but I work for two, for Clam and for Valabine." "Yes," said the landlady, remembering this herself now and turning to Kay, "Mr. Momus works for two masters, for Clam and for Valabine, so is a village secretary twice over." "Twice over," said Kay, giving Momus, who was now almost bent double, looking right up at him, a nod of the kind one gives a child whom one has just heard praised. If there was a certain contempt in it, this either passed unnoticed or was positively asked for. None other than Kay, who was not even worthy to have Clam catch so much as a chance glimpse of him, had been treated to a full description of the services of a man from Clam's immediate circle with the undisguised intention of inviting Kay's appreciation and praise. Kay, however, simply lacked the proper feeling for it. Here he was, trying his hardest to get a look at Clam, yet he did not rate the position of a man like Momus, say, who was allowed to live in Clam's sight, at all highly. He was far from feeling admiration, let alone envy, because it was not mere nearness to Clam he thought worth striving for, but rather that he alone and no one else, should with his and no one else's desires get close to Clam, and get close to him not in order to come to rest in his presence but in order to go on, past him, into the castle. And he looked at his watch and said, "I have to go home now, though." Instantly, the relationship shifted in Momus's favor. "Of course you do," said the latter, "a school caretaker's duties call. But you must give me a moment more. Just a couple of quick questions." "I don't feel like it," said Kay, starting towards the door. Momus slammed a file down on the table and stood up. "In Clam's name I demand that you answer my questions." "In Clam's name?" Kay echoed. "You mean my affairs concern him?" "As to that," said Momus, "I am no judge and you, presumably, even less so I think we can safely leave it to him. I do, however, call on you in the position bestowed upon me by Clam to stay and answer. Sir, the landlady butted in, addressing K, you can be sure I'll give you no more advice, for my suggestions up to now, which could not have been better meant, I've been quite outrageously rejected by you, and I have now come to see the secretary here. I've nothing to hide, purely to give the office due notification of your conduct and intentions and to protect myself for the rest of my days against your ever being billeted on me again. That's how we stand, you and I, probably that's the way things will stay, so if I now speak my mind it is not for your benefit but in order to make a difficult job, namely dealing with someone like yourself, a little easier for the secretary here. There is a possibility, though, just because of my complete candor, I can't help being candid with you, and even so it occurs against my will, of you turning my words to advantage for yourself as well, you only have to want to. If you do, let me point out that the only way to Clam, so far as you are concerned, is through the reports of the secretary here. But I don't wish to exaggerate, maybe the way doesn't lead to Clam, maybe it stops long before him, that's for the secretary in his wisdom to decide. But at any rate it's the only way that, for you, leads at least in the direction of Clam. And you mean to dispense with that only way, for no other reason than contrariness? Oh ma'am, K told the landlady, it's neither the only way to Clam, nor is it worth any more than the others. And you, sir, turning to the secretary, decide whether what I may say here is allowed to reach Clam or not. That's right, said Momus, glancing with proudly lowered gaze to right and left, where there was nothing to be seen. Why else should I be secretary? You see, said K to the landlady again, it's not Clam I need a way to, I first need a way to the secretary. I wanted to open that way for you, said the landlady, didn't I offer this morning to pass your request on to Clam? That would have happened through the secretary here. You, though, rejected the offer, yet now you'll have no alternative but this one, single way. After your performance today, of course, that attempt to waylay Clam, with even less prospect of success. However, this last, least, dwindling, strictly speaking non-existent hope is all you have. Why is it, ma'am, said K, that at first you tried so hard to stop me getting through to Clam, yet now you take my request so very seriously and should my plans fail seem to see me as somehow lost? When at one time I could be sincerely advised against trying to reach Clam at all, why am I now, as regards the way to Clam, which you admit may not even lead that far, being with apparently equal sincerity almost propelled forward? I'm doing that, said the landlady. Is it propelling you forward to tell you your efforts are futile? That really would be the ultimate audacity, if you tried to shift the responsibility for yourself onto me like that. Is it perhaps the presence of the secretary here that gives you that urge? No, Mr. Land Surveyor, I'm not forcing you into anything. I've only one confession to make, and it is that I may, the first time I saw you, have overrated you somewhat. Your swift conquest of Frida startled me. I didn't know what else you might be capable of. I was keen to avoid further damage and thought the only way I could achieve that was by trying to unsettle you with pleas and threats. I've since learned to think more calmly about the whole thing. You can do what you like. Your actions may leave deep footprints in the snow out in the yard, but that's all. The contradiction is not quite cleared up, it seems to me, said K, but I'll be satisfied with having drawn attention to it. However, would you please now tell me, Mr. Secretary, whether Madam is right in thinking that in fact the statement you wish to take down from me could lead to my being allowed to appear before Clam? If that is the case, I'm prepared here and now to answer all questions. In fact, I'll do anything in that regard. No, said Momus, no such connections exist. For me, it is simply a matter of obtaining a precise account of this afternoon for Clam's village records. The account is already complete. You are merely required to fill in a few gaps for form's sake. There's no other purpose, nor can any other purpose be achieved. Kay gave the landlady a silent look. "Why are you looking at me?" she asked. "Did I say any different?" "He's like that all the time, Mr. Secretary, all the time. Falsifies the information you give him, then says he's been given false information. I've always told him, today and every other day, that he hasn't the slightest chance of being seen by Clam, so if no chance exists, he's not going to get one through this statement, either. What could be clearer? I say further that this statement is the one real official contact he can have with Clam. That too is surely clear enough and beyond all doubt. But if he doesn't believe me, if he still, why and for what purpose I don't know, hopes to reach Clam, then, to continue his train of thought, the only thing that can help him is the one real official contact he has with Clam, namely this statement. That's all I have said, and anyone who claims otherwise is maliciously twisting words." "If that is so, ma'am," said Kay, "I beg your pardon, I misunderstood you. I thought, you see, mistakenly as it now turns out, that I detected from what you said earlier that there is some tiny hope for me after all." "Certainly," said the landlady, "I believe there is, too. You're twisting my words again, only this time in the opposite direction. I believe there is such a hope for you, and in fact this statement is the sole basis for it. But that doesn't mean you can simply spring the question on the secretary here. Shall I be allowed to see Clam if I answer the questions? When a child asks that, people laugh. When a grown-up does so, it is an insult to the authorities. The secretary here simply had the grace to conceal it with the delicacy of his reply. However, the hope I'm talking about consists in the very fact that, through the statement, you have a kind of contact, possibly have a kind of contact with Clam. Is that not hope enough? If you were asked about the merits that make you worthy of the gift of such a hope, would you have the slightest idea what to suggest? All right, nothing more precise can be said about this hope, and particularly the secretary here will never, in his official capacity, be able to drop even the smallest hint about it. For him it is simply, as he said, a question of an account of this afternoon for form's sake. That's all he will say, even if you ask him about it right now in the light of what I've been saying. "Tell me, Mr. Secretary," said Kay, "will Clam be reading this statement?" "No," said Momus, "why should he? Clam can't read every statement. In fact, he doesn't read any. Stop plaguing me with your statements, he always says." "Sir," the landlady complained to Kay, "you wear me out with such questions. Is it necessary or even desirable that Clam should read this statement and learn about the trivia of your existence in so many words? Wouldn't you rather submit a humble request that the statement be kept from Clam, a request, by the way, that would be as stupid as the previous one, because who can keep anything from Clam, though it would certainly reveal a more sympathetic character? And for what you call your hope, is that actually necessary? Didn't you state yourself that you'd be satisfied merely with the opportunity to speak to Clam, even if he didn't look at you and didn't listen to what you said? And aren't you, with this statement, achieving at least that, possibly much more?" "Much more?" asked Kay, "in what way?" "Nearly by not," the landlady burst out, "forever wanting like a child to have things handed to you on a plate right away. Who can answer questions like that? The statement will go to Clam's village record office, as you've heard. That's all that can be said about it for certain." "But are you in fact aware of the whole significance of the statement, of the secretary here, of the village record office? Do you know what it means to have the secretary interrogate you? Possibly or probably he doesn't know himself. He sits here quietly and does his job, as he said, for the sake of form. Bear in mind, though, that Clam appointed him, that he operates on Clam's behalf, that what he does, even if it never gets as far as Clam, nevertheless has Clam's approval from the outset. And how can a thing have Clam's approval that is not filled with his spirit? Far be it from me, in saying this, to seek in any crude way to flatter the secretary here, not that he'd have any truck with such an attempt, but I am talking not about his own person but about what he is when he has Clam's backing, as now. He is then a tool on which the hand that rests is Clam's, and woe betide anyone who does not do as he says. The landlady's threats did not alarm Kay. The hope she was using to try to catch him out now wearied him. Clam was remote. The landlady had once compared Clam to an eagle and it had struck Kay as absurd, but not anymore. He thought of his remoteness, of his impregnable dwelling, of his silence broken only, perhaps, by such cries as Kay had never heard before, of his piercing downward gaze that could never be proven, never refuted, of the indestructible circles that, viewed from down here where Kay was, he traced in the air according to incomprehensible laws, visible only for moments. All this Clam had in common with the eagle. But none of it, surely, had any relevance to this statement over which Momus was just then breaking a pretzel that he was enjoying with his beer, strewing salt and caraway seeds over all his papers. "Good night," said Kay. "I dislike any kind of interrogation," and this time he did actually walk to the door. "He's really going," Momus said almost anxiously to the landlady. "He'll not dare," she said. That is all Kay heard. He was already out in the hallway. It was cold and a strong wind was blowing. From a door opposite the landlord emerged. He had apparently been keeping the hallway under observation through a peephole there. He had to flip his coattails around his body, so fiercely did the wind tug at them even here in the hallway. "Off already, sir," he said. "Are you surprised?" asked Kay. "Yes," said the landlord. "Weren't you interrogated, then?" "No," said Kay, "I wouldn't allow it." "Why not?" asked the landlord. "I fail to see," Kay said, "why I should allow myself to be interrogated, why I should play along with a joke or bow to an official whim. Another time I might have done so, likewise as a joke or in response to a whim, but not today." "Yes, of course, I see," said the landlord, "but it was merely polite agreement, lacking any conviction." "Now I must let the servants into the bar," he said then, "it's long past their time." "I just didn't want to interrupt the interrogation." "You thought it was so important?" asked Kay. "Oh yes," said the landlord. "Should I not have refused, then?" asked Kay. "And no," said the landlord, "you shouldn't have done that." Kay said nothing, so he added, either to make Kay feel better or to get away sooner, "Come now, it's not going to start raining fire and brimstone as a result." "No," said Kay, "the weather doesn't look like that." And they parted laughing. 10. In the street. Kay emerged onto the windswept steps and peered into the darkness. Awful, awful weather. Somehow associated with this, it occurred to him how the landlady had gone out of her way to bend his will in the matter of the statement, but he had stood firm. Her efforts had lacked frankness, of course. Secretly she had at the same time been pulling him back from the statement. In the end there was no knowing whether one had stood firm or given in. A scheming sort of person, apparently operating blind like the wind, obeying distant, alien directives no one ever had sight of. He had taken only a couple of steps up the road when he saw two swaying lights in the distance. Well pleased with this sign of life, he hurried to meet them as they came floating towards him. He did not know why he was so disappointed when he recognized the assistants, but there they were, walking towards him, probably sent by Frida, and the lanterns that released him from the darkness with its noisy assault from all sides were no doubt his property. Still he was disappointed. He had expected strangers, not these old acquaintances who were a burden to him. The assistants were not alone, however. Out of the darkness between them stepped Barnabas. "Barnabas!" Kay exclaimed, holding out a hand to him. "Are you looking for me?" Surprise at seeing him again temporarily obliterated the memory of all the trouble Barnabas had once caused Kay. "I am," said Barnabas, cordial as ever, "with a letter from Clam." "A letter from Clam," said Kay, throwing back his head, and eagerly he took it from Barnabas's hand. "Light here," he said to the assistants, who pressed close to right and left of him and lifted the lanterns. To read it, Kay had to fold the large sheet of paper quite small, shielding it from the wind. Then he read, "To the land surveyor at the Pigeon, dear sir, the land surveying operations that you have carried out so far meet with my approval. The work of the assistants is also praiseworthy. You are good at keeping them at it. Do not let up in your zeal. Bring things to a successful conclusion. Any interruption would make me very angry. By the way, rest assured, the question of payment will be resolved shortly. I have you constantly in mind." Kay looked up from the letter only when the assistants, who read much more slowly than he did, celebrated the good news by shouting 3 cheers and waving the lanterns. "Be quiet," he said, and to Barnabas, "There's been a misunderstanding." Barnabas did not understand. "There's been a misunderstanding," Kay repeated, and the afternoon's weariness returned. The schoolhouse still seemed so far off, and behind Barnabas his whole family now stood, and the assistants were still pressing against him so that he thrust them away with his elbows. How could Frida have sent them to meet him when he had left orders that they should stay with her? He would have found his way home on his own, more easily on his own, in fact, than in this company. Also, one of them had now wound a scarf round his neck, and the free ends of the scarf, flapping in the wind, had several times struck Kay in the face, and though the other assistant had always promptly removed the scarf from Kay's face with his long, pointed, forever busy fingers, he had not, in so doing, improved matters. They both even seemed to delight in the toing and froing, the wind and the wildness of the night generally exciting them. "Let's go!" Kay shouted. "If you came out to meet me, why did you not bring my stick? How am I supposed to drive you home, eh?" They cowered behind Barnabas, yet they were not so fearful as not to have placed their lanterns to right and left on their protector's shoulders. He of course promptly shook them off. "Barnabas," said Kay, and it weighed on his mind that Barnabas clearly did not understand him, that when things were calm his coat was indeed a fine sight, but when they started to look bad there was no help to be found in him, only silent resistance it was impossible to combat since he himself was defenseless. Only his smile shone brightly, but it was of no more use than the stars above against the whirlwind blowing down here. "See what the man writes to me," Kay said, holding the letter up to his face. "The gentleman is misinformed. I'm not doing any surveying work, and what the assistants are worth you can see for yourself. And, of course, work I am not doing I cannot interrupt, either. I can't even rouse the man's anger. How am I supposed to earn his approval? And I can never rest assured." "I'll give that message," said Barnabas, who had spent the whole time looking past the letter, which he could not have read in any case since he had it right in front of his face. "Ah," said Kay, "you promise me you'll give that message, but can I really believe you? I so badly need a trustworthy messenger, now more than ever." Kay bit his lips in his impatience. "Sir," said Barnabas with a gentle inclination of the neck. Kay could almost have let it seduce him back into believing what Barnabas said. "I certainly shall deliver that message. The instruction you gave me recently I shall also certainly be passing on." "What?" Kay exclaimed, "you haven't done that yet?" You mean, you weren't in the castle next day? No, said Barnabas, my dear father is old, you saw him yourself, and there was a lot of work on, I had to help him, but I shall soon be going to the castle again. But what do you think you're doing, you inscrutable fellow? Kate exclaimed, smacking himself on the forehead. Don't Clam's affairs take precedence over everything else? You hold the high office of messenger and execute it so shamefully? Who could care less about your father's work? Clam was waiting for news, and you, instead of falling over yourself running, choose to muck out the stable. My father is a shoemaker, said Barnabas unperturbed. He had orders from Brunswick, and I am my father's journeyman. Shoemaker orders Brunswick, Kay shouted grimly, as if rendering each word unusable for all time. And who here needs boots on these perpetually deserted streets? And what do I care about all this cobbling? I gave you a message, not for you to forget and fuddle on the workbench but for you to take straight to your master. Here Kay calmed down a little as it occurred to him that Clam had probably not been in the castle the whole time but at the Count's arms, but Barnabas irked him again when, as proof that he remembered it, he began to recite Kay's first message. That's enough, I don't want to know, said Kay. Don't be cross with me, sir, said Barnabas, and as if with the unconscious intention of punishing Kay, he took his eyes off him and looked down, though it was probably consternation caused by Kay's shouting. I'm not cross with you, said Kay, and his agitation now turned against himself, not with you, but it's very bad for me, having only such a messenger as this for the things that matter. Look, said Barnabas, and it seemed that, to defend his honor as a messenger, he was saying more than he should. Clam isn't waiting for the messages, in fact he's annoyed when I arrive, yet more messages, he said once, and he usually gets up when he sees me coming in the distance, goes into the other room, and won't receive me. Nor is it laid down that I should come with every message immediately. If it were I should of course come immediately, but it is not so laid down, and if I never came I'd not be admonished for it. When I bring a message, it is voluntarily. Good, said Kay, observing Barnabas and deliberately ignoring the assistants, who by turns would slowly rise up from behind Barnabas's shoulders, as if from nowhere, and then swiftly, with a little whistle in imitation of the wind, as if alarmed at seeing Kay disappear again. This kept them amused for some time. How it is with Clam, I don't know. I doubt whether you can know all about everything there, and even if you could, we could not improve these things. But you can deliver a message there, and that's what I'm asking. A very brief message. Can you deliver it tomorrow and also tomorrow tell me the answer or at least report on how you were received? Can you do that, and would you be prepared to? It would be of immense value to me. And I may yet get the opportunity to thank you properly, or perhaps you already have a wish I could fulfill. Certainly I'll do the job, said Barnabas. And are you prepared to make the effort to do it as well as possible, hand the message over to Clam himself, receive the answer from Clam himself, and do it all tomorrow, all of it, before noon? Are you prepared to do that? I shall do my best, said Barnabas, but that I always do. Let's not argue about that any more now, said Kay. This is the message. Land Surveyor Kay requests the director's permission to call on him in person. He accepts in advance every condition that might be attached to such permission. He is forced to make his request because so far all intermediaries have failed completely. As evidence he cites the fact that he has not so far done any surveying work whatsoever and according to the mayor never will do either. It was therefore with a desperate feeling of shame that he read the director's last letter. Only a personal visit to the director can help here. The land surveyor is aware of what he is asking, but he will endeavor to render the disruption as nearly as possible imperceptible to the director. He accepts any restriction in terms of time. He will even, should such be deemed necessary, comply with a limit on the number of words he may use during the interview. even 10 words he believes will suffice for his purpose. In deep respect and the greatest impatience he awaits the outcome. K had spoken in a faraway manner, as if he had been standing at Clam's door, addressing the doorman. "It's come out much longer than I thought," he said then, "but you must pass it on verbally. I don't want to write a letter, it would only go through the endless official channels again." So K scribbled it just for Barnabas on a piece of paper on one assistant's back while the other shone a light, but K was already able to take it down from Barnabas's dictation. Barnabas had remembered the whole thing and recited it with schoolboy correctness, ignoring the assistant's wrong prompts. "You have an exceptional memory," K said, giving him the paper. "Please now prove yourself exceptional in the other matter too." "What about wishes? Don't you have any?" "I'd find it, I'll be frank with you, somewhat reassuring as to the fate of my message if you did, you know?" "At first." Barnabas was silent, then he said, "My sisters send you their regards." "Your sisters," said K. "Ah yes, the big strong girls. They both send their regards, but particularly Amalia," said Barnabas. "She also brought me this letter for you from the castle today." Seizing on this information above all else, K asked, "Couldn't she take my message to the castle too? Or couldn't you both go and each try your luck?" "Amalia's not allowed in the offices," said Barnabas, "otherwise she'd certainly be glad to." "I may come and see you tomorrow," said K, "but you come to me first with the answer. I'll be waiting for you at the school. Give your sisters my regards too." K's promises seemed to make Barnabas very happy. After the farewell handshake he also touched K briefly on the shoulder. As though everything was now back as it had been before, when Barnabas appeared in his splendor among the peasants in the bar, Kate experienced this touch, if smilingly, as an accolade. His mood much improved. On the return journey he let the assistants do as they liked. 11. At the school. He reached home frozen through. The whole place was in darkness. The candles and the lanterns had burned low. With the assistants guiding him, they already knew their way around here. He felt his way through to a classroom. "Your first praiseworthy achievement," he said, recalling Clam's letter. Half in her sleep, Frida cried from one corner, "Let K sleep. Don't disturb him." So much was K in her thoughts, even though, overcome by drowsiness, she had not been able to wait up for him. The lamp was now lit, though it could not be turned up much because there was very little paraffin. The new household still had various shortcomings. The place was heated, but the big room, which was also used for the pieces of apparatus stood around and hung from the ceiling, had already taken up all the available wood. It had also, K was assured, been very pleasantly warm, but had unfortunately cooled right down again. There was in fact a large stock of wood in a shed, but the shed was locked and the key kept by the schoolmaster, who allowed wood to be taken only for heating during school hours. That would have been bearable if there had been beds in which to take refuge. In that respect, however, there was nothing but a single palliasse, covered nice and cleanly with one of Frida's woolen shawls, but with no quilt and only 2 coarse stiff blankets, which gave little warmth. And even this poor palliasse received covetous looks from the assistants, though of course they had no hope of ever being allowed to lie on it. Frida glanced anxiously at K. She had shown back at the bridge and that she could furnish even the most wretched room quite comfortably, but here there was nothing more she could have done, deprived as she had been of all resources. "Our only decoration is the PE apparatus," she said, making an effort to smile through her tears. But with regard to the greatest shortcomings, the inadequate sleeping arrangements and lack of heating, she confidently promised a remedy for the very next day and begged K to be patient just till then. "Not one word, not one hint, Not one look on her face suggested that she bore even the least bitterness against Kay in her heart, despite the fact that, as he had to admit to himself, he had torn her away both from the Count's arms and now from the Pigeon too. However, because of this, Kay was at pains to find everything tolerable, which was not in fact too hard for him to do, since he thought he was off with Barnabas, repeating his message word for word, though not as he had delivered it to Barnabas but as he believed it would sound in Clam's presence. On the other hand, he did take a sincere delight in the coffee that Frida made him on a tiny cooker, and leaning against the cooling stove he followed her deft, experienced movements as she spread the inevitable white tablecloth on the schoolmaster's desk and set down a flowered coffee cup with, beside it, bread and ham and even a tin of sardines. Everything was now ready. Frida herself had not eaten yet but had waited for Kay. There were 2 chairs. Kay and Frida sat on them at the desk, the assistants on the podium at their feet. They never remained still, though. Even during the meal they were a nuisance, despite their having been given generous helpings of everything and being far from finished. They stood up from time to time to see if there was still plenty on the table and they might still expect something for themselves. Kay took no notice of them. It was only Frida's laughter that drew his attention to them. He covered her hand on the table caressingly with his own and asked gently why she forgave them so much, even cheerfully tolerating bad manners. That way they would never be rid of them, whereas by treating them in, so to speak, a forceful manner such as their behavior did actually call for, it might be possible either to restrain them or, as was more likely and even preferable, so to spoil the job for them that they would eventually run away. It didn't, Kay went on, look like being especially pleasant stay here in the schoolhouse. Well, it wouldn't be a long one either, yet they would scarcely be aware of all the shortcomings if the assistants were not there and the 2 of them were alone in the silent building. Hadn't she noticed herself that the assistants were getting cheekier by the day, as if it was Frida's presence that encouraged them, together with the hope that Kay would not, with her there, act as firmly as he'd have done otherwise. There might, incidentally, be quite simple ways of getting rid of them immediately without further ado. Maybe Frida even knew of such, she was so familiar with the way things were hereabouts. Moreover, so far as the assistants themselves were concerned, they'd probably only be doing them a favor by somehow driving them away, because look, it was no great life of luxury they were living here, and even the lazing around that they'd enjoyed up to now would at least to some extent come to an end in this place, surely, since they would have to work while Frida, after the excitements of the last few days, must take it easy and Kay, would be busy finding a way out of their plight. However, he'd feel so relieved if the assistants left, he said, that he would easily manage all the caretaking work on top of everything else. Frida, who had been listening carefully, slowly stroked his arm and said she thought all that too, but that possibly he was exaggerating the assistants' bad manners. They were young fellows, jolly and a bit simple, serving a foreigner for the first time, released from the strict discipline of the castle, so slightly excited and surprised the whole time. And in this state they did occasionally do stupid things about which it was natural to get irritated, certainly, but more sensible to laugh. Sometimes she could not help laughing. Nevertheless, she agreed with Kay entirely that the best course would be to send them away and just be the 2 of them. She moved closer to Kay and buried her face in his shoulder. And there, she said, so unintelligibly that Kay had to bend down towards her, that no, she knew of no way of dealing with the assistants and was afraid that everything Kay had suggested would fail. Anyway, so far as she knew, Kay had asked for them himself and now he had them and would be keeping them. The best thing was to accept them lightly as the lightweight folk they were. That was the best way of putting up with them. Kay was not happy with the answer. Half jokingly, half seriously, he said that she sounded as if she was in league with them, or at least had a great fondness for them. Well, they were handsome enough fellows, but there was no one who could not be got rid of, given a modicum of goodwill, and he would prove it to her in the case of the assistants. Frida said she'd be most grateful to him if he succeeded. She wouldn't laugh at them anymore in future, either, nor say an unnecessary word to them. In fact, she didn't find anything laughable about them anymore. It really was no small matter to have two men watching you the whole time. She had learned to see the two of them through his eyes, she said. And she actually did flinch slightly as the assistants now stood up yet again, partly to check how much food was left, partly to discover the reason for the constant whispering. Kay used the occasion to put Frida off the assistants. He drew Frida to him and they finished their meal sitting close together. At this point they should have gone to bed. They were all very tired. One of the assistants had even fallen asleep over his food. This amused his colleague greatly and he tried to get the others to look at the sleeping man's stupid face, but in vain. Kay and Frida were sitting above him, their faces turned away. Also, with the cold becoming unbearable, they were reluctant to go to bed. Finally Kay said the fire must be relit, otherwise it would be impossible to sleep. He looked around for some sort of axe. The assistants knew of one and brought it, and off they all went to the woodshed. In a short while the flimsy door had been forced. Delighted, as if they had never seen anything so lovely, chasing after and pushing each other, the assistants started carrying wood into the classroom. Soon there was a big pile there. The fire was lit. They settled themselves down around the stove. The assistants were given a blanket to wrap themselves in. This was quite sufficient for them since it had been agreed that one should always be on watch and keep the fire going. Soon it was so warm by the stove that the blankets were not even needed anymore. The lamp was doused, and, pleased with the warmth and silence, Kay and Frida stretched themselves out to sleep. When during the night Kay woke up at some noise or other and in the first uncertain movement, still in sleep, felt for Frida, he became aware that it was not Frida but one of the assistants lying beside him. This gave him, probably as a result of the irritability that came from having been roused suddenly, the biggest fright he had experienced in the village so far. With a cry he half raised himself up and unthinkingly dealt the assistant such a blow with his fist that he began to cry. The whole episode was explained in an instant. In fact, Frida had been wakened by, so at least it had seemed to her, some large animal, probably a cat, jumping on her chest and immediately running off. She had got up, lit a candle, and searched the whole room for the beast. One of the assistants had taken advantage of this to treat himself to the palliasse for a while, for which he was now paying dearly. Frida found nothing, however. Perhaps it had simply been an illusion. She returned to Kay. In passing she stooped, as if she had forgotten the evening's conversation, to give the hair of the crouching, whimpering assistant a consoling stroke. Kay made no remark, merely telling the assistants to stop stoking the fire since through their having used nearly all the accumulated wood it was now too warm. In the morning, they woke to find that the first schoolchildren had already arrived and were crowding curiously around the beds. This was awkward, because as a result of the great warmth, though in fact now, towards morning, this had given way to a noticeable chilliness, they had all stripped to their underwear, and just as they were starting to get dressed, Giza, the schoolmistress, a tall fair-haired handsome if slightly stiff young lady, appeared in the doorway. She was clearly prepared for the new caretaker and had presumably also been given rules of behavior by the schoolmaster, because before even crossing the threshold she said, "I can't have this. This is a fine state of affairs. You merely have permission to sleep in the classroom. I on the other hand am under no obligation to teach in your bedroom. A caretaker's family lazing in their beds half the morning. Disgraceful." Well, that was debatable, particularly as regarded the family in the beds. Kay thought as together with Frida, the assistants were no use here. They lay on the floor staring in amazement at the schoolmistress and the children. He hurriedly pushed the parallel bars and the horse across, covered both with the blankets, and thus constructed a little room in which they could be protected from the children's gaze while they at least got dressed. They were not left in peace for a moment, however. It started with the schoolmistress nagging because there was no clean water in the wash basin. Kate had just had the idea of fetching the wash basin for himself and Frida. He abandoned the idea for the moment in order not to irritate the schoolmistress too much, but this did him no good because shortly afterwards there was a tremendous crash. Unfortunately, they had neglected to clear the remains of their supper from the schoolmaster's desk. The schoolmistress removed it all using the ruler. Everything went flying to the floor, the sardine oil and leftover coffee spilling out and the coffee pot smashing to pieces were no concern of the schoolmistress. The caretaker would soon tidy up. Still not fully dressed, Kay and Frida leaned on the bars and watched the destruction of their few possessions. The assistants, who clearly had no thought of getting dressed, were to the children's huge delight peeking out from among the blankets down below. Frida was of course most pained by the loss of the coffee pot, and it was not until Kay, to console her, promised to go straight to the mayor and request and obtain a replacement that she so far recovered herself as to leave the enclosure at a run, wearing only her vest and petticoat, to fetch the tablecloth at least and stop it getting any dirtier. She succeeded too, despite the fact that the schoolmistress, to deter her, kept hammering nerve-shatteringly on the desk with the ruler. When Kay and Frida had finished dressing, they found that the assistants, who were as if bemused by events, not only needed to be urged to get dressed with orders and shoves but had to some extent even to be helped into their clothes. Once they were all ready, Kay distributed the next jobs. The assistants were to fetch wood and relight the fire, but starting in the other classroom, from which much danger still threatened, because the schoolmaster was probably there already, Frida was to wash the floor, and Kay would fetch water and otherwise tidy up. Breakfast was out of the question for the time being. However, to inform himself generally about the schoolmistress's mood, Kay wanted to go out first. The others were to follow only when he called them. He made this arrangement on the one hand because he did not wish to have the situation aggravated from the outset by stupidities on the part of the assistants, and on the other hand because he was keen to protect Frida as far as possible, for she had ambition, he had none. She was highly sensitive, he was not. She thought only about the current minor nastinesses. He was thinking about Barnabas and the future. Frida obeyed all his orders precisely, hardly taking her eyes off him. Hardly had he emerged before the schoolmistress, amid the laughter of the children, which from this point on never stopped, called out, "Had a good snooze, then?" And when Kay took no notice, since it was not really a question, but made straight for the wash basin, the schoolmistress asked, "What have you done to my pussycat, then?" A large, plump old cat lay stretched out inertly on the desk, and the schoolmistress was examining its evidently slightly injured paw. So Frida had been right after all. This cat had perhaps not leaped on her, it was no doubt past leaping, but had crawled over her, been frightened by the presence of people in the normally empty building, swiftly hid, and being unused to making swift movements injured itself. Kay attempted to explain this calmly to the schoolmistress, but she, seizing only on the outcome, said, "There you are, you've injured her. That's a fine start, isn't it? Look here," and she called Kay up to the desk, showing him the paw, and before he realized what was happening she had made a mark across the back of his hand with the claws. The claws were blunt, in fact, but the schoolmistress, this time with no consideration for the cat, had pressed them in so hard that bloody weals did in fact result. "And now get to work," she said impatiently and bent over the cat once more. Frida, who had been watching with the assistants from behind the bars, screamed at the sight of the blood. Kay showed the hand to the children and said, "Look what a wicked sly cat did to me." He did not say it for the children's benefit, of course. Their shrieking and laughing had already achieved such momentum that it needed no further cause or encouragement, and not a word could be heard above or have any effect upon it. But since even the schoolmistress responded to the insult only with a swift sidelong glance and otherwise continued to busy herself with the cat, her initial anger seemingly appeased by the bloody punishment, Kay summoned Frida and the assistants and work began. When Kay had taken away the pail of dirty water, brought clean water, and was starting to sweep out the classroom, a boy of about 12 stepped from a desk, touched Kay's hand, and said something that was quite incomprehensible in the uproar. Suddenly, the whole uproar fell to nothing. Kay turned. The thing he had been afraid of all morning had occurred. In the doorway stood the schoolmaster, each of the little man's hands holding one of the assistants by the collar. He had presumably caught them fetching wood, because in a powerful voice he shouted, leaving a pause after each word, "Who dared to break into the woodshed? Where is he so I can pulverize the fellow?" Here Frida got up from the floor, which she was struggling to wash clean at the schoolmistress's feet, looked across at Kay, as if seeking to draw strength, and said with something of the old superiority in her look and bearing, "It was me, sir, I did it. I could see no alternative. If the classrooms were to be heated early, the shed had to be opened. I didn't dare come and get the key from you during the night. My fiancé was at the Count's Arms. There was a chance he might be spending the night there, so I had to make a decision myself. If I did wrong, forgive my inexperience. I've already been well scolded by my fiancé when he saw what had happened. In fact, he even forbade me to light the stoves in advance, believing that by locking the woodshed you had shown that you did not want any fires lit before you got here yourself. So it's his fault there's no heating but mine that the woodshed has been broken open." "Who broke the door open?" the schoolmaster asked the assistants, who were still trying in vain to shake off his grip. "Him," they both said, pointing at Kay, to remove any doubt. Frida laughed, the laugh sounding even more conclusive than her words. Then she took the cloth that she had been using to wash the floor and began to wring it out into the bucket. It was as if her explanation had ended the incident and the assistant's remark had been no more than a belated joke. Not until she was down on her knees again, ready to resume work, did she say, "Our assistants are children. For all their years they still belong in these school desks. No, I opened the door with the axe myself towards evening. It was very easy, I didn't need the assistants, they'd only have been in the way. But then during the night, when my fiancé arrived and went out to inspect the damage and if possible repair it, the assistants ran along too, probably because they were afraid to stay here on their own, saw my fiancé working on the forced door, and that's why they now say, well, they're children." The assistants kept on shaking their heads throughout Frida's explanation, again pointing at Kay, and trying by silently pulling faces to persuade Frida to change her mind, but since they were unsuccessful in this they eventually accepted the situation, took Frida's words as an order, and when the schoolmaster repeated his question no longer replied. "So," the schoolmaster said, "you were lying, then? Or at least making a frivolous accusation against the caretaker?" Still they said nothing, but their trembling limbs and anxious glances appeared to suggest a guilty conscience. "In that case I shall give you an immediate thrashing," the schoolmaster said, and he dispatched a child into the next room for the cane. But then, as he raised the cane, Frida cried out, the assistants were telling the truth, threw the cloth into the bucket in despair, making the water splash up, and ran behind the parallel bars, where she hid. "A bunch of liars," said the schoolmistress, who had just finished bandaging the paw and now took the creature onto her lap, for which it was almost too big. "That leaves the caretaker," said the schoolmaster, thrusting the assistants aside and turning to Kay, who had been listening the whole time, leaning on the broom, "this caretaker who in his cowardliness has no qualms about allowing others to be falsely accused of his own dirty tricks." "Well," said K, aware that Frida's intervention had in fact tempered the schoolmaster's initial unbounded rage. If the assistants had had a bit of a thrashing, I shouldn't have been sorry. If they've been spared on 10 justified occasions, they can pay for it on one unjustified one. But I'd have welcomed it anyway if an immediate clash between myself and yourself, sir, could have been avoided. It's even possible you'd have preferred it too. However, now that Frida has sacrificed me to the assistants, here Kay paused, in the silence. Frida could be heard sobbing behind the blankets. The matter must of course be cleared up. Incredible, said the schoolmistress. I quite agree with you, Miss Giza, said the schoolmaster. You, caretaker, are of course fired immediately for this shameful breach of duty. I shall be deciding what punishment will follow. But now will you get out immediately and take all your stuff with you? It will be a real relief to us and lessons can at last begin. So be quick about it. I'm not moving from this place, said Kay. You may be my superior, but you're not the one who gave me the job. That's the mayor. I shall accept my dismissal only from him. He, though, presumably didn't give me the job in order that I should freeze to death here with my people, but, as you said yourself, to prevent any rash acts of desperation on my part. So firing me abruptly now would go clear against his intentions. Until I hear to the contrary from his own lips, I shall not believe it. Besides, it will no doubt be greatly to your advantage, my not complying with your ill-considered dismissal. So you won't do as I say? Asked the schoolmaster. Kay shook his head. Think about it carefully, said the schoolmaster. Your decisions are not always for the best. Remember yesterday afternoon, for instance, when you refused to be interrogated. Why bring that up now? Asked Kay. Because I feel like it, said the schoolmaster, and so I repeat for the last time, out. When this too had no effect, the schoolmaster went over to the schoolmaster's desk and held a low-voiced discussion with the schoolmistress. She said something about the police, but the schoolmaster rejected it. Eventually they agreed. The schoolmaster told the children to go across into his classroom. They would be having lessons there jointly with the other children. The change delighted them all. The room was vacated immediately amid laughter and shouting. The schoolmaster and schoolmistress bringing up the rear. The schoolmistress carried the register, and on it, what for all its bulk was the wholly apathetic cat. The schoolmaster would have liked to leave the cat behind, but a suggestion to this effect was firmly rebuffed by the schoolmistress with an allusion to Kay's cruelty, so that Kay was also, to add to all the irritation, now lumbering the schoolmaster with the cat as well. No doubt this also influenced the final words that the schoolmaster directed at Kay. From the doorway, Miss Giza is being forced to leave this room together with the children because you stubbornly refuse to comply with my dismissal, and because no one can expect a young girl like her to give lessons surrounded by you and your filthy household. So you'll be on your own and can now, undisturbed by the revulsion of respectable onlookers, spread yourselves here as you wish. But it won't be for long, that I guarantee. Whereupon he slammed the door. 12. The assistants. Scarcely had they all gone when Kay told the assistants, "Get out." Startled by this unexpected command, they obeyed, but when Kay locked the door behind them, they tried to get back in, whimpering outside and knocking at the door. "You're fired," Kay called out. "I'll never take you into my service again." They were not having that, of course, and they hammered on the door with hands and feet. "Back to you, master," they cried, as if Kay were the dry land and they were sinking under the incoming tide. But Kay was without pity, waiting impatiently for the intolerable din to force the schoolmaster to intervene. This soon occurred. "Let your damned assistants in," he shouted. "I've dismissed them," Kay shouted back, which had the unlooked-for side effect of showing the schoolmaster what happened when someone was strong enough not simply to give notice of dismissal but actually to carry it out. The schoolmaster now tried in a friendly way to calm the assistants down. They should just wait there quietly. Kay would eventually have to let them in again. Then he went away. And things might possibly now have stayed quiet had Kay not started shouting at them again that they were now definitely dismissed and had no hope whatever of being taken on again. At this they again began to make as much noise as before. Back came the schoolmaster, but this time he no longer negotiated with them but, clearly using the dreaded cane, drove them from the building. They soon appeared at the windows of the PE room, knocking on the panes and yelling, but the words could no longer be made out. However, they did not stay long there either. In the deep snow they were unable to leap about in the way their agitation demanded. So they hurried across to the fence around the school garden, jumped up on the low stone wall, where they also, though only from a distance, had a better view into the room, and ran to and fro along it, clinging to the railings, stopping now and then to stretch clasped hands pleadingly in Kay's direction. They went on like this for some time, heedless of the futility of their efforts. They were as if blind. They'd probably carried on even after Kay had let down the curtains to rid himself of the sight of them. In the now dimly lit room, Kay went over to the parallel bars to find Frida. Under his gaze she stood up, tidied her hair, dried her face, and wordlessly set about making coffee. Even though she knew about everything, Kay formally advised her of the fact that he had dismissed the assistants. She merely nodded. Kay sat in one of the desks and watched her weary movements. Always before it had been vigor and resolution that made her insignificant body beautiful. Now that beauty was gone. A few days of living with Kay had sufficed to achieve that. Working in the bar had not been easy, but it had probably suited her better. Or was being away from Clam the real cause of her decline? It was Clam's nearness that had made her so madly alluring. In that allurement she had snatched Kay to her and now she was wilting in his arms. "Frida," said Kay. She laid the coffee grinder aside immediately and came to Kay, in the desk. "Are you cross with me?" she asked. "No," said Kay, "I don't think you can help it. You were living happily at the Count's arms. I should have left you there." "Yes," Frida said with a look of sadness, "you should have left me there. I don't deserve to live with you. Free of me, you could achieve everything you want, possibly. Out of consideration for me, you place yourself under the tyrannical schoolmaster, accept this wretched job, strive to get an interview with Clam. All for me, yet I repay you poorly." "No," Kay said, putting an arm round her consolingly, "those are all minor matters, they don't hurt me, and it's not purely for your sake that I want to see Clam. And look at all you've done for me. Before I met you I was completely adrift here. No one took me in and as soon as I imposed myself on someone they saw me off. And if there was someone I might have found a resting place with, it was people from whom I ran away myself. Barnabas's people, for instance. You ran away from them? You did, didn't you? Darling." Frida threw in brightly before once again, after a hesitant yes from Kay, sinking into her weariness. But Kay himself no longer had the resolution to explain how, as a result of his association with Frida, everything had gone right for him. He slowly removed his arm from her and they sat in silence for a while, until Frida, as if Kay's arm had been supplying a warmth she could no longer do without, said, "I shan't be able to bear this life here. If you want to keep me, we have to emigrate, anywhere, to the south of France, to Spain." "I can't emigrate," said Kay, "I came here in order to stay here. I shall stay here." And with an inconsistency he did not even attempt to explain, he added, as if to himself, because what could possibly have lured me into this desolate country but the desire to stay here? Then he said, but you want to stay here too, after all it's your country. You just miss clam and that gives you despairing thoughts. You think I miss clam, said Frida, there's a surfeit of clam here, too much clam. It's to escape him that I want to get away. I don't miss clam, I miss you. It's because of you I want to leave, because I can't get enough of you, with everyone tugging at me here. I'd rather the pretty mask were torn away, I'd rather my body were wretched, so I might live in peace with you. Kay heard only one thing in all this. Clam's still in touch with you? He asked promptly. He sends for you? I don't know anything about Clam, said Frida. I'm speaking of other people now, the assistants for example. Ah, the assistants, said Kay, surprised, they're pursuing you? Hadn't you noticed? Asked Frida. No, Kay said, trying vainly to recall details, they're randy, importunate young fellows, certainly, but I hadn't noticed them trying anything on with you. No, said Frida, you didn't notice how there was no getting them out of our room at the Bridge Inn, how they kept a jealous eye on our relations, how one of them took my place on the palliasse this morning, how they gave evidence against you just now in order to drive you away, ruin you, and be alone with me. You didn't notice any of that? Kay looked at Frida without replying. These charges against the assistants were real enough, no doubt, but at the same time they were all susceptible of a far more innocent interpretation in terms of the whole laughable, childish, fidgety, uncontrolled nature of the pair of them. And was the accusation not also belied by the fact that they had always sought to go everywhere with Kay rather than stay behind with Frida? Kay mentioned something to this effect. Hypocrisy, said Frida. You didn't see through it? Why did you drive them away, then, if it wasn't for those reasons? And she went to the window, moved the curtain aside a little, looked out, then called Kay over. The assistants were still outside by the railings, tired though they clearly were by now. They still, from time to time, summoning all their strength, stretched their arms imploringly in the direction of the school. One of them, to avoid having to hold on all the time, had skewered the back of his coat on a spike. The poor things. The poor things, said Frida. Why did I drive them away? Echoed Kay. The immediate reason was you. Me? Frida asked without averting her gaze from outside. Your over-familiar treatment of the assistants, said Kay, excusing their bad manners, laughing about them, stroking their hair, constantly feeling sorry for them, the poor things, there you go again, and finally the most recent incident, when I was not too high a price for you to pay to ransom the assistants from a thrashing. That's just it, said Frida, that's what I'm talking about, that's just what makes me so miserable, what's keeping me from you, when I know of no greater bliss for myself than to be with you, forever, without interruption, without end, when I dream, I really do, that there's no quiet place here on earth for our love, not in the village and not anywhere else, so I picture a grave, deep and narrow, in which we embrace as if clamped together, I bury my face against you, you yours against me. And no one will ever see us again. Here, though, look at the assistants. It's not for your benefit they clasp their hands together, it's for mine. And it's not me, said Kay, looking at them, it's you. Of course it is, Frida said almost angrily, that's what I'm saying all the time, why otherwise would it matter, the assistants being after me, even if they are Clam's envoys, said Kay, to whom this description, natural though it immediately seemed to him, came as a great surprise. Yes, Clam's envoys, said Frida, but even if they are, at the same time they're foolish youths who still need thrashings to train them. What nasty, Dirty youths they are, and what a revolting contrast between their faces, which suggest adults, even perhaps students, and their childishly silly behavior. Do you think I don't see that? I'm ashamed of them. That's just it, though, they don't repel me, instead I'm ashamed of them. I always have to be looking at them. Where a person ought to find them irritating, I have to laugh. Where they should be beaten, I have to stroke their hair. And when I lie beside you at night, I can't sleep and have to look beyond you to where one of them is rolled tightly in the blanket, sleeping, and the other is kneeling at the open door of the stove, stoking it, and I have to lean forward so that I nearly wake you up. And it isn't the cat that scares me. I'm quite familiar with cats, and I'm also familiar with the uneasy, constantly interrupted kind of dozing you get in the bar. It isn't the cat that scares me, I scare myself. And it doesn't even take that monster of a cat, the slightest sound makes me start. At one point I'm afraid you'll wake up and it will all be over. Next minute I'm jumping up and lighting the candle to make sure you do wake up quickly and can protect me. I knew nothing of all that, said Kay. I had only an inkling of it when I drove them away, but now they've gone, now maybe everything will be all right. Yes, at last they've gone, said Frida, but she looked tormented, not joyful. The trouble is, we don't know who they are. Clam's envoys, that's what I call them in my thoughts, pretending, but maybe they really are. Their eyes, those artless yet twinkling eyes, somehow remind me of Clam's eyes. Yes, that's it, it's Clam's look that sometimes goes right through me, coming from their eyes. So I was wrong when I said I'm ashamed of them. I only wish I were. All right, I know that anywhere else, in other people, the same behavior would be stupid and offensive. In them it's not. I watch their stupidities with respect and admiration. Yet if they are Clam's envoys, who will free us from them, and would it even be a good thing if we were free of them? In which case, oughtn't you to fetch them in quickly and be glad if they still came? You want me to let them in again? Asked Kay. No, said Frida, that's the last thing I want. The look on their faces as they came storming in, their delight at seeing me again, they're hopping around like children and they're stretching their arms out like men, all that might even be too much for me. But when I think that you may, if you go on being hard on them, be refusing Clam himself access to you, I want to do my utmost to shield you from the consequences. Then I do want you to let them in. Then I can't wait for them to come in. Take no notice of me or what my interests are. I'll defend myself as long as I can, but if I lose, well, I'll lose, but in the knowledge that, again, I did it for you. You simply confirm my opinion about the assistants, said Kay. They'll never get back in if I have anything to do with it. Surely the fact that I got them out shows that they are sometimes controllable, so can't have very much to do with Clam. Only last night I received a letter from Clam showing that he's quite wrongly informed about the assistants, which in turn must suggest he couldn't care less about them one way or the other, because if he did, surely he could have got hold of precise information about them. But your seeing Clam in them proves nothing, because you're still, unfortunately, swayed by the landlady and see Clam everywhere. You're still Clam's mistress, still a long way from being my wife. Sometimes that makes me really depressed. I have the impression, then, that I've lost everything. I feel as if I'd only just arrived in the village, but not filled with hope as I was then in reality, but knowing that only disappointments await me and that I'm going to have to taste them one after another to the last dregs. But that's only sometimes, though, Kay added with a smile, seeing how Frida was beginning to slump beneath his words, and basically it proves something good, namely how much you mean to me. And if you now ask me to choose between you and the assistants, that's because the assistants have already lost. What an idea, choosing between you and the assistants. What I want now is to be finally rid of them. By the way, Who knows whether the feeling of weakness affecting us both doesn't come from our not having had breakfast yet? Could be, Frida said with a weary smile, setting to work. Kay, too, reached for the broom again. 13.
Hans.
A short while later there was a quiet knock. Barnabas! Kate exclaimed. He tossed the broom aside and in a few steps was at the door. Alarmed by the name more than anything else, Frida watched him. With his unsteady hands, Kay could not immediately undo the old lock. "I'm opening up," he kept repeating, instead of asking who was actually there. And was then, having flung the door open, faced with the sight not of Barnabas coming in but the small boy who had tried to speak to Kay earlier. Kay, however, had no wish to recall him. "What are you doing here?" he said. "The lesson's next door." "That's where I've come from," said the boy, and his big brown eyes looked calmly up at Kay as he stood there at attention, arms by his sides. "So what do you want?" "Quick!" Kay said, bending down slightly because the boy spoke in a quiet voice. "Can I help you?" the boy asked. "He wants to help us," Kay said to Frida and then to the boy. "What's your name?" "Hans Brunswick," said the boy, in the 4th class, son of Otto Brunswick, master shoemaker in Madeline Street. "So, your name's Brunswick, is it?" said Kay, now more friendly towards him. It turned out that Hans had been so upset by the bloody wheels the schoolmistress had scratched in Kay's hand that he had determined then and there to stand by Kay. He had now, on his own initiative, risked heavy punishment by slipping out of the adjacent classroom like a deserter. Possibly it was, in the main, such boyish ideas that governed all his actions. Similarly in keeping with them was the seriousness that came across in everything he did. Only initially had shyness held him back. He soon got used to Kay and Frida, and when he had been given some good hot coffee to drink he became lively and trustful and his questions keen and penetrating, as if he wanted to pick up the main points as quickly as possible in order to be able to make up his own mind on Kay and Frida's behalf. There was something of the commander about him too, but it was so blended with childish innocence that one found oneself, half sincerely, half as a joke, happy to do as he said. Certainly, he claimed their full attention. All work had ceased, breakfast became a very extended affair. Despite the fact that he was sitting in the school desk, Kay up above on the schoolmaster's desk, and Frida on a chair to one side, it looked as if Hans was the schoolmaster, as if he was checking and assessing the answers. A slight smile about his gentle mouth seemed to suggest that he was well aware this was only a game, but his concentration otherwise was all the more serious for that. Maybe it was not a smile at all but the happiness of childhood that played around his lips. He was remarkably slow to admit that he knew Kay already, had done since Kay had called on Laseman that time. Kay was delighted at this. "You were playing at the woman's feet, right?" Kay asked. "Yes," said Hans, "that was my mother." And here he was obliged to talk about his mother, but he did so with reluctance and only when asked repeatedly. What now transpired was that he was indeed a small boy out of whom at times, it was true, particularly in his questions, possibly in anticipation of the future, though it may also have been simply a product of hallucination on the part of the uneasily tense listener. It almost seemed a vigorous, intelligent, far-sighted man spoke, but who then next minute, without transition, was a mere schoolboy who quite failed to understand a good many questions and got others wrong, who with a child's lack of consideration spoke too quietly, despite having had the mistake pointed out to him many times, and who finally, as if in defiance, said nothing at all in answer to several urgent questions, and did so without any embarrassment, as an adult could never have done. It was just as if, to his way of thinking, only he might ask questions, having the others ask questions breached some rule and was a waste of time. He was capable, then, of sitting still for a long time, body erect, head bowed, underlip pursed. Frida liked this so much that she occasionally asked him questions that she hoped would make him fall silent in this way. She succeeded too, sometimes, but it annoyed Kay. Altogether, they did not learn much. The mother was poorly, but the nature of her illness remained vague. The child that Mrs. Brunswick had had in her lap was little Hans's sister and was called Frida. Hans's reaction to the identity of name with the woman quizzing him was hostile. They all lived in the village but not with Leisman. They had simply been visiting him to be given a bath, because Leisman had the big tub, bathing and larking around in which was a particular treat for the little children, of whom Hans, however, was not one. On the subject of his father, Hans spoke with either reverence or apprehension, but only when he was not at the same time talking about his mother. Clearly, in comparison with the mother, the father did not count for much, though in fact all questions concerning family life, however slanted, went unanswered. With regard to the father's business, they discovered that he was the biggest shoemaker in the locality. He had no equal. This was repeated several times, even in answer to quite different questions. In fact, he supplied the other shoemakers, including for example Barnabas's father, with work. In the latter instance Brunswick presumably did it only as a special favor, at least that was what a proud toss of Hans's head suggested, prompting Frida to jump down and give him a kiss. Asked whether he had ever been inside the castle, he replied only after many repetitions. His answer was no. The same question with regard to his mother he did not reply to at all. Eventually Kate grew weary. He too began to see that questioning is futile. The boy was right there, and there was also something shameful about trying to uncover family secrets through the indirect medium of the innocent child, though what was doubly shameful was that even so one learned nothing. And when Kay then, in conclusion, asked the boy what he was offering to help with, he was no longer surprised to learn that all Hans wanted was to help with the work here in order that the schoolmaster and the schoolmistress should not scold Kay so much. Kay explained to Hans that help of that kind was not required. Scolding was no doubt in the schoolmaster's nature, and there was little likelihood, even with the most meticulous work, of a person's being able to shield himself from it. The work itself wasn't difficult, and it was only as a result of chance circumstances that he was behind with it today. Besides, that kind of scolding didn't affect him as it did a pupil. He shook it off. It hardly mattered to him at all. Also, he hoped to be able, very soon, to escape from the schoolmaster altogether. So as it had simply been a question of help against the schoolmaster, Hans had his warmest thanks, he said, and might go back now. With any luck he would avoid punishment. Kay certainly did not stress and only involuntarily suggested that it was merely help against the schoolmaster that he did not require, leaving the question of other kinds of help open. Yet Hans sensed this clearly in Kay's words and asked whether Kay needed any other kind of help. Perhaps he would be delighted to provide it, and if not able to himself he would ask his mother, and then it would certainly be all right. Even his father, when he had problems, asked his mother for help. In fact, his mother had inquired after Kay once. She hardly left the house herself. It had been an exception, her being at Leisman's that time, though he, Hans, often went there to play with Leisman's children, and on one occasion his mother had asked him whether the land surveyor had perhaps been there again. His mother, he explained, being so frail and weary, must not be made to answer unnecessary questions, so he had simply said he hadn't seen the land surveyor there and there'd been no further mention of him. Now, however, having found him at the school, he had had to speak to him in order to be able to report to his mother. Because that was what his mother liked best, having her wishes granted without an express command. Kay thought for a moment, then replied that he did not require any help. He had everything he needed, but it was very kind of Hans to want to help him, and he thanked him for his good intentions. It was always possible he might need something later. in which case he would turn to him. He had his address. On the other hand, possibly he, K, could be of some help this time. He was sorry that Hans's mother was not well, and clearly no one here knew what was wrong. Often, when a case was neglected like that, a serious aggravation of what was in itself a mild complaint could set in. It so happened that he, K, had some medical knowledge and, even more valuably, experience in treating patients. Many times where doctors had failed, he had been successful. At home he had always, because of his healing powers, been dubbed the bitter herb. Anyway, he would be happy to look at Hans's mother and have a talk with her. He might be able to give some good advice. He would be glad to, simply for Hans's sake. At first, Hans's eyes lit up at this offer, encouraging. To press it further, the outcome was unsatisfactory, though, because Hans said in answer to various questions, and was not even particularly sad as he did so, that his mother could have no visits from strangers. She needed very careful handling. K had barely spoken to her that time. Nevertheless, she'd spent several days in bed afterwards, as happened now and again, Hans admitted. His father, though, had been furious about K on that occasion and would certainly never allow K to visit his mother. In fact, he had wanted to call on K at the time to punish him for his behavior, and only Hans's mother had prevented him from doing so. But above all, his mother herself usually didn't want to speak to anyone. Her asking about K implied no exception to the rule. On the contrary, she could, having mentioned him, have expressed a desire to see him, but hadn't done so, thus making her wish quite clear. She only wanted to hear about K, she didn't want to speak to him. It was not, by the way, an actual illness that she was suffering from at all. She was well aware of the cause of her condition and sometimes even alluded to it. It was no doubt the air here she couldn't tolerate, but neither did she wish to leave the place because of his father and the children. Also, it was better than it had been. That was about what K learned. Hans's reasoning improved perceptibly as a result of his needing to protect his mother from K, from the man he had said he wanted to help. In fact, in the good cause of keeping K away from his mother, he even contradicted his own previous statements in many respects, for example regarding the illness. Nevertheless, K was aware even now that Hans remained well disposed towards him. It was just that his mother drove all other thoughts from his mind. Anyone held up to his mother was instantly in the wrong. This time it had been K, but it might also be the father, for example. Wishing to test this latter possibility, K said it was certainly very sensible of Hans's father to shield his mother from any disturbance, and if he, K, had had the least inkling of any such thing at the time, he would certainly not have made so bold as to address Hans's mother, and would Hans please now convey his belated apologies to the family. However, he couldn't quite understand why Hans's father, if the cause of the complaint had been made as clear as Hans said, kept his mother from recovering in a different climate. It had to be said he was keeping her, because it was only for the children's and his own sakes that she did not leave, yet the children she could take with her. She needn't go away for long, nor need she go very far. Just up on Castle Hill the air was already quite different. The father need not fear the cost of such an excursion. He was the biggest shoemaker in the locality, and surely, too, either he or Hans's mother had relations or acquaintances in the castle who would be glad to have her. Why didn't he let her go? He ought not to underestimate such a complaint. K had seen Hans's mother only briefly, but her striking pallor and frailty had moved him to speak to her. He'd been surprised even at the time at Hans's father letting the sick woman stay in the stale air of the communal bathroom and washroom and not even curbing his own noisy speech. Presumably the father didn't realize what he was dealing with. The complaint may indeed have improved recently. A complaint like that has its ups and downs, but will eventually, if not controlled, come back with full force, and then nothing will help anymore. If K couldn't speak to the mother, it might be a good idea if he spoke to the father and drew his attention to all these things. Hans had listened keenly, understood most of what he had heard. been powerfully aware of the threat of the incomprehensible remainder. Even so, he told Kay that he could not talk to his father. His father had an aversion to him and would no doubt treat him as the schoolmaster had. He said this smilingly and shyly when speaking of Kay, grimly and sorrowfully when mentioning his father. He did add, though, that Kay might be able to talk to his mother after all, but only without his father knowing. Then Hans thought for a moment, staring fixedly, very like a woman who has a wish to do something forbidden and is looking for a way of carrying it out unpunished, and said that it might be possible the day after tomorrow. His father went to the Count's Arms of an evening. He had to meet people there, in which case he, Hans, would come in the evening and take Kay to his mother, provided, of course, that his mother agreed, which was still highly unlikely. Above all, she did nothing against his father's wishes, Hans said. She obeyed him in everything, including things that even he, Hans, clearly saw were unreasonable. Really, what Hans was after was Kay's help against his father. It was as if he had been deceiving himself in thinking that he wished to assist Kay, whereas in reality he had wanted to discover whether, since no one from his old surroundings had been able to help, this stranger who had appeared suddenly and had now even been mentioned by his mother might not be able to do so. He was as if unconsciously withdrawn, the lad, almost sly. This had scarcely been perceptible from his manner and his words up to now. It was only the almost resentful confessions extracted by chance and with intent that had brought it out. And now here he was, discussing at length with Kay what difficulties would need to be surmounted. With the best will in the world on Hans's part, they were almost insurmountable difficulties. Deep in thought but still seeking help, he kept his nervously blinking eyes trained on Kay. He could say nothing to his mother before his father had gone, otherwise his father would hear of it and the rest would become impossible, so he mustn't mention it till afterwards. But even then, out of consideration for his mother, not abruptly and quickly but gently, choosing the right moment, only then must he ask for his mother's consent, only then could he fetch Kay. But wouldn't that be too late already? Wouldn't there already be a risk of his father returning? Oh, it was impossible. Kay, however, showed that it was not impossible. As to there not being enough time, they need have no fear. A brief chat, a brief instant together would do, nor need Hans come and get Kay. Kay would be waiting and hiding somewhere near the house, and at a sign from Hans would come immediately. No, said Hans, Kay couldn't wait near the house. Again it was oversensitivity on his mother's account that influenced him. Kay couldn't start out without his mother's knowledge. Hans couldn't make such a pact with Kay, keeping it a secret from his mother. He must fetch Kay from the school and not earlier, before his mother knew of and agreed to it. Fine, said Kay. In that case it really was dangerous. There was a chance of Hans's father catching him in the house, and even if that didn't happen his mother, for fear of it, mightn't send for Kay in the first place, so the whole thing would still fail because of the father. This time it was Hans who objected, and so the argument swung back and forth. Kay had long since called Hans up to the schoolmaster's desk, drawn him between his knees, and been giving him the occasional soothing caress. This nearness was partly why, despite Hans's intermittent opposition, an agreement was reached. The two eventually agreed as follows. Hans would start by telling his mother the whole truth. However, to make it easier for her to agree, he would add that Kay also wanted to speak to Brunswick himself, not about the mother, though, about his own affairs. This was in fact correct. It had occurred to Kay, in the course of the discussion, that Brunswick, who in other respects might well be a dangerous and evil person, could not actually be his enemy, because after all, according to the mayor at least, he had headed those who, even if it was for political reasons, had asked for a land surveyor to be appointed. Kay's arrival in the village must therefore be welcome so far as Brunswick was concerned. That did make the irritated greeting on the first day and the aversion Hans had spoken of almost incomprehensible, but perhaps Brunswick was offended precisely because Kay had not turned to him first for help. perhaps there was another misunderstanding here that a couple of words might clear up. If that was what had happened, though, Kay might very well recede Brunswick's backing against the schoolmaster, indeed even against the mayor, the whole official deception, because what else was it? By means of which the mayor and the schoolmaster were keeping him from the castle authorities and had forced him into the job of school caretaker could be exposed. If it once again came to a fight over Kay, between Brunswick and the mayor, Brunswick would have to get Kay on his side. Kay would become a guest in Brunswick's house. Brunswick's instruments of power would be placed at his disposal, in defiance of the mayor. There was no knowing how far he might advance as a result, and in any case he would often be near where the woman was. Thus he toyed with his dreams and they with him, while Hans, thinking only of his mother, worriedly observed Kay's silence, the way one does with a doctor who is sunk in thought, trying to find a remedy for a serious case. This suggestion of Kay's that he wished to speak to Brunswick about the land surveyor job met with Hans's approval, though only because it protected his mother from his father and besides related only to an emergency, which he hoped would not arise. All he asked was how Kay was going to explain to his father the lateness of his visit, and eventually he was satisfied, even if his face did darken slightly, by Kay's proposing to say that the intolerable position as school caretaker and the schoolmaster's humiliating treatment of him had made him suddenly desperate and driven all caution from his mind. With everything, so far as one could see, now planned in advance and the possibility of success at least no longer out of the question, little Hans, the burden of thought removed, perked up and stayed chatting for a while, childishly, first with Kay, and then also with Frida, who for a long time had been sitting there as if her thoughts were somewhere else entirely and only now started taking part in the conversation again. One of the things she asked him was what he wanted to be. He did not think for long before replying that he wanted to be a man like Kay. When then asked about his reasons, he did not know how to answer, of course, and the question as to whether he wanted to be a school caretaker, met with a firm denial. Only after further questioning did it become clear by what route he had arrived at his wish. Kay's current situation was not the least bit enviable, it was wretched and contemptible. Even Hans saw that clearly and had no need to look at other people in order to spot it. He himself would have preferred to shield his mother from every look and word of Kay's. Nevertheless, he came to Kay, and asked him for help and was glad when Kay agreed. He believed he had spotted something similar in other people too, and above all his mother had mentioned Kay herself. Out of this contradiction there arose in him the belief that, while Kay, at the moment was low and repulsive, in what was admittedly an almost inconceivably distant future he would outstrip everybody. And it was just this almost absurd remoteness and the proud development that should lead to it that Hans found attractive. For this price he was prepared to accept even the present Kay. The peculiarly precocious quality of this desire consisted in Hans's looking down on Kay, as if on someone younger, someone whose future stretched out farther than his own, the future of a small boy. And it was with an almost gloomy seriousness that, repeatedly prodded by questions from Frida, he spoke of these things. Kay was the one who cheered him up again, saying that he knew what Hans envied him for. It was his splendid gnarled stick, which lay on the table and with which Hans had been absent-mindedly playing as they talked. Well, said Kay, he could make such sticks, and once their plan had succeeded he'd produce an even finer one for Hans. It was now no longer entirely clear whether Hans had not really had only the stick in mind. So delighted was he by Kay's promise and gaily said goodbye, not without shaking Kay firmly by the hand and telling him, day after tomorrow, then. 14. Frida's reproach. Hans had not gone a moment too soon, for shortly afterwards the schoolmaster tore open the door and, seeing Kay and Frida sitting quietly at table, shouted, "Pardon the intrusion. But tell me, when is this room finally going to be tidied up?" We're having to sit crammed together next door, lessons are suffering, meanwhile you stretch out at your leisure here in the big PE room, and to give yourselves even more space have sent the assistants off too. Now will you both at least stand up and get moving? And to Kay alone, you'll fetch me my lunch from the bridge and now. All this was shouted angrily, yet the words were comparatively gentle, even in the somewhat coarse familiarity of the final command. Kay was at once prepared to obey, however. To sound the schoolmaster out he said, "But I've been fired." "Fired or not, fetch me my lunch," said the schoolmaster. "That's just what I want to know, am I fired or not?" said Kay. "What are you talking about?" said the schoolmaster. "You refuse to accept dismissal. That's enough to make it inoperative?" Kay asked. "Not in my eyes," said the schoolmaster. "Take it from me, but it is in the mayor's, inexplicably. Now get a move on, or you'll really be out on your ear." Kay was satisfied, so the schoolmaster had had a word with the mayor in the meantime, or perhaps not even had a word but simply calculated the mayor's likely opinion, and this was in Kay's favor. Kay was keen to go running off for the lunch and was already out in the passage when the schoolmaster called him back, either because he was simply using this separate command to test Kay's willingness and whether he could continue to depend on it, or because he now felt a fresh desire to give orders, and it pleased him to have Kay go running off and then, at his command, have him, like a waiter, as quickly come running back. As for Kay, he realized that by giving in too readily he would make himself the schoolmaster's slave and whipping boy, yet he was now prepared to pander to the schoolmaster's whims up to a point, because even if, as had transpired, the schoolmaster could not legally dismiss him, he was certainly in a position to make the job agonizing beyond endurance. The fact was, the job now meant more to Kay than it had done before. Talking to Hans had given him fresh, admittedly improbable, wholly groundless, yet henceforth indelible hopes, even eclipsing Barnabas, almost. If he pursued them, and he had to, he would need to gather all his strength for the purpose, not worry about anything else, not his meals, his accommodation, the village authorities, not even Frida, and Frida, basically, was what this was all about. All the other things concerned him only in relation to her. So this job, which gave Frida a measure of security, was one he must try to keep, and he should have no regrets, with that end in view, about taking more from the schoolmaster than he would otherwise have been able to stomach. None of this was too painful, it was another of life's perpetual little torments, that was all, nothing when measured against what Kay aspired to. He had not come to this place to lead a life of peace and honor. As a result, where he had wanted to run to the inn immediately, at the amended command he was as immediately prepared to tidy the room first, in order that the schoolmistress might return with her class. However, the tidying up had to be done very quickly, because afterwards Kay was still supposed to fetch the lunch and the schoolmaster was already very hungry and thirsty. Kay promised that everything would be done as required. For a few minutes the schoolmaster watched as Kay hurried about, clearing the beds away, pushing the pee apparatus back into place, sweeping as he went, while Frida washed and scrubbed the rostrum. Apparently satisfied by this zeal, the schoolmaster pointed out that there was a stack of wood ready for the stove outside the door. He was unwilling to give Kay access to the shed again, presumably, then, threatening that he would be back soon to check, went through to the children. After working in silence for a while, Frida asked why Kay was now being so acquiescent towards the schoolmaster. The question was no doubt sympathetic and concerned, but Kay, who was thinking how unsuccessful Frida had been, after her original promise, at shielding him from the schoolmaster's orders and brutalities, merely said curtly that, having been made school caretaker, he must now do the job. Then all was quiet again, until Kay, reminded by the brief exchange that earlier Frida had for so long been lost as if in anxious thought, particularly throughout most of the conversation with Hans, now asked her frankly, as he carried the wood in, what was on her mind. She replied, looking slowly up at him, that it was nothing specific. She was simply thinking about the landlady and about the truth of much of what she'd said. Not until Kay pressed her, and then after several refusals, did she reply in more detail, but without pausing in her work, not through any diligence. It did not advance the job one bit, merely to avoid having to look at Kay. And she proceeded to tell Kay how she had then started listening to his conversation with Hans calmly, how she had then, startled by certain of Kay's words, begun registering the meaning of what he was saying more sharply, and how from then on she had been unable to stop herself hearing Kay's words as so many confirmations of a piece of advice she owed to the landlady but had never been willing to believe was justified. Kay, vexed by the generalities and even finding the tearfully plaintive voice more irritating than moving, mainly because the landlady was now meddling in his life again, at least through memories, having so far had little success in person, dropped his armful of wood on the floor, sat down on it, and in serious terms demanded total clarity. On several occasions, began Frida, right at the beginning, the landlady tried to make me doubt you. She didn't say you lie, on the contrary she said you're childishly frank, but you're so different from us by nature that even when you're speaking frankly we have trouble believing you, and if a kind woman friend doesn't come to our rescue first we must accustom ourselves to believing through bitter experience alone. Even she, with her keen eye for people, had fared little better, she said. However, after the last conversation with you at the bridge and she had, I'm simply repeating her angry words, seen through your tricks, now you couldn't deceive her anymore, even if you made an effort to conceal your intentions. Yet he doesn't conceal anything, she kept saying, and then, make the effort, take any opportunity really to listen to him, not just superficially, I mean really listen to him. She'd done just that herself, she said. And so far as I was concerned this was what she'd heard, more or less, you made up to me. That was the humiliating expression she used, purely because I happened to cross your path, didn't exactly displease you, and because you see a barmaid, quite wrongly, as the preordained victim of any guest who holds his hand out. Also for whatever reason you were determined, as she learned from the landlord of the Count's Arms, to spend that night at the Count's Arms. And there was no other way of achieving that but through me. All this would have given you grounds for making yourself my lover for the night, but if something more was to come of it something more was needed, and that something was Clam. The landlady doesn't claim to know what you want from Clam, she merely claims that you were trying as hard to reach Clam before you met me as after. The only difference was, previously you'd had no hope but now you thought you'd found, in me, a reliable way of actually getting through to Clam soon, and even with a certain advantage. What a fright it gave me, only momentarily, though, not for any deeper reason, when you said today that before you met me you had lost your way here. They may be the very words the landlady used. She too said it was only since knowing me that you'd had any sense of purpose. It was the product, she said, of your thinking that in me you'd conquered a sweetheart of Clam's and so held a pledge, redeemable only at the highest price. Negotiating that price with Clam was your one aspiration. Since I was nothing to you, the price everything, over me you were prepared to make any concession, over the price you wouldn't budge. That's why you don't care about my losing the job at the Count's Arms, you don't care about my having to leave the bridge in either. You don't care that I'm now going to have to do this heavy caretaking work at the school, you have no tenderness, no time for me anymore, even, you abandon me to the assistants, you feel no jealousy, my one value in your eyes is that I used to be Clam's mistress. In your ignorance you go out of your way not to let me forget Clam, then at the end I shan't struggle too much when the crucial moment arrives, yet you also cross swords with the landlady, the only person you think capable of snatching me away from you, so you carry the quarrel with her to extremes in order to have to leave the bridge in with me, that, so far as it's for me to say, I'm yours whatever happens, that you don't doubt. You picture the discussion with Clam as a business deal, cash for cash. You're allowing for all possibilities, provided you get the price, you're prepared to do anything. If Clam wants me, you'll give me to him. If he wants you to stay with me, you'll stay. If he wants you to throw me out, you'll throw me out. But you're also prepared to play act, if there's any advantage in it. For example, you'll pretend to love me. You'll seek to combat his indifference by stressing your own nothingness and shaming him with the fact of your having succeeded him, or by telling him about my admissions of love regarding him, which I did in fact make, and asking him to take me back, on payment of the price, of course, and if all else fails, then on behalf of the K.S. husband and wife, you'll simply beg. But when afterwards, this was the landlady's conclusion, you realize that you've been wrong about everything, about your assumptions and your hopes, in your conception of Clam and his relations with me, that's when my hell will begin, because that's when I really shall be the only possession left for you to depend on, but a possession that at the same time has proved worthless and that you'll treat accordingly, because you've no other feeling for me but that of an owner. K, tight-lipped, had been listening intently. The logs had begun to roll under him, he had almost slithered to the floor, he had taken no notice, only now did he get up, sit on the rostrum, take Frida's hand, which she tried weakly to pull away from him, and say, I wasn't always able, in your account, to tell your opinion from the landlady's. It was all the landlady's opinion, said Frida. I listened to everything because of my admiration for the landlady, but it was the first time in my life that I completely and utterly rejected her opinion. It seemed so pathetic, everything she said to me, so far removed from any understanding of how things were between the two of us. I was closer to seeing the exact opposite of what she said as correct. I thought of that bleak morning following our first night. The way you knelt beside me with a look as if all was now lost. And the way things did in fact turn out, how, try as I might, I was no help to you, more of a hindrance. Through me, the landlady became your enemy, a powerful enemy whom you still underestimate. Because of me, being obliged to provide for me, you had to fight for your place, stood at a disadvantage with the mayor, had to submit to the schoolmaster, were put at the mercy of the assistants, but worst of all, on my account you had possibly offended Clam. Your still wanting constantly to reach Clam was simply an impotent striving somehow to placate him. And I told myself that the landlady, who surely knew all this far better than I did, was simply trying, with her insinuations, to save me from reproaching myself too terribly. Well-intentioned but superfluous concern. My love for you would have helped me over everything, in the end it would have carried you forward too. If not here in the village, then somewhere else. It had already proved its power once, rescuing you from Barnabas's family. So that was your reaction at the time, said Kay, and what has changed since? I don't know, Frida said with a glance at Kay's hand, which held her own. Maybe nothing's changed. When you're so close to me and ask so calmly, I think nothing's changed. In fact, though, she removed her hand from Kay, sat up straight facing him, and wept without covering her face. She openly presented this tear-drenched face to him as if she was not weeping for herself, she had nothing to hide, but as if she was weeping over Kay's betrayal, so it was fitting that he should also have this wretched sight of her. In fact, though, everything has changed since I heard you talking to the boy. You began so innocently, asking about things at home, about this and that. To me it was as if you'd just come into the bar, trusting, open-hearted, and were trying with childish eagerness to catch my eye. It was no different from then, and I just wished the landlady had been here, heard you talking, and then tried to hold to her opinion. But then suddenly, I don't know how it happened, I realized what you were after in speaking to the boy. With your sympathetic words you did what was not easy, you won his trust. You were then able to go straight for your goal, which was increasingly clear to me. That goal was the woman. Your ostensibly concerned remarks about her quite plainly expressed only regard for your affairs. You were betraying the woman even before you'd won her. Not only my past came back to me in your words, I also heard my future. To me it was as if the landlady was sitting beside me, explaining everything to me, and I was trying as hard as I could to push her away but was well aware of how hopeless my efforts were. And yet actually it wasn't me being betrayed anymore. I wasn't even being betrayed, but the other woman. And when I then pulled myself together and asked Hans what he wanted to be when he grew up, and he said he wanted to be like you, in other words already belonged to you so completely, where then was the big difference between him, the nice boy being taken advantage of here, and me back there in the bar? Everything, said Kay, his composure restored as he grew accustomed to the reproach, everything you're saying is correct in a sense, it's not untrue, simply hostile. These are the landlady's thoughts, my enemy's thoughts. Even if you do think they're your own, I take consolation from that. But they are instructive, there's still much to be learned from the landlady. She has not said it to my face, though she's not spared me otherwise. Clearly she entrusted this weapon to you hoping that you'd use it at a particularly awkward or critical time for me. If I'm taking advantage of you, so is she. But think, Frida, even if everything were exactly as the landlady says it is, it would be truly awful only in one event, namely if you didn't love me. Then yes, it would be the case that I had won you with calculation and trickery in order to profit by such possession. Maybe it was even then part of my plan that, to excite your sympathy, I appeared before you arm in arm with Olga that time, and the landlady merely forgot to include this in my debit account. But if things were not in fact so bad and it was not a cunning predator seizing you that time but a question of you coming to me as I came to meet you and the two of us finding each other, both equally oblivious, then tell me, Frida, how does that leave matters? It means I am pleading my cause as well as yours. There's no distinction here and only an enemy, the landlady, can draw one. That applies to everything, Hans included. By the way, your delicacy of feeling is such that you greatly exaggerate when judging the conversation with Hans, because if Hans's and my intentions aren't wholly identical, neither are they so far apart as to be actually opposed. Also our own disagreement did not escape Hans's notice. If you thought it did, you'd be badly underestimating the wary little fellow, and even if everything had escaped his notice, no one's going to suffer as a result, I hope. It's so hard to tell what's what, Kate, Frida said with a sigh. I certainly didn't distrust you, and if anything of the kind has transferred itself from the landlady to me, I'll be only too happy to throw it off and beg your forgiveness on my knees, as in fact I do the whole time, whatever wicked things I may say. But it's true all the same, you do keep a lot of things secret from me, you come and you go, I don't know where from or where to. When Hans knocked that time you even called out the name Barnabas. If only you'd ever called me as lovingly as you did that hateful name, I can't understand why. If you don't trust me, how can I help but feel mistrust? It throws me back entirely on the landlady, whom your behavior appears to bear out. Not in everything, I'm not saying you bear her out in everything. You did once chase off the assistants for my sake, didn't you? If you knew with what yearning I scrutinize everything you do and say, even if it's torture to me, for an inner core in my favor. Frida, above all, said Kay, I don't conceal anything from you, not the least little thing. How the landlady hates me and does her best to tear you from me, and what contemptible methods she uses, and how you give in to her, Frida, how you give in to her. Tell me, how do I conceal things from you? You know I want to reach Clam, you also know you can't help me in this, so I must manage it on my own, and you can see for yourself that I've not yet succeeded. Must I now, by recounting the futile attempts that already, in reality, amply humiliate me, humiliate myself twice over? Should I boast, for instance, of having spent a long afternoon waiting in vain, getting very cold, at the door of Clam's sledge? Glad not to have to think about such things anymore, I come hurrying to you and now have it all thrown back at me threateningly by yourself. And Barnabas? Certainly, I'm expecting him. He's Clam's messenger, I didn't make him that.
Barnabas again, Frida exclaimed, I can't believe he's a good messenger.
You could be right, said Kay, but he's the only one I've been sent. All the worse, said Frida, and all the more do you need to be on your guard against him. Unfortunately, he's given me no opportunity for that up to now, Kay said with a smile. He doesn't come often and what he brings is of no consequence, only the fact of it stemming direct from Clam gives it any value. Yes, but look, said Frida, Clam isn't even your goal anymore. That's perhaps what bothers me most. It was bad enough, having you constantly pushing past me towards Clam. Seeing you now appear to give up on Clam is much worse. It's something not even the landlady foresaw. According to the landlady, my happiness, a dubious but very real happiness, would end the day you finally recognized that your hopes of Clam were in vain. Now you're not even waiting for that day. Along comes a small boy and you join battle with him over his mother as if you were fighting for your very life. You've got it quite right, my conversation with Hans, said Kay, that's really how it was. But is your whole life before so lost in oblivion, except for the landlady, of course, there's no shedding her along with it, that you've forgotten what a struggle it is to make any progress, especially for someone coming from a long way down? How everything must be exploited that gives any kind of hope. And this woman comes from the castle, she told me so herself when I blundered into Laisman's house that first day. What more natural than to ask her for advice or even help, if the landlady has full knowledge only of all the obstacles keeping one from Clam, this woman probably knows the way, I mean she herself came down by it. The way to Clam? Asked Frida. To Clam, yes of course, where else, said Kay. He leapt to his feet, but now it's high time I fetched that lunch. Urgently, far more so than the occasion demanded, Frida begged him to stay, as if only his staying would confirm all the comforting things he had said to her. However, Kay reminded her of the schoolmaster, indicated the door that might at any moment burst open with a noise like thunder, promised he would be right back. She needn't even light the stove, he would see to that himself. Eventually, Frida accepted the situation, falling quiet. As Kay trudged through the snow outside, the path should have been cleared long since. Odd how slowly the work was progressing. He saw one of the assistants clinging to the railings, worn out. Only one, where was the other? Did this mean Kay had at least broken the endurance of one of them? True, the one that was left still had his mind very much on the business in hand. This became clear when, stirred into life by the sight of Kay, he immediately recommenced the stretching out of arms and the wistful rolling of eyes. His stubbornness is exemplary, Kay told himself, though he could not help adding, such that he'll freeze to death at the railings. Outwardly, however, all Kay had for the assistant was a threatening wave of his fist, ruling out any approach. In fact, the assistant timidly retreated some considerable way further. Frida was just opening a window in order, as discussed with Kay, to air the room before lighting the stove. The assistant promptly left Kay alone and, drawn irresistibly, stole towards the window. Her features contorted with kindliness towards the assistant and a plea of impotence for Kay's benefit, she gave a vague wave out of the upper part of the window, which might have been either rebuff or greeting. It was not even clear, nor did the assistant let this put him off approaching. Frida then closed the outer window quickly but stayed where she was inside, hand on the catch, head at an angle, eyes wide, smiling fixedly. Was she aware that this attracted the assistant more than it scared him off? But Kay did not look back again. He was more anxious to make as much haste as possible and be back soon. 15. At Amelia's.